prize. You are the treasure. Shiloh, come back and after the last trump and take us to where you're at. So I'm thankful for that. I thank Father. Thank you, Father. I thank you, the Most High. And thank you for birthing Shiloh, salvation, and having that place written in the book of life at the wedding supper. So here we are, another day on this rock, and evil is abundant. There's more evil than there is. Broad is the way that leads to hell. Most people go to hell. So that's what the word says. So thank you, Father, for the word. Tell us to enter through the straight gate. Straight, there's a wide gate, and then there's a straight gate. Thank you, Father, for Shiloh, because he's the one who has the key. Proof that he's three separate. Father is three separate, Father, Son, and remember, Paul said the inner man is without blemish, blameless, spotless, pure, ruach, hokadesh. So three separate, not a three in one. So thank you, Father, for that. So you did not have it in the flesh vessel, right? The flesh, you do not exist in flesh. The Ruach Hokadesh is what's inside of us. That's the Holy Spirit. That's this testament that we're under. So thank you for that, for not making us under the days and thousands of years ago where we're under the Old Testament, where one sin was death. So one. Imagine that. Doesn't matter if it was venial or mortal. Venial sin, lesser and immortal. A sin is a sin, remember, in the Old Testament. So thank you, Father, for that, for birthing the Redeemer, the one, the receiver, the one's going to receive. He paid the price. He'll come back and pick up what's his. So he paid the bride price. He paid it in blood. So we're not bound by the old laws of blood, ritual, and sacrifice and celebration. We're not to celebrate. That's antichrist to celebrate. So, well, celebrate birth. I'm not saying you can't have, most people have it backwards. They celebrate birth and they mourn death. That's antichrist. It says in the book of Ecclesiastes 7:1 that we're supposed to, celebrate death, right? Not mourn. They mourn death and celebrate birth. So I'm not sure. That's why most people go to hell. That's what the scripture says. That's what the gospel says. So broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, that leads to the abyss. Abyss is knowledge. BYSS is knowledge. The A in the Greek negates. If you study the Greek, you need to study it in the language. Dialectus, glossa, tongue. No such thing as speaking in tongues. They speak in some new mystery, psycho babble. Well, they do. He said, don't add or take away. Those are the very last words he left us with, the Messiah. So we give all glory to Shiloh. What's written on tables of their hearts in the book of Colossians 2:14. Right, Creator? Paul's writings, what was written on stone tablets, the law, old temple rituals, a fee, fine, right? Blood. Take your son, Isaac, Abraham, take him up to the altar, sacrifice. Remember, have blood, post, of your doorway. Remember at the Passover, all these Old Testament laws, now it's written on fleshy tables. He paid with beard blood. They ripped his beard out of his face. Are you earning your stripes? He said, follow after me, conform to my image, love me. Remember, he said to Peter, I'm not asking you if you phileo me, do you agape me? That's the word love. But phileo is the world, like you love your rack on your truck, like you love the rack on your wife, whatever. Phileo is iPhone or Apple or Google or whatever platform, whatever chain you're pulling, whatever hub. So nothing's changed. Remember, he said, add a jot, I'll blot your name out of that book written on tables of stone. So, well, that's why we got to rob Peter to pay Paul. It's just the way it works. Remember, Paul, he went out and they killed the old man, right? All of them martyred. So, Friday. It's Friday. So, but you got to rob Peter. Peter struggled because remember with the world. Remember he denied 3 times. He was crucified remember upside down, because obviously Father was still rebuking his heart. Rebuke means to the word overcomes you. You're rebuked. It's the light. It's the horizo, the alatia. It's the word. Saul or Paul, right? Exactly. So, but remember, Paul's writing said was written on tables of our heart, once written on stone. It's a spiritual Hokadesh. No, we're not bound by the Old Testament Torah laws of flesh, blood, fee, fine, sacrifice, ritual. That's what the Hamashiach fulfilled when they hung him on a tree. Nobody hung from crosses. Remember, John was crucified on an X. The Hamashiach was crucified on a tree. Remember, it says in the book of Acts, when they took him down from the Romans were masters at torture. They loved to crucify, right? Crucifixion. Stretch. It was a stretcher machine. They'd stretch you back so you can't breathe. A cross of yeah. Nobody hung from crosses. Cross is paganism. That's the Ankh. The cross, that he formed the shape, but we don't do shapes in here because people are idiots. Idiot means you've never heard or seen it in your life, so it's not an insult. So if I call you an idiot, don't be offended. You got to know the words you speak. Dialectus, glossa tongue. So, well, you unfold the box and you get the cross, the cabra. That's right. The cabra, they're like Mecca. They go around the black box. It's like Saturn. Like they go round and round, like the pole worship, paganism. That's the steeple, or Nimrod. Remember, that's the north and south. Their God is in the sky. There's no Father is not in the sky. Father came from the stars. No Father created the stars. What's wrong with these people? I don't know. I don't care. I'm not here to try to turn goats into sheep. Remember, it was already chosen from the foundation of the world. You can't change a goat into a sheep, remember? You could have your name blotted out of the book of life by self-will, idolatry, send yourself to hell. But hell isn't below your feet. Hell isn't below your feet. It's not what hell is. Remember, they're idiots. Their dialect is oligas. Well, it's puny if none. Kind of reminds me of a joke my dad used to tell me. Yep, the kingdom of heaven is within. That's right. That's why the Hamashiach, the Messiah, that he hung from a tree, like it says in the book of Acts, curse who hangeth from a tree, right? He was such a threat to the Pharisees, the synagogues. Remember, he called them the synagogues of Satan, means the adversary, because he said, remember, come out of her, my people. Be in it, but be not of it. Stay in the word. Father is the word. The word became flesh. Hokadesh became spirit. Holy Ghost. That's what the word means. If you define anything comes out of your face instead of being a religious idiot, they're watered down. So we don't water it down in here. Give it to you straight. Aletheia is truth. That's the word truth. He said, I am the Aletheia. Through the straight gate, narrow is the way. Hados is the word narrow. To be in the same narrow way. So you have to do what the Hamashiach did. And they hung him from a tree. Remember the book of Acts? When they took him down from the tree, they'd stretch you, they'd nail you. That's your va symbol, your Hebrew symbol for 666, or the nails they put in the Hamashiach's hands and feet, and they stretched. If they nailed him to a yoke or the stock, like they nailed people to the stock exchange. Yep, this corporation. So the beast system, I mean, he stood against the beast. Remember, they threw him in jail. Does anybody want to throw you in jail and hang you from a tree? He said, follow after me. He said, carry your cross, and nobody hung from crosses. Are you carrying your cross? Daily cross. It says in Matthew, correct? My disciples in Luke, but you don't read any of the scriptures. You don't read the gospel, do you? You read some watered down. Well, there's only one accepted text. Remember, it's the one that they canonized, the one they lexicon defined, old 12th century book. So people don't define the word. The word, you're supposed to be in love with the word. Remember, the synagogues of Satan, same things today. He doesn't dwell in the temples of hands, houses. Remember, not brick or block or mortar or barger or rafter. He doesn't dwell. The body is a temple. So what Creator said, what it says in Paul's writing, once written on tablets of stone, Father was the member, was all spoken into existence. It was given to Moses on the mount. I'm not under the laws of Moses. In the beginning was the word. It was all spoken into existence. That's the word Hokadesh, spirit, Ruach, pure, without blemish. Like Paul said, cut it off, circumcise the outer man. We have an inner man that cannot sin. He is blameless. That is the Hamashiach. That is the Messiah. And the body is a temple. King, not crackers and grape juice. I love it. So it's okay. No worries. Remember, it doesn't say name. We don't worry about name in here. We don't fight over letter is yod. He said, don't add a jot. They don't know what if you don't know what a jot is, don't talk about the scriptures, please. Do not talk about the scriptures. Yeah, there's no such thing as Jesus, but he said, before Abraham was, I am. So remember, there were vowels in Greek, but there were no vowels in Hebrew, so we won't fight over. It's not Yeshua, it's not Yahweh. You have the study of a fly. Get away from me. Shoo fly, don't bother me. Like spoiled milk, huh? Watered down is what it is, but there's no J's. There's no such thing as luck or free will, or there's no such thing as being saved. There is no such thing as accepting Christ. Christ, a pagan term, never written once in Scripture. No such thing as Christ. I rebuke you. Where does it say Christ? I have the Scripture sitting right next to me. Where does it say the word Christ? For Christ's sake. Where does it say God as a title? Lord, it says you can't serve two masters. That's the word Lord. It doesn't say Lord anywhere in the scripture, does it? Anybody's ever studied the original text, correct? Once written on tablets, stone tablets. Remember the laws Moses given to honor thy father. That's not your dad. Honor thy mother. That's not your mom. Remember, not crackers and grape juice. Not vampism, cannibalism, all these isms, all their religions, all their schisms, insanity, Christianity, Mormonism, Calvinism, Baptists, Southern Baptists, the most insane thing, Calvinist. No, that would be Catholicism, Calvinism, Catholicism. That's Satanism. Satan is the adversary, the one birthed in the middle of the winter. We're not supposed to celebrate birth. So there you go. If you know anybody celebrate birth, then you've met a Satanist, you've met a heathen, or a pagan, because that's pagan. The birth of the sun god in the middle of the winter. God's not in the sky. God is a title. God is a title. I rebuke your God damn it is not taken. The Lord is never written in scripture. Name doesn't say name. It says shame. In vain means worthless. So you might start studying the scriptures. Remember, what's written on tablets, stone tablets, the law, the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. The first 5 of the first 53 of the Old Testament. Remember, the first 5 were this Torah, 613 laws, statutes, commandments, the Torah. They made up their own Targum or Mishnah, their Talmud. Remember, you don't study any of this, do you? That's why you've been watered down by religion. You're sit down Jesus. There is no such thing as Jesus. There's no such thing as Lucifer. Where does it say Lucifer in the scriptures? It never says Lucifer. See what I'm saying? Watered down. It's what it is. They speak some new mystery, psycho-Babylonian, American Jesus or whatever. Sky Daddy, Anakin Spacewalker Jesus. I'm not sure. Their God is in the sky. You know what I'm saying? You can't help them. They think they're spinning. You can spin, that means froward. Hebrew word is froward. That means to twist, spin, warp, or pervert. Get away from me. Don't pervert his word. He said, guard my commandments. Remember? So it is. It's a bunch of pig Latin. Americanese. You speak Americanese? Remember, it was an old Jewish book written in Greek. So if you're going to study the New Covenant, New Testament that he made with his bride, you got to study it in the Greek. Use a lexicon, dictionary. It's what it's called. You know, Old Testament Hebrew, Torah, like I was saying, was written in Hebrew. So don't speak your pig Latin in here. Swine. Remember, he cast the unclean truths out of the church. Now the body is the temple. Where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape, my Shem is what it said. Not name. It doesn't say name. What the hell is name? Name. What the hell is hell? Hell's not below your feet. That's not the definition of hell. Give me the definition of every single word that's written in that book, and maybe then you can talk to me. People don't last in this ministry. Some come, most of them go. Easy come, easy go. The Most High giveth, and he taketh away. So he's the equator. He will pour out a just measure. The measure you pour out on others will be returned. Twice the measure on Babylon. Remember, it be a great burnt mountain. The body is a temple. Remember, where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape. Proof he'll never leave you. It used to be 1 day a year. He used to have a perfect sacrifice, and he didn't love everybody. He only loved the house of. Remember, Moses was given the law orally on the mountain, right? The mount. Where was that done, right? Spoken, then written on tablets. Scribes pounded out the law. The 10 commandments housed within the temple. The first 5 scriptures, remember? Scribes, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, 613 statutes, commandments, the laws of the Old Testament Torah. That's right. He said, be tried. We must be as esteemed as the potter's clay, turn their works upside down. That's right. We're in the age of clay, not some gold dawn age. Some man in some new mystery Babylonian 58-story Nimrod Tower decorated with Apollyon. Yeah, Mr. Warp Speed and his buddy. Remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, then he let Joe Biden in. All these poly, meaning many, tick meaning bloodsuckers. Vampires. They're vampires. That's they do their vampire ritual. Crackers and grape juice. What do they call it? Masse. MASSE is the eating of human flesh. Well, they worship this. They do. That's Baal worship. Baal is sun worship. And grove is tree worship. Baal in the grove. That's exactly why he divorced his bride Israel. That's why he split the 10 kingdoms. Well, 12, he split the 10 northern tribes, and they gave her their power and authority to the beast. Yeah, they'll censor you. You're in a shadow ban channel, so they don't like people hearing this message. Many are called, but few are chosen. Many enter by the wide gate and go to hell. Few find the straight gate. You know what I'm saying? Few find the straight. Oligos is what it says. Oligos. Oligos. Fear not, it says in the book of Luke. Fear not, Oligos flock. It is your Father's pleasure to give you that kingdom of God, which Creator was talking about, and that's inside of you. It's not in the sky. Father didn't come from the sky. Father created the stars, sun, and the moon. Yeah. Notice, you know what the word planet means? Wander. You can wander your ass means you can't learn. You can wander your ass right out here. Seriously. I'm all about definition. Father is the Word. He said, be in it, right? The world, right? But be not of it. Stay in the Word. Be in the Word, not of the world. So I love the Word. I'm in love with the Word, not the world. The world is dirt. That's idolatry. Remember, he divorced his bride Israel for exactly that, going after gods in the sky. sun gods and tree gods and making up their own Torah, law, testament. Remember Targum? I don't know, about one day closer to death, closer to being with Father. So to go take a dirt nap, but that's all right. This world is a hard place to be a witness to right now. It really is. It feels very World War II-esque. You know what I'm saying? World War II-esque. That's okay. You can't change anything. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't fear that. I can't wait to go back to be who I was before I came into this flesh. That's Hokadesh. You think I am who this meat suit that I can't? No, I was Father. Remember in the book of Jeremiah, he said, I knew you before you were in the womb. Like he said, Esau, I so loved I so loved Jacob. Remember, that was a man, the 12 tribes of Israel. He later called Israel, right? Jacob, who he so loved, he later called Israel, and he hated Esau for either were born or either done anything on this earth, right? Earth is the ruled, right? So we know not on this rock. Heavens is the ruling class. There's no such thing as gods in the sky. That's all Satanism. It is. It's all Catholicism. All their Mormonism and Christian, their Christ Mass, their Mass A. They celebrate the sun god in the middle of the winter. The birth. We're not supposed to celebrate birth. We're not supposed to celebrate a single day. No, where he covered all the celebrations, rituals, feasts, fine. They hung from a tree. He fulfilled all these things, so we're not you're not going to get to him by eating something or not, or celebrating, or money, or riches, less or poor, or free. That's not how, by faith, and faith alone, you are saved. That's it. So, well, the heavens are the ruling class, the firmament. The heavens are the ruling class, in the earth is the ruled. So only by faith. That's right, Vanessa. Thank you. So the great millstone, just like this time it's going to be with fire, their dial up, the promise of the rainbow. Remember, he said that, he picked up like a great millstone. Remember, the angelos messenger, and to be cast into the sea. Remember? So it's not the lake of fire. It's the word abyss. ABYSS, abyss. Like in Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. The king of Revelation 9:11. The messenger is the word angelos, or angel in the English. Angelos is the definition, is a messenger. There's no angels, don't come from the sky. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. Heavens aren't above your head. Heavens are the ruling class, and earth is the ruled. Earth is the ruled. Earth isn't below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. Hell's the word abyss. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them, a messenger. Remember? Angelos, the messenger of the abyss. Apollyon, that's Nimrod. Esau's brother, Nimrod, he killed him and stole his inheritance. You don't know your lineage, do you? People don't study any scripture at all. They don't study the word at all. It's okay. They're watered down. They study religion, some translated version of scriptures, and you're not supposed to add a jot. Jot is a period, and he means not being punctual, like period. I mean, not a tittle, that's comma, the smallest of the punctuation in the Hebrew, right? Yod is a letter. He divorced his bride for making up their own law. Torah, name, making up their own name, like corporate America or Jesus. How about that? There's something never written in scripture. Never once does it say Jesus. Show me where it says Jesus. It's an impossibility, because the J was not incepted in the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, and Z was not the last letter added to the English alphabet. And that was done in the 14th century, right? Rome was in the 12th. There was no J's in Hebrew, nor were there any vowels. So it doesn't say name, it says Shem. And doesn't say Jesus, because there's no J in Greek either. So get away from with your nonsense, other Jesus. If you're going to give me a translation, he warned about doing that. Don't translate, don't add or take away. I'll blot your name out of the Feast of the Lambs, the wedding supper. You will not have your Shem called out. It's an action word. Believe is an action word. Let me take you back to school for a minute. Faith is a noun, and faith without works is dead. Have your loins girded in my service, he said. Have your lamps trimmed to be burning bright, and have extra oil. That's right. Believe is a verb. You can't believe in God or Jesus or Bigfoot or the devil. There's no such thing as devil. That's never written in Scripture. Does it say devil? Why do you keep adding and thinking it's okay? He said don't add a period. Now you got some guy with pokey little horns, little leotarded spandex Jesus over here. Whatever, your little red Jesus, little white Canaanite, whatever, Esau's brother Nimrod, white Jesus over here. They're both devils. Anytime you see a halo, that represents Saturn. They used to pray to Saturn to try to slow the sun. They thought the sun was dying at the equinox. Remember, he said there'd be signs in the stars, like signs, like street signs, stop sign. There'd be signs for what is to come. A warning sign. Hello, up ahead. Hello, here it comes. Nobody knows the day or the hour, it says, right? Not the angelos, not the messengers. Heaven is not above your head, the ruling class. Not the messengers in the ruling class, right? Only Father knows. Not even the Messiah. Not even the Hamashiach does not know the day or the hour. Because remember, he is seated at the right hand of Father. So, yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about, all this silly little comets and there's no, you're locked in the firmament. There's no universe. If you're one of these people who think you're spinning on a ball, I need you to leave now. Get away from me. Take your ball camp. The man's nuts. You can take your 2 nuts and grab them and get them out of here. The man's nuts. Grab them. Get them out of here. Seriously. Whatever. Ites. How about satellite? How about old technology bouncing off the firmament? So, space is Antichrist. It is. There's no such thing as space. The firmament, the clock above your head, but nobody's going to the clock, okay? So we're going to make sure we get that straight since Mr. Warp Speed's going to do his, Blue Book. It's Blue Book, not Blue Beam. Blue Book. I know. I have the scriptures right here. Blue Book. Yeah, but that's not in space. Where the hell does it say space? Father didn't create any space. You know what I'm saying? Where did Father create any space? There's a clock above your head. It's called the firmament. You know what a magi is? You ever met one? A modern day, in this age? Well, now you're looking at one, okay? They're not going to let you twist and add. There's a clock above your head. It's called the firmament. In the book of Psalms, remember David's writings? Go read the book of Psalms 19. Go to the book of Psalms 19. Read that. Heavens are the ruling class. When Father created the heavens and the earth, that is the ruling class in the world. He had his favorite, like Leo, his pride. Leo is a celestial marker in the firmament, like the Revelation 12 sign that was left back in 2017 when the whole world's sleeping. Like in 2015, we haven't seen that same star, celestial marker of the king star. Remember Jupiter? It gets its name, the king star. The stars, the sun, the moon. Where does it say planet? Where did Father create one planet? See, let's get something straight. Planet means wander. He says you cause one mind to divide, to scatter, to wander. It'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea. So where does it say that there is space? We have a firmament. Remember, the firmament declares his handiwork. If you know what the book of Psalms was telling you, correct? Day after day, night after, it goes in, day and night. That tells us like a clock. Does it have to say anything to tell time? It points at a number or a digit on a screen. These people are lost. They don't know the difference between astrology and astronomy. And those used to be very much connected, but we won't go into that right now because people are lost. They think you can go into the clock above your head. So there's a clock above your head. Remember the firmament for times and seasons. It says that in Genesis. Right out straight out the gate. It says he created the stars, sun, and moon. So where does it say that Father came from the stars? Where does it say that? The Creator came from the stars. Father created the stars. He, in the beginning, was the Word. He created the stars, sun, and moon. Yeah, the waters. That's the firmament. So you're not getting out of the firmament. There's no universe and all this spinning and corkscrewing and third rock from the Masonic, third 33, third dimension, third rock from the sun, spinning on a ball. This is all Antichrist. I constantly teach against this. As a magi, this is all fairy tales. Fairy is a demon, a Celtic. Demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies to others if you define anything come out of your face. Like the word Nephilim means bully, not giant. The word Anunnaki means giant. Giants don't come from the sky. Father doesn't come from the sky. Fallen doesn't mean come from the sky. Angels don't come from the sky. Nothing's coming from the sky. As Mr. Warp Speed put out something about alien is a word. There's no such thing as alien as a word. It means foreign. Planet means wander. You don't live, Earth is a rule. You don't live on planet Earth, do you? 1,040 miles an hour, you're spinning on planet Earth, rock, third dimension from the sun, on a ball, corkscrewing. That Hebrew word is pervert. Froward is what it is. The English word is pervert. Twist, add, corkscrewing on a ball through time and space. Hate to break it to you in your heliocentric model. You're already in space there, knucklehead. Get away from me. You're already in space. Why do you need to go to space then? Why would you have to go to space? You're already in space if you're the heliocentric model. So they don't study anything. Most people study nothing. They go to work. They do their tax cattle, slaves to the system, to the beast. 9 to 5, go to work just enough time to, have enough time to come home and do your little ritual. Barely enough time to rob Peter. You don't even have enough time for Peter to pay Paul. So that's your clock. There's a time clock above your head, and if you went by that, you wouldn't go by their 9 to 5 nonsense. Whatever, they got you a debt slave nailed to the stock exchange, speaking this psychopath. What do they call it? American, not even formal English. Nobody hardly speaks English anymore. Easily, kind of a spoken, probably more than only. How do you know when somebody's American when they only speak American English? They only speak one language. Most people don't. Especially if they're religious. That's a whole language in itself. Religion is a language. Dialect is gloss of tongue, and it waters most people down. They don't have any word in them. They don't have any. You ever seen that guy who goes around with little gift cards, maybe to the Cracker Barrel or $50 to the Walmart or the whatever, to the grocery or whatever, if they can recite even one word, one passage in Scripture. Most people, Christian, Christ's a pagan term, by the way, never written in Scriptures ever. And they were killing Christians, by the way. Constantine, Paul, the mass murder of Christians. Remember, for the church, he was a Pharisee. So I want to go back and study your paganism. That's what Christianity is: paganism, Satanism. All of these isms, Calvinism, Mormonism. There's no prophets. Prophet means teacher, and it was fulfilled. All the prophecies when they hung him on a tree. Remember, he said, "Not a broken bone in his body." So, you know what I'm saying? Not a broken bone in his body, fulfilling all the prophecies. Remember, not a stone left upon another, the destruction of the temple, the physical ritual, all the physical fees, fines. We're not under any of this. That's Old Testament Torah. That's the laws of Moses and Aaron, the Levitical high priest, the Levite. Jews, it's Jews and Gentiles, man and woman. Black, white, brown, red, and yellow. Like there's 12 eggs in a dozen, meaning all, the whole, all flesh would be saved, but not everybody saved, and you have to die. Nobody's been saved. There's another blasphemous term that religious idiots like to walk around and say. and be heathens. Nobody's been saved. He hasn't come back and picked up. We already bought and paid, but to redeem, come back and pick up something you already paid and purchased. We are his purchased possessions. So he is the Redeemer. He said, look up. Redemption draweth nigh. So remember, we're not under these Old Testament laws. You have to die girded in his service, doing what he did. But you got to know who he is. He said, before Abraham was, I am. So most people don't know who he is. They know some other Jesus like Paul spoke of. Another Jesus and another gospel. Remember? And what's the other gospel? Well, add a jot, that's the other gospel. Add another tittle, that's the other gospel. Add a yod, that's the other gospel. Add your own thought, that's the other gospel. There's only one true gospel. Did the Jays argue themselves away from God? No, because there was no God. There's no such thing as God. Dial-up. Dial-up, that's a pretty funny name. In this modern day world, when people used to have to wait for the, thinking in the dial-up. So never mind on this old interweb. So we don't argue over yods in here. When he says name, it doesn't say name. Lord's Prayer doesn't say Lord. So it's it's hilarious. It truly is, to see people fall away from the word, and that's okay. He's the word. You have to study the word. Not love the dirt. Most people love the dirt. They love religions. All these religions come from the dirt. So remember, they were slaughtering Christians. They'd impale you on a stake. They don't care if you were a Christian. If you didn't go to their mass, eat their crackers and grape juice ritual, crackers, eat my body, that's mass. Drink my blood, that's vampism, cannibalism. That's that same feast of the Yule, feast of the Saturn, all their mass, the sacrament of the mass. Same thing, over and over again. They do it again and again. Remember, at the Samhain rituals, they thought the sun was dying at the equinox, so they celebrate the equinox with their swastika Jesus. How about that? Their little Charlie Chaplin Jesus. Apollyon, the one that's locked in the pit in Revelation 9 and 11. Hey, these people don't know who the Antichrist. The Antichrist is Jesus is a bastardized. There's no Jesus. There's no such thing as Jesus. Jesus is not. There's no J's in Hebrew. There's no vowels in Hebrew. There's no J's in Greek. So therefore, that's a translation. And he said, do not translate. Do not add. Remember? He said, if you add even the smallest jot, I'll blot your Shem, not name. Doesn't say name. Where the hell do you get the word name? Doesn't mean name, because when you name, you start thinking it means 3 letters God or 4 letters, or whatever, But that's not what it is. That is what is written in Scripture, YHWH. But that's not what he means by name. It says Shem. Shem. Hallowed be thy Shem. Like in the Lord, doesn't say Lord. There's no such thing as Lord. That's a term added later in Scripture, just like there's no such thing as Lucifer. Where do you get this Lucifer from? That is not a term ever written in the Old or New Testament. So I compare your Jesus with Lucifer, okay? So in the Lord, which means master, prayer, it says, our Father who art in heaven, and he's not in the sky because heaven's not above your head. Hallowed be thy Shem is what it says. So we'll call out your Shem in the book of life, not name, not Bob or Tom or Harry or Mary or Dick or Stacy or Tracy. That's the supposed name they try to give me. I'm like, who the hell is Tracy? I wasn't Tracy before I came into this meat suit, and I won't be Tracy when I leave. So stop calling me Tracy. Who the hell is Tracy? I've been called Terry, Stacy, Sean, Jeremy. Those are my brother's name. I've been called my brother's name more than my own. But it doesn't say name. It says Shem. Hallowed be Shem was the second born of Noah. Ham was the firstborn. Shem and Japheth. Shem meant authority, or agape, or a Torah, or law, or authority. That's what it meant. Hallowed be thy authority. So get this, say a little God, Jesus, Yahweh, Yeshua, Yahushua HaMashiach. I don't care which dialect you speak in. He's not saying name. That's not what that means. That's a lesson for you. Go teach somebody that. Share that. It doesn't. He's not going to call it your name in the book of life. That's not what it's in that book. It's were your loins girded in my service. Were you out sharing the gospel? Were you my disciple? Were you out being crucified? Did anybody want to hang you from a tree? Stretch you back? Did your life feel like you couldn't even breathe? So I'm only studying the Testament that was written and canonized by definition with the lexicon in the 12th century, where they still at the Council of Nicaea struggled with some words back then to define them. Definition means transliteration. You've literally defined the word and not changed a yod, a literal letter. No change to the letter or the definition. That's what he said. I am the aletheia. I am the truth. And if you leave the definition, then you have left the truth. And that's what most people think it's okay to do that, and it's not okay. He said, it's the very last words he left us with. If you add the smallest jot, period, or tittle, I'll blot your name. Remember the same name, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. It says, blot your Shem out of the book of life. So, Shem, get the word name out of your head, because he doesn't care about Yahweh or Jesus or Tom, Dick, or Harry. That is not what he is concerned about that. He's concerned, are you standing up to this perverted system? You can make a mention. Do not condemn them because somebody doesn't know this, but judge them with righteous judgment. If somebody's in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. You're not turning goats into sheep. It's not possible. He chose his bride from the foundation of the world. Okay? So we're not going to come in here and he said, guard my commandments, 2 John and 6, and if you love me, you'll walk and follow my commandments. That's what it says, agape love. And that's what he said to Peter. I'm not asking you if you phileo me. That's the things of the world. So I don't want to hear your little interpretations. You're an interpreter. You're like a little actor, like a puppet on a string. I don't want to hear it. If you can say the scriptures that were written and defined, I can have a conversation, but I will not sup with vipers. You've got a forked tongue. Tongue is the word dialectus. That means your language. The language you speak in is foreign. Alien is the word. There is no such thing as aliens. I rebuke you with the word. Alien means foreign. It doesn't mean somewhere in the sky. Nothing is coming from the sky. Father created the stars. Father didn't come from the stars. Father created the stars. In the beginning was the Word. He spoke all this into existence, did he not? How do you think he created the stars, sun, and moon? Notice he didn't create a single planet, did he? Planet is the word wander. And he says, if you cause one of mine to scatter, stumble, divide, I am the divider. I am the horizo. That's what he said. He didn't say I'm the light. They said horizo. Every first part of the day, the dark and then the light at the horizon, the sun would come up at the first light. They called it horizo. He said, I am the horizo. I am the hados. I am the way. I am the aletheia, the truth, and I am the horizo. I am the separator. If you cause one of mine to stumble, one of mine to, right? If you cause them to divide, that is the scorpidzo, that is the false teacher. That is the word prophet. Prophet is the word teacher, or scorpidzo is a false teacher, and he warns us about the false teacher because of the first people he deals with when he comes back. And that's been me. That's been you. We've all been there when we're young, baby. The word believe is not a thought in your head. Baby believers, when he's pulling us to Father. There's no such thing as accepting Christ. That's blasphemy. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. And what does it remind you of? The heart that's continuously filled with wickedness. So he says, if he didn't call out to our hearts, that not one of us would seek after him. He makes us come to him. You're not bringing anybody to God. That's blasphemy. Heresy. I've been there, done that. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Thinking I'm out there being a fisher of men. No. Father condemns at the end. He divides the wheat from the chaff. Remember? Cast the nets down deep. The net not knows what it catches. It does the job of the net. Bring them to the narrow way. Most people are evil. Get up every day and tell yourself, most people are evil. Put out that net. Let the word speak for you. That's what the word says. Broad is the way that leads to hell. Most people go to hell. So if you don't like it, then you've never read the book of Matthew, have you? He said, deny yourself. You don't deny, do you? If you want to be with Father, you need to deny. Narrow is the way. Narrow. Like lesser than. If you want him to grow and become more, greater than, then you need to cut off self. Deny self daily. Take up your cross daily. Are you carrying your cross daily? Follow after me daily. Are you doing what he did? If you're not, then you're not a disciple. So that's what I'm saying. You got to do what that is my disciples. Are you a disciple? Do you know what a disciple? I'm a military veteran. Maybe that's why I'm a little more militant than some. He said, love me, follow my commandments. A veteran can understand the mission and without question execute because he's the commander. Maybe I don't like that I'm a veteran. I don't like that I'm prior, law enforcement. I don't like the fact that I have this, but it made me this man that I am today. It made me more understanding laws, authority, like land, air, and water law. They got you under these water laws, all these merchant laws here in America. This slave corporation nailed to the stock exchange like they nailed him to a yoke, and he carried that yoke. Nobody carried crosses. That's blasphemy. You ever see the image of the Hamashiach carrying a cross? That's blasphemy. You're warned of imagery. He never carried a cross. He tells you to carry your cross. And if you're not carrying your cross, then you're not a disciple. So remember, oh ye little faith. Remember, fear not, little flock. Oligos is what it says. Oligos, little flock, little faith. Puny number. Fraction find the straight gate. Most people go to hell. That's why you get up every day and you treat everybody the same. Love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself. It's the golden rule. Better bring it back. The work of this ministry is on the U.S. debt calculator, so you better figure out where you put your treasure at. Although it's a tiny little ministry, it does it whatever. It's not the first time they put the work of this ministry on this U.S. debt calculator. It's back there again. Where do you put your treasure? Lost. Well, I once was lost, but now I'm found. Rediscovered, reclaim, renew, repurpose, wealth. Trying to tell you where to put it, but you won't listen to me. Where you put your gold, back to the ways of old. It's right there in front of your face on the U.S. debt calculator. I went and did my discernment on it. I did my decode on it, and I seen right through it. I'm like, oh my gosh, they're putting it right in front of everybody's face, and they're mocking them again. You better go back to the ways of old. Like, what are you putting in your pan? What are you putting up in your store? What are you putting in your treasure? What are you eating? What are you supping? What are you doing? Where are you casting your pearls? That's what it tells you. Like a fisher of men. Cast the nets down deep. What are you fishing with? What kind of lure what are you catching? Goats or sheep? Remember, you're not here to sup with vipers. Show them to the narrow way. Do not condemn them. Judge them righteously. Father will condemn them. That's the age we're in. We're not in the age of vengeance. We're not in the age of eye for an eye, Old Testament. You're talking to a man who's eternal. I'm older than all of you combined in this room, and I don't care what you think about that. I'm not gloating. I'm eternal. You just don't realize that we're all eternal. So death is a doorway. Time is illusion. You've been sold on the idea that a time is some number on a screen or some hand pointed at a wall, and it's going to tell you time, and I'm going to tell you this. Death is a doorway. You're supposed to die to self every single day. That's what Paul told us, to cut it off. Circumcise the outer man, circumcise the flesh, cut it off. Death to self, spiritual death. You don't know that, do you? It's okay. That's what the word will set you free. Aletheia, he said, I am the Aletheia, the truth. Remember, he is the word. The word is Hokadesh, spirit. In the beginning was the word. This is all spoken into existence, correct? That's right. That's right. Let him be meek, right? Connection, be meek. He didn't say be weak. He said be meek. So you can protect yourself. Well, don't go trying to seek no vengeance. Don't go out. Somebody does something to you. Let Father fight your battles for you. Father will heal you. If they took something from you, that is the word save, salvation. Sozo is the Greek word, S-O-Z-O. He will carry you, pick you, lift you up. Anybody who hurt you, he will heal you over here. And hopefully I've been an example of that. Never filed a lawsuit, no matter what they did to me. Can't even figure out where my son is at, but I'm putting all my faith in Father that he's exactly where he wants him to be, as well as my daughter. What else do I do? It's going to drive me nuts sitting here trying to just make this situation worse. So let Father put it in his. And like I said, it's not like I was seeking vengeance. I was standing up to perverted law. And that's all I did. And it doesn't matter because my treasure awaits. My treasure comes after this flesh. I will heal you over here. Anybody who took you from you, I will right that wrong. I will pour out a just measure. The measure you pour out on others will be returned and will be poured out justly on you. So that's all I know. Eye for an eye is Old Testament. Can't do that. Can't seek vengeance. Can't go be trying to make, things fair. He is the equator. He is the equalizer. He is the one that pours out the just measure. So be meek. Just be ready. Get away from stupid people. Nice people. People nice or stupid, same thing. The word nice means to be stupid. So if people aren't prepared, get away from ill-prepared people. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Get away with people. Get around people who have extra oil. Get away from the Broadway, the big lights, the big city lights, the cloverleaf highways, the 12-lane. Get away from the cities. It's a death trap. Doorway, electronic freaking death trap. It is. You're going to be fried like a bug trap. When that sun cooks this solar grid, you're done. You're all been microwave. You already get microwave. You sit there in your microwave towers and get all those microwave towers, sit there and spew that 5G whiz all over you. It is. It's like samples, like the guy who joined the Navy, Seaman Samples. So all over the 5G whiz all over you like Velveeta cheese. It's disgusting. Well, you don't know you're around it all the time, so you've grown immune to it. When you're in the city, get away from the city. Broad is the way that leads to hell. See? Father doesn't like cities. Father doesn't like capitalism. Father doesn't like, no, he doesn't. Father doesn't. Broad is the way they built towers in cities, and Father burned them, remember? Try to build towers to the sky. Here we go again. Same thing. Nothing changed but the weather. Now it's modified, sprayed. It's got your sprayed in aerosolic radiation management. So the government loves you. It's always going to be there to help you, and it loves you. There's two kinds of people on this rock. They think the government's always going to be there to save them, and then there's people who use their head and people who think. So I hope can you grow your own, garden? Do you know any animal husbandry? How many chicken eggs did you get today? Do you eat store-bought chicken eggs, or do you eat farm fresh golden butt nuggets? So I'm just putting it out there. You're going to have to go back to the ways of old. That's what that is telling you. Go look at the U.S. debt calculator. They put it up back to rediscovered, lost and rediscovered, repurpose, renew, reuse. Use the old ways, going back to the ways of old. Gold and silver. Always been money. Silver hit 85 or 84 and gold hit 51 on paper. That's paper. It costs you more to buy the real thing. So just give me an update at the closing ding dong at the bell price there. So Jezebel. But all right, thought I'd again come in here and share the gospel. Narrow is the way. This is a time where you should be in the world but not of it. When you're in it, you got to look at it so you can be prepared, but be not of it. That means you need to not be anywhere near where there's chaos. He creates that chaos, calamity, evil. So avoid it. Like the plague, like the black plague. You are what you eat, so try to, be healthy. They could put another one of those scamdemics on us at any time. Stand in line, get a cheat test, get a free test, whatever, get the Vidco, the VOC. That's COVID backwards. You get the VOC out of here. So, whatever. I didn't do it. I don't want it. I don't like this world at all right now. I don't agree with what the world is doing. There's 98% of the people think they're spinning on a ball. So uh, you're gonna have to go back to the ways of old. That's what's gonna work. So start growing your own food. Start, you know, when you can, cut off the middleman, cut off the big chain, become your own supply chain. Seriously, start going to things like farmers markets, start getting your food from, local farms, Amish, Mennonites, try to find people who are raising food, start collaborating, networking with people before the interweb goes off. Seriously, it's not going to be up forever. The sun is, in a cycle. It's been pumping out some pretty good energy over the last month too. Sure has. We've seen more solar flares come off, X flares. We've seen more northern lights at the equatorial regions again with, not even massive amount of energy coming from the sun. So this could happen at any time. I hope you have everything you need. You know what I'm saying? Uh, there we go. Good stuff. Grow a garden this year. That's how you can get around the system, become your own system, become your own supply chain, become your own central bank. That's what gold and silver can do for you. But you better have some, beans and band-aids and some of the lead to protect yourself if you're one of those. And you know, and then you could look into something that's never gone to zero in the last 7 or 8 thousand years. So um, thank you, Father, for that, for self-sufficiency. So the ministry work again is on the U.S. debt calculator. I find that an abundance. I'm liking that. I'm liking what they're showing. They're showing gold again because they're doing that. But the gold, what is your gold? Where's your treasure? Rediscovered, rediscovered. I know what it is that they're symbolizing. I already can tell. This is the road to Ruta. It's what it's called. It's in the Fed's comic strip. They get the Boston Fed that talks about this standard, the gold standard, and that's what we're starting to see. The monetary system tether backed its whatever by gold. More and more states are taking gold and silver as payment, taking payment for taxes, taking payment. So things are slowly, like I said, it's just it's a cycle, and a debt cycle is one of the things that they ride, and that they're very good, and that's why they can keep this wealth for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, because they know which assets to hold, and they buy them when things aren't popular, and then they sell them to the people when it's when it is. They buy it when it's not. They buy it at the ankles, the knees, and the waist. They sell at the shoulders and the top. Maybe you can't get the top. They sell at the shoulders. You know, um, that's how it works. So that's why you need to start setting up your own supply chain, becoming your own, centralized system, so that when this system, it keeps getting more and more expensive. I'm not saying it's going away. The system's not going anywhere. It's just to become more constrictive. It's going to become more intrusive. You're going to go to a digitally tracked and trace. They have a system up. We don't need, per se, this current dinosaur interweb that we have up right now is a system it's like this the technology that we have. If you think back to thousands of years ago, they had buildings that don't even look like what we build today. Antiquitech, Tartaria, all these, and then they said, like, you go back into the 1800s and we were in freaking shacks and stagecoaches. We have had technology before and past. Like, people think this is the first time we've had a computer. This is the first time we've had electricity. You're lost, man. You're lost. You will do not understand what is, you know, you know, this is old technology, and they've erased our history again and again and again, and that's what they're doing right now. Remember, they went in over there with the Syria and Palmyra and knocked down all, the Arch of Triumph and the, Ark of Jonah and all these old relics, all this, yeah, history. That's what they did. Remember, all the ISIS terrorists were over there knocking down relics and stuff. Yep. knocking down your history, whether you agreed it or not. They were going around here in America too, knocking down statues, knocking down history. It didn't matter if you agreed with Thomas Jefferson, if he owned slaves or whatever. It does not matter. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. So watch it. You know what I'm saying? Be careful. This is something that, thanks for coming in, Ryan. We're having the discussion again, about where you put your treasure, and that what an interesting time, to see a time where only in the last 50 years has the monetary system not been backed by something, an asset, some kind of salt, something, an actual, beans, rice, gold, silver. It's now backed by nothing, faith-based system, and this has never been done before. So to think that it's going to stay in this system, you've lost your mind. And I don't care. I'll be the crazy one. You know what I'm saying? I'll be the crazy one that's trying to, and I'm not trying to tell you what to do anything monetarily, but you can't go what's been for thousands of years that's never gone to zero, and then think in the last 50 years you're going to change it, and that barometer, that needle, is not going to move back to where it was. And they know that. That's how the system was actually designed. The system was designed to collapse. Go in and buy with the fiat system, buy up, build your bridges, build your roads, build your infrastructure, and then collapse the system in on itself and turn it back to either a trimetallic standard or a bimetallic standard, where, again, silver and gold compete against each other. And again, where silver will be much more valuable than gold in the future. Whether you realize the future or not, I don't care what you think of the future. I hope I'm not even here for that. Not that, I don't hope, but, I just don't, it's not going to be a fun world to live in, when silver's worth more than gold. And you'll find that out very soon, because silver gets used up. That's why they made it a critical metal, along with copper, critical metal. You know what I'm saying? So looks like silver hit 84 and change, 84.05, I think it hit, and gold hit 51 again. So they're not stopping. I don't think they'll go anywhere. And I think that even if they pull back right now, like I've talked to people, briefly here, and, I'm not won't have much of a social life, but, if you bought at $120, good. You have something where most people don't have any, and buying right now will just bring your price down. Cost averaging is how you're supposed to purchase into some markets like this, if you have any idea on how to make something. I'm not giving any economic advice, but I still think that, I talked about potentially seeing $1,000 silver before the end of this year. It's not plausible. It is. It will ruin the markets, though. It's not going to be a fun world to live in when silver's $1,000, because where are you going to sell it, and to who? We see silver just nearly went to $120, and it almost shut the whole system down as far as your local coin shops on where to go sell it. I don't think anybody's done a video on that. Hallelujah, Father. Thank you for pulling these precious metal markets back, because we just about shut the whole system down. Not we, the system itself, but you know what I'm saying, that fake run-up. That wasn't a natural run-up. I told you that. I told you that they're supposed to step up, nice and gradual. You have ebb and flow, ebb and flow, ebb and flow, not just straight up. Nothing goes straight up. So the correction's good. This is a good correction. $85, I told you, anything under $100 I think is cheap, but I'm not giving any economic advice at this point in time. Whenever silver goes up, the small amount that I have, I'm selling it. I need to get this building for the ministry. I'm locked in on this now. I'm locked in on this. I'm doing this. All I need basically now is the building money. So whenever I can come up with that, I'm doing it. I'm already starting the process. So we're locked. I don't know exactly. You got to have a meeting and do all that, but I'm locked in. You know what I'm saying? So purchasing this building will give this ministry a tremendous. You'll see an improvement and I'm fine now. I'm okay, but you'll see a quality of life will improve out here for me. I need that in my life. I'm starting to, I'm not 20 anymore. I'm still going strong, but I'm in my 50s, so I'm starting to teeter out here a little bit. it is what it is. I've been honest. I'm not just sitting there trying to be somebody I'm not, but if I'm going to keep going, I need to step up my game. You know what I'm saying? Um, so hopefully soon I'll find a building that will be reasonably priced. Something will come, and I'm just going to be patient and wait till Father shows me. And he'll say, this is the one, because I'll be able to do it. At this point in time, I can't do it. I just can't. I can pull off all the permitting and start to buy. I think I can do the electric and the permitting. At this point in time, I think I have almost enough to do that. The electric and the permitting. And so septic is a pretty big cost. I told you there's a big cost, but I have some other assets I'm hoping that will, pull through for that. Now all I need is I think I can swing the septic. So the only thing I needed is find a building. Maybe I'll be given an abundance like Rick, and I can find connection. You can't do the she sheds and little bully barns because they're 2x4 exterior walls. In order to meet current code in this state, and in most states, it has to be 2x6 exterior walls. 2x6 exterior walls. So I'm telling you, as soon as I have, and I don't know if that guy will take the money or not, and I don't know if it's the right move or not, but at this point, it is the only thing I've been able to find in this area that I think that's just absolutely a great fit for now. It is more expensive, but it's newer. It has, like I said, this is a 90s building that I'm looking at, and it's 14 by 66 feet. That's a big building. You know what I'm saying? That's, I mean, but and it's not too big enough. And then I like that it's a single wide. I like that it's not a double wide. Something about it. I kind of like this shotgun style building. Just all the buildings I have out here are kind of like that. So just kind of goes along with what's here. But as soon as I come up with a 15,000 for that, I'm going to try to offer that guy that. I don't know. He wants 25. That's $10,000 off. But it's been sitting up there for now. It's been sitting on the internet for about a month and a half now, I think, something like that. So I haven't been able to find anything else. Rick's building that he got it, like I said, I think he paid about $3,000 or something, maybe more. I'm not sure. I don't want to give away all this, but he got a good price on it, but it needs a lot of work. That building, it was, I don't want to give up, but it was mice infested and rats, and, it's a lot of cleanup, a lot of remodeling. It's got to be basically torn back down to its bones. And I'll do that if I have to. If I could find something for, any price that's reasonable, I'll take it and build up from the ground up. So hopefully again soon, again, I'll figure out, where I'm going to go with this as far as the building, and if I can use this building, then I'm going to put the power in this building. I don't want to. If I don't have to, I'll find another building. I think it's wiser to actually purchase another building than to try to equip this with the thing, electric and the power, or the power and the sewer and the plumbing. But I will, if they'll let me, but I know I'm going to have to pull this building out and pull it back in. And that's, there's a cost to doing all of this. It's not, I have to build a pad. I'm for certain they'd make me build a pad underneath this. I 100% have to build a pad, so that's okay. I'm gonna, like I said, I'll get the idea here in the next week or two, and like I said, hopefully that will give me a little. It's cold out here. My back has been absolutely just not feeling it. Isn't. I haven't been feeling very good at all. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if it's there we go. Yeah, I hear your connection. I'm having say great idea. Great freaking idea, right? Great idea. I mean, there's none out here. There's not there. We don't have a park out here. So there's not one out here, where I'm at. So, but there is, something about an hour away. So, or an hour and a half away. So maybe that's a good thing to do. Go up into town and put my name on, look up trailer parks and go by the name. Say, hey, I'm looking for anybody who's moving in moving out one of these, and I'd like to hope maybe have a moving company that can come move it and buy it, and so I'd like to find something in this valley. I'd really like to find something in this valley. You know what I'm saying? No, great idea, Ryan. Great, outstanding idea. Phenomenal idea. Put myself on the list. You know what I'm saying? Go into town. Go to all the closest ones to me and go put my name and say, hey, somebody's getting rid of his single wide, wanting to put something newer. Will you have them get a hold of me? Because sometimes they give them away. I've seen so many of them given away through the years. But I know that if you put one on your property, they'll go, hey, what are you doing with that? Even the neighbor told me as soon as he put his on his property, the planning commission called him going, what's going on with that? What's going on with that out there? Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to do that though. Connection. So it's just I'm so far out. You know what I'm saying? I'm about an hour and a half from the city, so. Um, yeah, that's is Sabrina here. They're much more lenient. Normally, it's about 76 or 77 or newer. 76 or 77 or newer. So they're much more lenient. It doesn't have to be as new. So I could probably get away with something like a 77. It's 50 years. I think it's something like 50 years is what it is. It's not, I thought it was a certain year, but I think it's like 50 years or something like that is what it is. So it probably have to be something like that. Yeah. 50 years or something like that, I think is what it is. So it's what most places in America, believe it or not, are 50 years. It's got to be at least 50 years uh, or newer. And that puts you in the 70s. Obviously, I'm in my 50s, more in the 70s. So 76 would make it about, yeah. So that's actually older. It might have to be like 78 or 79 now or something like that. I think every year it goes up 1 year. I think that's the way it works here in America. I'm not sure, but I'm almost certain. I don't know if anybody has experience with that, but so yeah, that's what I'm saying. That it's going to make such a huge improvement out here. Like I said, in my life too. Like I said, I'm a little tired of being off the grid, and even if I'm not off the grid or I'm off the grid, I have to make improvements this spring and summer. Things that I don't have to necessarily be hooked up to the grid to do. I just need to pull up my own standard. I'm a minimalist and I just live like this, and I need to, like I said, my biggest thing is I don't like that I don't have running water. If I just had running water, that would change everything for me. And I could do it. It's not like I couldn't do it. I can do that within probably a week. You know what I'm saying? Dig a full ditch, plumb it, put in the pump, plumb the, whatever, and give myself plenty of time so I don't overdo it in 1 week. What's 1 week? So that's not, it's my fault that I don't have it, because I just don't want to waste water like that. I don't like the idea of just running water down a sink. I carry all the water in here. So I don't like the idea of wasting it like that. So it will motivate me when I get this done. It's going to motivate me to put the well in here. I don't care if we got to dig the damn thing by hand. Like I've dug so much out here already. There's so much been dug already. If I have to, I will dig the well by hand. You know what I'm saying? But I need to get the power. I need to get I like the idea as much as I don't like the idea of flushing toilets and just wasting the water. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. I'm going to do it, and it is what it is. And I'll have other composting toilets on the property. But it would be nice just to, for the way my back is, until my back heals. Actually, when you fill up that composting toilet after a couple weeks, you normally go a couple weeks, couple 2-3 weeks sometimes, depending on, have regular bowel movements. That thing gets a little heavy. The bottom of that thing, I mean, it's not movable, but it gets heavy. Just picking it up is dead weight, and carrying it. I normally separate the urine separator. Obviously, that comes out gets to change a lot more than, that's more often. But not to have to do that every single time, like I said, and it would make my composting toilets last considerably longer too. Like I said, things like that too, and they might actually compost. That I take them and clean them before they ever start doing their composting or whatever. It's called a composting toilet, but you change it before it ever starts composting, you know. But it's the idea. It's waterless, so again, I'm excited for that because again, my body is just getting this last break in my back is just it's not the same. It's just not, and I'm glad that I identified that's why I've been feeling the way I've been feeling. You know, it lets me know that I wasn't wrong. That was something seriously wrong with me. And when you have a compression fracture, it means that I really did a number to it. I mean, and so the best thing for me to do is just not overdo it, and things like this will help me considerably. Um, and then, like I said, the idea of having, running water, you know, would be outstanding. You know, um, I don't like having dishes, and I use a lot of paper. It's not that I wouldn't still use paper plates. I would still use just as many paper plates. It would to save the water. I would use paper plates instead of like doing a dip. But then all my pots and pans and stuff like that just be so much easier to keep cleaner out here. So at the minimal, I'll do that. If nothing else happens out here and something comes up and I can't do the building and it doesn't work for the ministry, I'm still going to make sure that this spring that I put running water into this building at least at the minimal and get all this stuff out of these sinks because I just use them for storage right now because it's a big commercial sink. Um, Actually went to town and bought another smaller sink. I think I might bring that in here and put some more counter space inside of this cabin. It needs it in the kitchen. It needs more counter space in the kitchen. So the other one I have is considerably smaller, but it will work just fine. It's one of those triple sinks where it's got kind of a little small, narrow one that's up higher, and then the two, they're not as deep. This is a commercial sink, but I think I'd like to pull this commercial sink out and take it outside and use it for the outdoor kitchen. Then use it for the outdoor kitchen. And then you can literally too, like I said, it'd be a little easier too, uh, especially like during summertime and stuff like that you can even do laundry. It's like three stages, it's three-stage, commercial sink. So if you wanted to do laundry and eventually when I get, on the grid out here, that'd be nice to have have a washer and dryer too. Something like I said, I probably won't use a dryer. I doubt if I'd use a dryer, but I'd probably use the washer. I don't think the dryer to me is a very it just seems like a waste. You can just hang them up. I'm used to doing that anyways. Hang them up after washing them, and then I like that to wind dry. I mean, could have a dryer during the winter months too when need be. So. Um, yeah, looking forward to that. There's a lot, like I said, a lot of advantages to having this property here. Have you know laundry facilities and a flushing toilet instead of everything being completely off the grid. It gives it'll help. Like I said, it'll help. I'm trying to bring some more people out here, and eventually that will make it change it. You know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah. So. Yeah, I like I said, I'm trying to get this property where I could shut the doors and not worry about any being everything being the way it needs to be. That way nothing happens in the future. This is really turning into a police state in America. They're really starting to change this country. It's changing so dramatically fast. Um, it could be any day they can say, all right, if you don't have an address, you've got 2 weeks and you got to clear out of here. And I wouldn't have anywhere to go. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's going to happen yet, but it could happen at the way that this current administration, you know what I'm saying? Uh, it seems like they're just doing whatever they want. They're just trampling on the American people's rights. So if you don't have, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to waste water, right? I won't waste it out here. I'm just a minimalist. But if somebody needs, like I said, if somebody came out here, needed to take a shower, and didn't want to take a bucket shower, they can get in there and take a shower. I have on-demand hot water heater. Like I said, if somebody, like I said, dishes and more than anything, the reason why that I'm putting it out here, uh, um, is that I want the ability to have a freeze dryer. I like the idea that I will not waste anything out here. I got more eggs today. I'm getting backed up on eggs a little bit. I'm getting backed up on eggs. I'm gonna have to start taking these eggs out of these water glassed eggs and feeding them back to the chickens, and that's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I needed to learn from my mistakes, from what I did right, or what, and some might still be fine. I'll use them if they're still good, but if they're borderline, I'll give them to the chickens will eat them, and but I don't want to waste anything. I want the ability to have that freeze dryer out here. Oh, those are so good, man. I can't, like I say, I'm not a big sugar person, but I would eat one of those right now. They're so good. They're so good. The texture is phenomenal. It is. It's just like eating like a caramel mocha cloud. It's so crispy and oh my gosh, they're over the top. They're just so yeah, I never would have expected the way they looked, from what they start and the way they turn out. You're like, they don't look pretty. So a lot of the things keep a lot of, they get neat shapes and puff and do it. They puff up a lot, but they don't really keep, they just, wow, you know, they froth a lot. Obviously, I think they must froth the caramel in them, froths a lot. So it gets real bubbly and like almost like I said, I don't mean to go there, but like a real thin pork rind. You know how that skin gets real thin and crispy? That's almost how that milk dud gets, but real light and airy. Each it doesn't, just falls apart in your mouth. It's almost like biting into air, you know. Caramel mocha flavored air. It's over the top. It is the one of the best things. I'm sure there's better things because I didn't do a whole lot of candy, but they were so good. Um, and yeah, so there we go. Like I said, hopefully again, I'm gonna make it happen. It'll happen by spring. I'll find something. Father will bring it. Like I said, I'm a little bit put under a hammer there. Like I said, because I have to have something in my eyes. If I'm going to tell them and I'm going to draw up plans, I have to have plans of what I'm going to put here. If they will not let me put this building here, I have to have an idea of what kind of building that I'm going to put here. I can tell them a single wide, a single wide. I'm looking at purchasing. I've got several in mind, and with transport, tell them that I'm going to eventually put a single wide out here, and that's why I kind of want to stick with that building, and that way, if I put that other building in here, I'll be, what I'm saying. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Yeah, those freeze-dried Skittles are pretty good, huh? So, yeah, thanks for coming in there, Dan. So, yeah, like I said, this will be a huge asset for the ministry too. So I'm excited to. I'm not going to spend any money. I'm going to be such a cheapskate. I'm telling you, it's like I can't do nothing now. I can't eat out. I can't go anywhere. I can't do nothing. Like somebody even sent me some money and said, "Here, go get a tattoo." I can't do it, man. Even though I'd love to go get a tattoo, I got to get this building first. I got to get this building. I've got to do this for the ministry. You know what I'm saying? I've got to do it for the ministry. I know this is what's going to help this ministry tremendously. It's going to help me as well. I benefit from having, some of these, creature comforts that I don't live with right now, that I have to do everything the hard way. And that's fine. I don't mind that, but I'm ready to, step up my game a little bit. It's okay. I've been here for 10 years off the grid. Long time to live. I still plan on having every other building except for one. I only want to put one building here off the grid. Just one. Maybe later in the future, we can take a look at that because you already got power here. And, like I said, I'm putting a bigger breaker out here. I'm putting a bigger box. Later, I'm sure if I want to run an extension cord, let somebody sit out here on a cord or something, they'll be fine out here. Nobody's going to say, what I'm saying? Ryan, I appreciate it. I so want to get that too. So, like I said, I appreciate it. But like, no, I got, like I said, hey, that's 1% of the money that I need. You know what I'm saying? That's 1% of the money that I need. Hey, like I said, hey, that's something at this point, like I said, towards, because I think I have the septic, maybe I have the power and all the permitting money. I think I have enough to do the electric and pay all the permitting right now. Maybe. I don't think I have it all, but are real close to having that much right now, because I've been I've been working, you know, and I have a little bit left from what I had from the property. I don't have, like I said, invested, but uh, I think I can. So I don't have the septic as of yet in the building, but I think I can definitely pull it off. I have an investment, like I said, that in the next couple months I will have, irregardless, I'll have the money for septic. Irregardless, I'll have the money for septic. So I have the money for septic, I have the money for electric, and I have the money for all the permitting, or close to, in my eyes. I know I can pull all of that off. I know I can. It's going to be, I can't buy anything. I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything. I'm not going to be able to do anything. I'm going to have to stay here and keep selling more stuff, because every month I have a land payment that comes up. Every month I have, it's going to cut into that money. So the sooner I get this up and going, the better off it'll help me. Like I said, it'll help me to be able to have a hand out here where I can actually bring somebody out here and know they can be here. But I can have somebody on this property, and I'm not having somebody that shouldn't be here. It's not that I can't have somebody here. I just don't want somebody to come out here and have any issues. So don't want it for myself. Don't want it for anybody else. Don't like the idea of being able to be thrown off of my property, thrown off property that I paid for, that that's owned and outright. So, because I really like to start focus on how the hell to get that property paid off. I need the 20 to pay off that property so I get out for underneath that payment. But I'm gonna have to take the 20 and put it towards this, plus the other whatever 10 or so. So, but it's okay. I'm work towards the ministry before I do anything for myself. I will. It's the way I work. It's the way I work. So I appreciate the donation, because I'm gonna put it, like I said, that's one 10, 1%, of the way. So it helps, and I know that it's the way I do things. I little bit, little bit, little bit, little bit, and then I look back, okay, now I have a lot more than I thought I had, because I didn't try to take too much at one, bite off more than I can chew. And that's how I'm able to, that's kind of what I'm doing with this. I'm just trying to do it in stages, but they want to make sure you can complete it, and I need to have a building out here, that, and if not, maybe it's a shipping container. I could probably get a shipping container for a few grand. To heck with it. If they want a shipping container, I'll put in a shipping. I don't like the idea of that, but if it's whatever. It don't matter what the building is. It doesn't matter whatever the building is, because it's not. I don't really plan on living in the building like that. Um, not on a regular. We'll figure it out though. Out here, I'll figure it out. I appreciate it though. So. All right, moving on. I appreciate it. If anybody wants to make a donation, it's there. I appreciate the people who have donated their time just to let me kind of talk through this too, because I'm just kind of game theorying it. It's been a long time to be out here off the grid, and it's time to try to get some of those, like I said, some of those creature comforts out here that you guys live with on a regular basis. So. Whatever they want, whatever the county needs me to do, I need to be on the ready. You know what I'm saying? I need to be ready to do that though. If it's a single wide, then I'm going to have something, kind of already in mind, how long, how big, because I'll have to build the pad, and, what I'm saying, I have to draw up plans. So I can't just do it and say, I don't have a building. So I really need to get this. That's what I'm saying. It's really important. It's a big part of what I'm doing out here. So give me a second here. Let me try to get this fire going. My fan's not spinning as fast as it was. That must mean it's getting lower on the wood here. All right, let me get another piece of wood in here. What we got here? A little bit smaller. All right, guys, give me a minute or three. Megan, if you're ever in the area, if you're ever in Tacoma, because I'm in the Pacific Northwest, if you're ever down here and you want to come in this area, I have, I'll try to put you up for a day or two or three or a week or whatever. That's a little bit of a pull. You're welcome to come down here. This is a great area. I'd love to go show you all the amenities. Some places I haven't even been. Like I've never even been to the dunes. You know what I'm saying? There's some really pretty spots out here. The crack of the ground is just phenomenal, especially during the summertime when it's warm and you go down in there and it's like 58 degrees down there. It's like, 100 to 58. It's like walking down into a morgue. It's so cold. It feels like going, it's so nice. The Black Hills are beautiful to walk around. Table Rock is a beautiful to drive up top. You can see the whole valley out here. Fort Rock, the cave where they found the oldest clothing. There's Hole in the Ground. The sand dunes I've never been to. There's just so much. There's the hot springs down to the south of here that have been there since like the 1800s. Anna Reservoir. It's just there's just so much here to do. And that's just in this little valley, like I said. So I got a hip camp. I got my, the hot springs. Have you been? Those are nice. Those hot springs down there are really nice. Super nice rooms. Those buildings are super sweet. Those are nice buildings for the money. I'm going to charge like $1.25, $1.50, almost what they charge. And mine's going to be dry camping. You could get a whole house down there for the night for that price. That's a good rate. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Those are medicinal. They've talked about, I've done some research and and a lot of research going way back that for thousands of years that people have gotten into hot springs for healing purposes. You know what I'm saying? So, a good rate. We've got the cowboy dinner tree out here. People make reservations for that. That lady, she's got that new campground where she does like a hunting camp, like a sheep herder's tent all decked out. Yeah, there you go. Real out here because it is. This used to be an underground ocean. You know what I'm saying? Buck Creek, I think the lady, she runs a bed and breakfast over there. Really nice. If you got a few bucks or something, that'd be a nice place to go. I think it's a little spendy, but everybody who's reviewed the place said it's really nice. You stay in like sheep herders tents. You know what I'm saying? She's got them decked out really nice too. I mean, classy looking, sheep herders tents done real kind of like hunting style, really just classy, really nice. This is a great valley. It's just a blank canvas. So if you're ever down towards this area, I know it's not, as many trees over there, but it is the high desert and it's beautiful. You go over to Bend and stay over there for, oh my gosh, there's so many lakes up there in the Cascades, especially come here in spring and summer and stuff. So definitely if you're ever in the area, anybody's always welcome to come. That's what the ministry is supposed to do. It's supposed to serve. Like I said, I can rent out to other people down the road for income. That is hopefully what I'm preparing to do. But if anybody's a part of the ministry and they come here and, oh, I remember you too, I definitely, okay, yeah, talk about no trees in Vegas, yeah. So, no, there's trees right here. There's trees right here. I'm right on the edge of the wood line. I'm seriously right on the edge of the tree line. It's right here. I can see the trees right here. I'm just down on the edge of the tree line. Maybe someday in the near future, I'll have something over in Silver Lake where there's trees over there. It's gorgeous over there. It's just beautiful. The Klamath Marsh, it goes all the way over to Crescent. It's just phenomenal. You go into beautiful trees, fir and pine and spruce and, all out of the juniper. This area is just, it's a paradise. It really is. And it's affordable. Like I said, the permitting process, they want, I think it's $550 for the conditional use permit, it's $550 for the electric, it's $550 for the septic, and then I pay $750 to do the final inspection. So, couple $1,000s in permits, not too bad. The electric is about $2,500 to put in. I have almost everything I need, so I might have to shell out a little bit more. But, septic is going to be all in all probably about $6,000, maybe $5,000. So not overly expensive. Like I said, it's affordable out here. If you had a decent little single wide you already owned or something like that, you could get it set. You could get set out here for people come out here and own everything and just love it out here, and they don't mess with anybody, and they're not a loudmouth like me. They don't run into the problems that they're, you know, I don't think I've ever had issues out here because I make a big deal about, whatever, but, somebody's got to be the voice of the town. So that's me. But uh, there's a couple others out here, not quite as loud as me, but that's all right. I got to keep her down to a minimum now. Uh, but the old idea out here eventually, like I said, is to be completely off grid, and then have a place on the grid here so that people can use that facility, such as a flushing toilet. If they didn't want to and didn't mind using compost and stay in the cabin, that's fine. But if there's one there available, you know what I'm saying? So the idea too is to put the freeze dryer out here. 98% of why that I'm putting power on this property is to purchase a freeze dryer so that I can freeze dry abundance and send it out. It is part of this ministry. I will feel good when I send out my first package. I'll feel so good the first package I send out. I don't know who's going to get it, but it's going to be one of the regulars. So I don't have a huge list. I'm not sending it to everybody on the ministry. No, I'm not. I'm only going to send it on people who come back here and frequent the ministry on a regular basis, part of the ministry. So when we grow organic sheep, organic goats, chicken eggs, extra meat birds, and we have extra because we can, we're going to freeze dry them and we're going to send them to you. That's what a ministry is supposed to do. A ministry is supposed to tithe to its body, right? The body ties to the ministry ties back to the body. It helps people in need. So I don't care if anybody sends a single dime. I will do it. I will make it happen. Remember, I was able to get the land taken care of, $47,000, and I don't get Social Security. I don't get VA benefits. I don't get disability. I don't get any money. I work for everything I have. So I paid that land off, and now I'm going to get this next check. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get it done. Father's going to help me do it. I've already put in a lot of work. So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't even know what's up with that. I don't even know what's up with that. That's so hard. I don't even know what's going on with my son, my daughter. It's so hard to get up every day. But I've got to keep going for the ministry. The ministry needs me. And I think that's what my son would want me to do is pick up the pieces like I've always done and drive on. He would want me to be happy. He wouldn't want me to, yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. I do. I appreciate it. Dan, I do. I seriously appreciate the support. It's been I still know all of that was for nothing. It wasn't, because Father has a purpose, but it was all for nothing. It didn't amount to anything. None of it ever amounted to anything. It only put me backwards. Now I'm on probation for the same people that I feel like the den of wolves that ate my son. And now I'm in the same den of wolves on probation under their, so it's really hard to do this, but I've got to focus. I got to stay hyper focused and not let that knock me off of what Father has me here to do. So I appreciate it. This will happen. I have a lot of drive. Like I said, the thing that's slowing me down. What's going on there, Powder? So I need to just stay focused, and this will happen. You know what I'm saying? This will happen. It will. I'm close already. I'm not anywhere, but I'm so much closer than I ever, thought I would be. And so I'm going to go ahead and, like I said, pull the hammer down on this one, contact the county and tell them, let's do this. And if they want me to find another building, then so be it. I'll purchase another building. I don't have the assets that I once had, but that's okay. I'll build them back up. I do that. I'll build them back up. That's how I work. So I've got some things, like I said, I got kind of screwed over on that car deal with the flatbed. That's okay. Maybe that guy will honor that. So maybe I can bring in that car didn't end up working out, but maybe he'll make good on that. And then I can pull a little bit, because I had the car sold. I was all bummed. I had the car actually sold and ready to go to try to put some more money towards this, this ministry, and the transmission, well, it popped out of gear, so I don't know what happened to it, but anyways, I'll make it work, because like I said, I have some other things that I've invested in, some other things that I'm always working on something. So um, like I said, I've been able to, here in the last, I don't know, month or so, I think I have put enough funding together um, to make sure I can get all the permitting and maybe get my electric out here for too long. Wouldn't that be amazing to have electric out here? You know what I mean? Um, so yeah, I've been doing some more. I've been working on the fence a lot too. Been working on the property out here. I want this whole front end fenced. I don't know if you've seen the fence work that I've been doing, but I've been working on the fence. So and but I've got to take it easy. I went to the doctor and found out that I have broken another vertebrae. I did it working on the Rusty Dragon when I dropped that beam. I told you guys that I broke my hip and my back, and I didn't let them take a picture uh, um, of my hip, but they took an X-ray of my back, and they said, "Yeah, you have a compression fracture. You broke your back." So that's why I was feeling the way I was feeling. I knew I wasn't feeling right. It was just too much signal pain, too much pain, too much, too much numbness, too much tingling, too much lightheaded, vertigo, all these same things. It had been a long time since I experienced it. And I'm like, I'm not right. I'm not feeling right. Especially after they threw me in that cage. That killed me. They wouldn't even give me, I'm sitting in jail with a broken back, and I asked for a blanket to support my back, and they would not give me a blanket because I wouldn't take their narcotics. And I think she ended up just giving it to me anyways, because remember, I ended up feeling like crap after I got out of there. I'm like, what the hell? What did they give me? So that's okay. I'm a couple months now from being out of there, so I'm feeling a little bit better. I've got some motivation here. Like I said, I've got some drive, and I need to stay focused, and someday maybe I'll figure out where my son and daughter are at, and you know I'll move on from there. I don't know where they're at. And like I said, at this point in time, they either hate me or they're gone. So at this point in time, I got to hopefully go with they hate me, which is so hard to think that he doesn't care about me anymore, and he never wants to talk to me ever again. Because all I ever knew was to be a dad. It's not that I didn't have a life, but most of my, I was a single dad for a long time. Um, Yeah, I'll never eat turkey again, right? I'll never eat turkey again. I said I would if I'd raise it, but I'm not going to raise a turkey just to eat it. I'm not. I'm never going to touch turkey ever again. Never in my life. They ruined me. I'll never eat turkey again. So, but they must have given me something. It's starting to get a little bit better. It is. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's starting to get a little bit better. That taste in my mouth is still there, a little bit on the back of my tongue, but it's starting to lift a little bit. So, yeah, like I said, I'm feeling a little bit better. Been out working, like I said, working and doing, trying to stay busy. It snowed here the last couple of days, so I can't dig. The ground is all frozen, and I like those fence boards to be down in the ground a couple feet. I mean, not a couple feet, a couple inches, and kind of pull the fence, the back up to them a little bit. Just that gives a little bit more solid out here, and so. Yeah, I'm excited for spring to get here, for the weather to break, because the cold is kind of bothering me. I didn't think it would bother me as much as it has, but it's been, uh, but yeah, I'll be looking forward to that. It's so nice to see it not dark out here, at 5 o'clock. It gets dark early, so I have a lot to do. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot to do this spring. I have so much to do this spring. I really do. I have a big task for this spring. It is. The list is tremendous. It's too big already, and I know me. I'll be adding more to the list. So, but it's all right. It involves getting this property on the grid, and it involves I have to be able to. Um, I have to be able to get the hip camp moved over to the other property. I don't want the hip camp over here anymore, so that's going to be a pretty big change. I got to make some changes. I got to build all that hip camp over there. I've got to, drag all the area and pull out all the area for parking, and then build all the kind of a fenced in area, kind of an area where they, can, okay, here's the hip camp area or whatever. I need to build like 2 or 3 of those areas because I normally can get 2 or 3 campers out here during the summer months. Sometimes we'll come out here in a week, so I need to take that in, that is income that I'm not counting on the income now, but that's income that I need um, down the road. I might get 10 rentals a year at 35, $45 a month. That pays, a land payment and a half or something like that. It helps. So I'll use that to, but I still have to do that because I've been not getting very good hip camp reviews when I bring people here to hip camp. I haven't been getting the excellent reviews. People give good reviews, but not those. And then I think it's because there's just too many buildings here now, and I brought them up onto the property instead of. No, I don't have. I mean, there's water, obviously in Silver Lake, and I don't have water on the property, but trying to get down to where I'm 28 feet down. I think I'm about another 20 feet, and I'll be hitting water. So um, I'll be trying to probably put the well. I think I'm going to put the well up front here when I do the well now. Well, I'd like to put one in the back, but I can eventually put one in the back too. That's probably what I'll do. Actually, at the same time, I'll probably dig both of those in the same day. I think I can get them both done in the same day. The water's not that far down from where I'm at. It really is, especially in the back where the storm shelter's sitting out. That's 28 feet down. 28 feet down. You know what I'm saying? So um, the water table is not that far from where I'm at. When you look where I'm at, I'm right next to Anna Reservoir is spring fed by Crater Lake, and I'm almost just north of Anna Reservoir. I mean, if you were at Anna Reservoir and you look to the north, I'm almost due north. So that's why we got good water out here, and I'm excited too to get that well done. It just needs 2 people. I can't drill it by myself, and so I've asked for people to help me about 5 different times. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so I'm definitely looking forward to hitting that water to see how the water is out here too, because there's some water out in this valley that's called sweet water, and I know what it is. It's this water that comes from Crater Lake, so it's not that far down from where I'm at. So I'm excited too to put the well in here, and then like I said, I keep these tanks full, and then I can actually, like I said, not be such a stingy person when it comes to water. I'm real stingy with my water. Not like that. I let Kevin always use as much water as he always wanted to, but you know what I'm saying? I try not to overuse water. So, um, but that's okay. Like I said, I got to do it in steps. I can't do the well right away. And I can't afford to have somebody dig a well right away. You know what I'm saying? I'd have to wait. If I had that done, I'd have to have somebody, um, like I said, uh, but I do need to get the septic in, and I do need to get the power in. So maybe they'll let me use this building. Like I said, maybe they'll let me use this semi tractor trailer, and I'll have to make some improvements. They might ask me to do some things to it, but I'll do whatever they need me to do to it, and I'll get it fixed. If not, I'll figure out. I'm going to get another building. So um, I'm not going to go sell my body or do anything illegal or anything like that, but I'll figure out a way. If there's a will, there's a way. Like I said, I don't get Social Security. I don't get disability. I'm a veteran. I don't get veterans benefits. I work for everything I have. So I'll have to figure out some possessions, and I have some things I'll have to fix up and build something. It looks like I'm gonna have to build some things now. I do this. I'll have to build some. I've got some idea. I have some things, like I said, that couple sinks and stuff that I bought. Maybe I'll make a couple outdoor sinks or something like that. Build some things too. I need to get somebody out here to fix that pickup truck, and that truck's probably worth at least $3,000 too. So that would get a nice little chunk too right there. So, um, and like I said, we'll see. I have an investment in a mining stock company. Maybe that will shoot up here since precious metals seem to be back on the on the move here. So I really want to do an outdoor kitchen. I want to do a huge outdoor kitchen out here so that way I can have people out here from the ministry. We could sit outside and cook outside and, have an outdoor pizza oven, an outdoor flat grill. I already have the flat grill, a beautiful chef made flat grill. It's all cast iron, beautiful cast iron. One of the biggest ones they make, like a four or six burner. Um, Maybe it's a four burner. It's not a six burner, but it's a nice, I want to have an outdoor oven, you know, um, outdoor seating, outdoor fire pit, and a place where we could just sit out here and, relax under the high desert sky. And it'd be more like an open kind of a patio, kind of a, with the top on it, but where you can still see out the sides. It would have kind of a real tall, um, so yeah, please sit out and discuss the word, talk about it, just sit down and church with each other, bring people out here. Things like that will entice people to come out here to, like I said, to share the ministry. That's what I'm doing. I'm working towards, you know, the ministry is going to be a place where you come to visit and share and um, I'd love to church with people when they come, and if not, it's a place where somebody just wants to come and enjoy the amenities too. I don't need to bug people while they come here. I mean, obviously we can spend a little time with you, but I don't need to hang out with you the whole time. People want to come out here and just vacation, church for a little bit, and just enjoy their time here too. I'm not into taking people's time, but I like the idea of having some people here. People want to hang out for a couple hours for the end of the night, cook food, and and eventually, like I said, it'll be a homestead where there will be two or three or four people out here, be able to do things like that, cook dinner for each other, and trade off responsibilities like that. Like, okay, I'm cooking tacos. What are you cooking? All right, I'm doing barbecue. You know, I don't know, barbecue sliders or something like that. Brisket sliders or something. I don't know. I'm a wild cook. So I'm cooking. I'm doing Alfredo. I don't know. I don't eat pasta. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? Something like that where we could trade off. That's what I would wanted for this property. Why I originally bought it was to build a community. So when I donate this property to the ministry, it's not like, why would you give away all that money and all that property and all that time? Because I didn't buy the property. It never bought the property for me. Bowens will be my property. That's a property that I'll build a house and live on. It's not that I couldn't still stay here, but I like the idea of having this ministry separate from my house. You know what I'm saying? Not that I would not. There's plenty of property. I could put one here too, and not even be in the way. Like put something on the back of the property and stab a road in the back 20 and not even be seen ever by anybody up front. But I have that 20-acre parcel, and I'd like to have that separate, so that way I can keep this the ministry, put it in the name of the ministry, High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. That way it's non-taxable, and no matter what, it will not get taken. I'm in my 50s. I'm not 20. I might make it to be 100. I don't know. I might die next year. I might die this year. Well, if it's in the name of the ministry, then people can continue to come here for generation after generation. See how that works? See why I want to donate this property to the ministry? See why I put all this work in for the ministry? So that the ministry can serve even after I'm gone. So that's a pretty powerful thing. You know what I'm saying? That way I feel like it does something. The ministry is supposed to serve. Even if I'm gone, what does that have to do with the ministry? Shouldn't have anything. The ministry should still serve the ministry. The freeze dryer will still be here. Hopefully there'll still be a couple of people living here. Food will still be here. Still producing abundance, and the ministry will just go on. The ministry will just move on. People move out here. They'll have kids. Their kids will live here. That will make me feel eternally grateful. Would that not make me feel like I serve some freaking purpose on this, instead of serving the B system, being a freaking police officer, a prior pig and a veteran and a thug, maybe make up for some of the horrible things I did when I was younger. I'm not going to make up for anything, but this will serve, like this life will have purpose. I don't care what they say about me while I'm here. I'll care more about what is said about what was left after I was gone. Did I leave any kind of legacy for the future? Most people don't leave anything for the future. Many generations have left took days, weeks, months, and years out of their life to leave many things for people like me who have studied for decades so I can know what I know. It would be wrong of me not to leave something for the future. People used to think about the future. Like I said, they take days and weeks and months and years out of their time to leave people like me things that I could study so I could have all this information. I would not know what I know. So it would not even be right for me not to try to leave something behind for the future generations, not just for myself. That's not who I am. I have to take care of myself, but I have to serve others. That's what I'm doing. I'm not even after everything that's going on in my life. You think I just shut down and say, Jack, with this, man, what happened to Pastor and High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries? Oh, well, that thing happened with this kid and he just shut down the ministry. We never saw him again. It wrecked him. No, this isn't going to wreck me. As a matter of fact, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So I don't know where my son's at. Maybe someday he'll come back when I'm gone, if he's still alive, and go, wow, my dad really did care. Maybe I should have come back a little sooner or something. I don't know. But that'd be nice for him maybe someday to come back here if that ever happens. A place where he'd come back and say, well, my dad didn't let that beat him down. Because if he's not mad at me, maybe he's not. Maybe he's just in a position where he's somewhere where he's not being hurt or and I don't want to say safe, but, and Father has where he wants him. And that's why I don't get any information about him. I can't know. So at least he'll know that, hey, my dad he fought the case. He didn't win. He had to stay in the States. So he built the ministry while he was here. Then he left, went down to Ecuador, built something down there or something. I don't know what's the future holds for me. I don't make plans. Father wrecks them. But I prepare, and I'd like to see this ministry serve not just me, because it does a good job at serving me. You guys have been here for me in the hardest time in my entire life and helped me really in an extremely volatile time in my life. And brought me through a really difficult time. And I'm still there day after day. I still live this nightmare. Remember, I'm still in the den of wolves that ate my son. Now I'm under their wing for 3 years. 3 years. So it's not going to be fun, nothing here, but I'm not going to care about that. I need to just do what I need to do. And life's not Burger King. You can't always have it your way, right? So that's the way life is. I just deal with it and roll with the punches and take what Father gives me and keep serving. One day it'll end and it'll all be worth it. None of it will be vain. I don't have regrets. I might not have liked some of the decisions that I made, but those were the decisions in the moment that I made. And I feel especially like the decision to, not take the single misdemeanor and no probation, and it all would have went away. And I could have left Ecuador. I could have done everything I wanted to do, but now I'm stuck here for 3 years on probation with felonies for using my mouth, for just talking. That's all I did, was just use my mouth. I didn't threaten anybody. I didn't hurt anybody. So, but that's what Father wants for me. So go on, Pants. Suck it up and drive on. All right, Pants, all done. All done. That's all I can do. So I'm going to keep moving forward in the ministry. I know that maybe if someday my son would watch this, he'd go back and he'd look at some of these streams and he'd realize that I didn't forget about him. And that I did everything I could to try to locate him. And it got me in a lot of trouble. It put me back a lot, set me back terribly for just being a dad trying to help his son. I'm just a dad trying to help his son. And now there's nothing I can do. I can actually call him, but I don't think that's the best thing to do. I know he doesn't have his phone, but why? So he can be located and then be thrown in jail? I don't know. I don't, whatever. I have nothing to do with that anymore. Would you stop it? Would you please stop it? So I think it's time to feed this guy. Did you get dinner? You haven't had any dinner yet, have you? I fed the chickens, but I didn't feed the puppies. So let me feed my puppy, guys. It's time. I got to feed him some dinner, and go check the ladies. He's my boy. He's my boy. He's my boy that I love. He's the good one. He's the best one. Are you hungry, boy? Don't you kiss me. He tried to get a kiss. Okay, so yeah, give me a minute or three. I gotta go shut the chickens up, and I'll be back with you guys in 3 or 4 minutes here. Give me a few minutes, and I'll be back here. I don't know why this camera's terrible. Look at this. Terrible. All right, whatever. All right, I'm back. My apologies. Had to get these ladies taken care of, get the puppies taken care of, get the kitties taken care of. Had to bring the water in because it freezes overnight. Freezes up out here. So, but yeah, like I said, I've got all the goals I need now. Like I said, I don't. It's just I'm hoping spring will get here soon. You know, like I said, what the heck is going on with this camera? Hold on. I wonder if it's my lighting. I think it might just be the lighting. The way my lighting is. No, that's not any better. All right, there we go. So, but yeah, like I said, I'm there's a lot of physical labor. I'm gonna probably end up trying to dig as much of these ditches as I can. You know, the I have to dig a line for the electric, and I have to dig a line for the sewer. Needs 3 test holes, and then depending on the leach lines are like 150 feet. So it's, I mean, there's a considerable distance. I don't know if I'm going to dig the leach lines. I think I'm going to try to dig my electric and get that started as much as I can. I mean, a lot of it goes right through the driveway, so I'm going to have to try to work around, figure out how to work around that. But you can draw for power. You can ask, hey, I need to get power out here because I need to build. So they will give me power out here. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't have rocky ground. So I don't have rocky ground where I'm at. I don't have to deal with any rocky ground right now. If I have a little bit of a smaller hard pan. So, but no rocks. Nope, no rocks where I'm at. No rocks. There's no rocks on this property. Yeah. Now we got four today, 2 the day before, 5 the day before. So we'd be getting 2 and 4, 2 and 5, 1 and 4, 1 and 5. You know, just yeah. So we have a small hard pan, you know, to get through, but not much. So if it wasn't wintertime, because there is a pretty hard crust, like the neighbor said that he tried to use his post hole digger the other day. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm not out working on the fence right now. He tried to use his post hole digger the other day, and he said it just spun on top of the ice, and I've been digging through that. I set 3 posts the other day by hand. 3 posts by hand. He got it out of his post hole digger, and it just spun on top of the, you know, there's kind of a layer of, you know, freeze. So we have a frost layer out here. You know, it sometimes that's why you have to bury your pipes down. You know, it's been a real mild winter, but we still have had moisture. So, but I've been working through it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he used an auger. I used, you know, post hole digger to put through. I set 3 posts the other day. And anywhere I set the fence, like I said, I want to dig it down a couple inches so that the fence boards hang down, you know, have a little excess hang down. And then I backfill a little bit. I'm not worried about the dirt hitting it out here at the alkaline desert. It's fine. I'll probably end up putting AstroTurf up front. I will. I'm going to get some AstroTurf. I don't care what anybody says. I like that stuff. I'm talking about the stuff you buy like they use in football stadiums. I'm not going to use it for everything, but I want to use a little bit of it. You know, I like to grow grass out here. I'm not saying, but, you know, there's some areas where I'd really like to, you know, I like the natural too. I want to try to actually get rid of every bit of rabbit brush on this property except for the sage. I don't want to take any sage out. I mean, if I'm taking out an area road or I'm clearing out an area, definitely take it out. But I want to leave every bit of sage that's on this property where I can. So I'll work around the sage, but I like the idea of having a little bit of that AstroTurf up in front, and then up in front of the, you know, up in front here where the dogs normally go up and play, and the cats like to bring their birds and their rabbits and their stuff up there to the grass, and that's where they bring it up there. And I don't know, it's their thing, but It's a dust control. It has nothing to do with looks. More than anything, it is dust control, Dan. It's dust control out here. People find that out in the desert. They take everything off their property, and then it turns into a dust bowl. You got to leave some of the bushes to keep the ground from, breaking up. So, but I use it for dust control, because I've taken out all the plants in front of the house. So it works excellent. And they have that, like I said, that I don't have any. I just got some thin, and mine's it's almost gone. It's been out there for like 4 or 5 years. So it's just a thin little piece. I want the real stuff. That stuff they put out at football stadiums. It's heavy. It's hard to move around. I'll need a tractor or something to move it around or whatever, but that's good stuff. If you've ever looked into that, they sell that stuff pretty cheap. If you're over in Tacoma, I know you can get it over there really reasonably priced because you're near Tacoma. You get everything cheap over there. Damn, it'd be so nice to live near Tacoma. Not that I want to live near Tacoma, but there's just so much there, So I think my uncle lives in Puyallup. I'm not too far from Tacoma. So, but yeah, it's good dust control out here. Works excellent, and it looks nice. Like I said, it looks like I grew up, having really nice lawn and whatever. So it fools the eyeball. It really does. It fools the eye. It really is nice, and it lasts a long time. You can even get the stuff that still has the little crumble in it. I don't want the stuff that's got so heavy with all that in there, but a lot of the times they'll shake that stuff out of there, and you can get it that way. But you can get it within there too, and oh man, that stuff's so heavy. But again, lots of improvements coming out here to the ministry. Little things, like I said, I have a million. My list is so long out here for things to do. It'd be eventually nice to get a couple more hands out here, and people who will live here and be able to have the ability to enjoy all the amenities and reap the benefits of being here, because this is a paradise. It really is. It's a desert, but it's right off the wood line. I mean, you're right here in the high desert. You're not that far from fishing and hunting's right here. Well, I wish this light would stop doing that. So I don't know what the hell is going on with this light. Anyways, like I said, I'm been super focused now. I have a mission here to make this a physical ministry now. The physical ministry will allow me to create abundance. I'll do it myself if I have to. I will do it myself if I have to, but I don't think I will. Not if I have some amenities out here like that. I think it will help improve this ministry a tremendous enough to be able to, not that I want to come out here and pamper anybody. As a matter of fact, I'd like to see somebody build themselves from the ground up out here like I did. I came out here with nothing but sagebrush, 10 years ago, and started with nothing. And I've been pulled back. So I came out here and lived in a tent, in an Army Arctic tent, and stayed out here with a wood stove, and got my son a motorhome, and he stayed in that, and I stayed in the tent and started from the ground up. So it blows me away sometimes when I look at, I don't have a tractor, I don't have the tools that a lot of people have, and I still been able to accomplish a lot here, by the sweat of my brow. Might have busted my back again, but oh well. It's not the first time. I'll get over it. Like I said, I just need to take it easy this time. I'm not in my, I was 20 in my early 20s, something like that when I broke my back the first time. So 30s the second time, now I'm in my 50s. So this is a lot different dealing with it this time than it is when the first, couple times it happened. So, and this one is making, this one's causing some of the old injuries to still have, like I said, it always irritates. You get a new injury on top of an old injury, and it just makes the old injury hurt worse sometimes. So, but I'll get over it. I just need to stay busy. That's the thing with me. As long as I can keep a pretty good plan of attack and don't overwork myself, I can normally make things work. Just don't overdo it. Yeah, no, like I said, this is a great spot out here. I love this. This valley has a lot to offer. I'd eventually like to get somebody out here where we have enough time where we can open up a food cart out here too. Something I'd like to do. I don't want to do it. I only want to run it, basically. You know what I'm saying? I want to see somebody reap a lot of the benefits of it. I'll pay them very handsomely. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, I've done a lot of food, the food industry. So we need, we need food. We need some fusion food out here. That's what we need. Some fusion food. This this valley needs some fusion food, but I would need. That's not what I would open up. I know what it needs, but I know what I would do. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do what the valley needs. So, um, yeah, I'm not going to do fusion. I would do, if it was me, I would do Chinese, and I would only do like 6 dishes, and that's it. I'd run a special, but that's just whatever I'd want to run on whatever I'm getting low on. No, that's not low main. That's I'm low on this. I'm gonna make that. So I can make all kinds of food, but keep it real simple. And I would sell out every day. I'd be so freaking busy. I wouldn't. I already know how to do food. I already done a lot of food, but that would just be something I'd want to just do to because this valley needs it. Like I said, I like to give to the valley. So everybody, the way to a man's heart or a woman's heart is through their stomach. So can cook. So, but a Caucasian Chinese. Now that would be an interesting concept. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't make it Chinese. I'd hire me some Asian. There's a couple Asian people out here. I give it the old Asian persuasion. Sure, there are some Asian people out here. So, um, but either way, like I said, you don't have to be, to cook a certain ethnicity of food. You don't have to be in that culture. I mean, I understand. I grew up in Los Angeles, California, around everybody in the melting pot. So I grew up around all ethnical. I had to eat everything growing up. We ate everything, and I'm talking all of it. My dad was not. There was no thank you bites. So, but anyways, I just do that because it's what was work for the valley, and I'm a simple person. I don't like to be, like I said, I do what works. I don't do what I want. Sometimes I do what works. So I know that would work out here. I know many things would work out here. I would want to do a Hawaiian Mexican fusion. Hawaiian Mexican fusion grill. Hell yeah. Hawaiian burritos, the fusion of the. Oh yeah, and I'm not a big pork guy, but I don't eat pork, but I know how to cook it, and I can make some pretty mad because I've done barbecue, ran pig lickers for years, ran that with my brother. So, uh, but that's the fusion that I would do. My brother did a Korean Mexican fusion, and that was off the chain. Confusion. That's that hat that I have that has the KF on the front of it. That's for the. Do you want to go outside or something? Would you like to go outside? I'll let you back in. Let me know when you want back in. Yeah, like I said, but you could probably open up 3 or 4 different restaurants in this valley right now, and they'd all do real well. They would. I don't think you'd have to compete for customers as long as they were different, something different. So, but I've looked at a couple other different, options out here now that with those air fryers, that changes the game. Those things are game changers. Those air fryers, they surely are. So they slow down they speed up the cook time, and they're nearly as good as deep fried. And some people say they like them better. I don't think I've ever had um, an air fryer. So I want to get a freeze dryer. That's why I'm doing everything that I'm doing right now is for a freeze dryer. I am. Damn, seriously. Everything I'm doing right now is to get a freeze dryer out here so I can send people food through this ministry. That's what I want to do. All this other stuff was just talking. That's been my main focus. Once I get this done, I can do things like that, though. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I get somebody out here, get a couple people out here and say, hey, I have housing where, there's a flushing toilet and laundry facility, and there's a freeze dryer, and there's an outdoor kitchen, and there's a kitchen in your place, and it'll have its appeal to it. And then said, hey, because like, for example, I have the Rusty Dragon, and there's nowhere to rent in this valley, nowhere, not one single place. So if anybody's looking for a development place to develop, this place is ripe for the picking. You know what I'm saying? But if I rented out the Rusty Dragon to somebody, I'd say it's $800 a month. That's their cost to live here. You're not going to live here free. You have to pay your way. You don't work, you don't eat. So, but I would pay them at the rate that they're worth. Most people, if they can swing a hammer and they can build, and I can teach them how to do something, and then they can be told or taught it, maybe one or two times. I don't care. I sometimes tell somebody twice. I don't always get things the first time. Most of the time I do, but that's okay. I'm a hands-on guy. You know what I'm saying? There you go. See what I'm saying? 800 is what they pay me. And then they work, and I pay them $20 an hour. If they've got a skill set, if they know how to run a worm drive, if they can build a fence, if I can show them how to build a fence, and they can do that on their own. Now, I would probably help them, because it sucks having to build fences on your own. I've done it. You know what I'm saying? But that's only 2 hours a day. 2 hours a day. They have to work for me. 2 hours a day is what they're required to work for me to live here. That gives them plenty of time to go have their own job. See, I can still say, hey, okay, you want to do some more work for me? How about this? I'm going to open up a restaurant. And when I open up this restaurant, I won't pay you, the $20 an hour. I'll cut you in on a huge percentage of this restaurant, Right. I'll cut you in on this restaurant. We'll open up a little food cart. You like food? You like the food industry? You know what I'm saying? Somebody like that too. So I've got, like I'm saying, I've got some ideas, like I said, for people, like I said, oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not putting anything in writing for sure. Everything's going in writing. Or somebody could just go get a job working for the farmers up here. There's always a business in town. The gas station is almost always hiring up there. We got a Dollar General. They're almost always hiring somebody. The farmers, some farmers work year round out here. They do cattle and hay and alfalfa. So not all of them, grow their own, but there are farmers that raise cattle out here that grow hay, and they farm year round. You know what I'm saying? That's all right. Whatever. I'm not even tripping. It is what it is. Just one day at a time. Try not to let that burn me, because I've had people come out here before and it didn't, so just go one day at a time. So, but like I said, just take it one step at a time out here, and, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. But there's a lot of potential for somebody to come out here to this ministry and be able to have, an abundance, go and make their own way. You know what I'm saying? They could make their own way. They could have just a couple hours here a day. They could get that knocked out. Oh, I'm going to work 8 hours a day. Oh, okay. Well, then they're not going to need to work all week. You know what I'm saying? 2 hours a day. So, pretty much almost, right? So it would be something where somebody can actually, not strangle here. They can go get a job if they want to. They can make money here. I can get somebody to make money here. I say, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll go in half with you, 50%. Since you're good enough skilled, I've seen your skill set. I can, leave you here with a task and walk away and be on the phone, or go do something, or go do a live stream, and you can be, I'll build a building with you. We'll build a tiny home together. I got another job with you. This is like a job. We're going to have to work 3 or 4 hours a day at this. But if you work 3 or 4 hours a day side by side with me, we'll build a tiny home. I bet you we can build a single tiny home out of scrap material. Scrap material. It'll cost us money. We'll have about $500, $1,000 into it, between gas and some newer materials. We'll have about $1,000. We'll sell it for 10 grand. We can knock one out in a month. We'll see. You want to do that, or you want to go get a job for the farmers? There's so many options that could be done. So there's lots of places like this, brothers, sisters, so you know as well. If you look up on, I don't like Facebook, but the Facebook has like these groups you can join. It's called Homesteaders Looking for Helpers. I have been, like I said, I've been getting ready to drop the hammer and do this because I don't want the wrong people to come out here, and I feel so abundant that I don't have, the wrong people. Kevin, he bought the property next door, and he's not saying, he ain't saying, he's quiet. He's went right back to being quiet. I don't see the other guy around. I told you, he went right back to being, so, big enough property out here, you know what I'm saying? But we're, again, I could have somebody come out here on this Homesteaders Looking for Helpers. I'm not the only person that has a homestead, that needs helpers. You could go learn in your area. I don't care where you're at. There's somebody in your area. Maybe you just want to go volunteer your time. Maybe they'll let you in on some fresh garden vegetables because you're helping them grow garden. Maybe they'll help you. If they only want a couple hours a day, maybe they'll give you in on some of their eggs. Maybe they'll give you some of their lamb meat when it comes time to process the meat. Maybe they'll give you sheep. Maybe they do cow. There's a lot of people who are hungry out there. You know what I'm saying? Again, I saw some Canadian people on there specifically looking for people in Canada. You know what I'm saying? So they're not just in this country. I see people outside the country, out of America. Most of that site is, but like I said, more of this ministry is, I want the right people here. I want somebody to come out here and grow with this ministry. There's a lot of opportunity for somebody to take and become, there's just whatever. It's nearly unlimited, and money's not a thing. I don't chase dollars like that. I don't, I have to have dollars because of the ministry. If I live for myself, I could have whatever, but I don't live for me. I live for the ministry. I'm a service to other being. 98% of what I do most of the time is for other people. I can't help it. It's what I do. I got to be here, but this is how I serve. It fulfills me to serve other people. So, through the ministry, it allows me to do what it is that I do. And then, being the pastor, I love nothing more than giving the gospel. But if I can, give the ability to have a bright future, not by me, by your own hands, but by being to watch you flourish and grow with you, I'm going to do that with somebody. I'd love to see somebody. Like I said, there's a lot of people right now who want what it is that I'm doing. I've just been hesitant because I don't want the wrong people to come out here. It just takes one bad apple to upsets the apple cart, and then it little leaven leavens the whole lump, yeah, there you go. But like I said, on these homesteads looking for helpers, there's a lot of people who have a homestead that have a garden that needs help with, how to learn how to take care of animals. There's just a lot of skill set you could be learning that you might have to pay for, where these people actually probably, like somebody like me, let you come on their property. Yeah, it's called Homesteaders Looking for Helpers. There's a lot of horror stories on there, but for every horror story that you hear, it's because somebody doesn't plan well, they get taken advantage of. People let people come out on their property, and then people don't come through. There is a lot of people right now on that website that have been, it looks like kind of kicked out of housing, and they're like, well, I need to find some housing, but hey, at least they're doing something, and that doesn't mean that somebody can't be hungry, and not literally hungry, but work out for you just because they got kicked out of a house or something. But see, that's why I want to help. Like I said, this is a ministry. Eventually in the future, I'll be able to help out people like that. And I'll be able to say, okay, well, look, this is a ministry. It's a faith-based ministry. You have to have obviously some understanding and predestination and the word of God, and, be not just a believer like a thought in your head. Believe is an action word. I'm not asking you to be religious, but you got to love the word to be here. That's why it's hard to bring somebody here, because it's like I could almost put people on another property. You know what I'm saying? On the other property, when I had the Bowens property, or when I had the 5 acre, but I sold that one. But, then I could have somebody and help other people who are not necessarily faith-based. But as a ministry is supposed to help. So in that type situation, I'll be able to do that. See what I'm saying? As a ministry, say, well, okay, I'm bringing 2 people in this month. And they know we get paperwork. We write down paperwork. If this don't work, no drugs in here, no meth, no none of that. You know, I don't care what you do, but I don't want to see it, you know, right out the gate. You know, this is not some recovery. I'm not against people who are in recovery, you know, at all. You know, I don't care what somebody's done in their past, but like I said, this ministry will be able to help people out. There'll be plenty of food here, you know, because there already is, so to speak. And then there'll be plenty of, you know, there'll be extra hands here to help, to grow a garden, to go collect chicken eggs, to go, you know, it'd be like you work, transition out of a, you know, or say, well, no, I'm going to bring people out here regardless. They're not in a good situation. I'm going to help them out. Whatever, I'm going to test them out and see if they're faith-based. I'm not going to help anybody who doesn't want to help themselves. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, and then they benefit because they get to eat from the land, you know, the food, and cook and have the amenities, and, you know, and they can blossom from here. You know what I'm saying? Well, it's not theology. It's the definition. It's prohorizo. It's the definition. Predestination is the definition of their connection. So, but that's what I'm looking for, like I said, here. But then again, it isn't that I can't bring people in that are not 100% totally into predestination, totally understand the gospel, I could work with them. You know what I'm saying? I could work with people who are still, because if they just need some transition, you know what I'm saying? I could give them, you know, some more, myself, a little more open-minded. They're not going to be staying here, living here. They need some transition housing. I'll have more housing available. Do you know what I'm saying? I'll make that available. Like I have the rusty butterfly back there. You know what I'm saying? So, well, careful, the heart is filled with wickedness. They're carried by Christ. So it's what the scripture tells us. The heart is continuously filled with wickedness, and it gets us in trouble. I know I've done it, and I've made that mistake for a lot of my life because I'm more of an emotional service to other being. So use the light. He is the horizo. Let him speak for you. That's what the scripture tells. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So word tells me, and I do. Word tells. Uh-oh, we're getting an interruption. I apologize. I'm out here. HD is not for high definition. It's for high desert. Out here in the middle of the desert. So, more notice here. Well, you know, like I said, you got to know who wrote the Quran before you even worry about Muslims. Most Muslims don't know what a Muslim is. A Christian without a sun god. Basically, they're like a Christian without a sun god. Well, they worship Muhammad, you know, and they worship Ishtar, Semiramis, the sex goddess of fertility, the one who had sex with her son. Kitty touch much? See? Give you a little scriptural record here. Oh, you let my dog in. Come on in, Bubby. That's my good boy. Is it cold out there? Oh. I got to tell you, I've been trying to drink more juice because I just only drink water. I don't really drink anything else but just water. So I don't drink milk. I don't drink soda. I really don't drink tea. So look, I got this the other day in town. Mango limon, lime and mango. This is off the chain by Langer's. This is really good. This has got a really good flavor. This is the first time I ever tried this. I like the blood orange cranberry. That's another one that's truly tough to find. I can only find out where I'm at. So I don't know if you guys have ever gotten this one, but this is a really good flavor here. I don't like I won't buy most of these juices because they're just garbage. This is not the best one either, I know, but it is better than most. So try this. I'll try anything one time. Yeah, mango's good, but the lime, and then if the lime is not overbearing, actually, and neither is the mango. It's just a really nice medley. It's both The fusion is really. Some of them I get. I don't like the fusion because it's too dominant. Too much guava or too much papaya or too much. Look at this. They have more. They have more. Like some kind of. For 1 second, I'm gonna mute this thing. Will stop listening to my voice. It doesn't like my voice. Give me a minute. Shadow man, shadow man, shadow man, shadow man, shadow man, shadow man. What happens when you're on a shadow man channel? So, all right. But anyways, I don't drink a lot of juice. I normally just drink water. So murky water, but that's good stuff. Lemon. I think it's so. But I like to try new flavors. You know, something I haven't had, and I never saw that before. I was like, hey, that looks pretty good. So, if it's a brand or something, like I said, I'm not just gonna try any kind of juice because most of the juice is garbage. So, corn syrup, mostly corn syrup. So, but. All right, so hey, you guys got anybody got any more ideas for me on the ministry out here? Or on, I mean, my brain is full of ideas, but what any more ideas on this house? I find no other way to cut any, and I don't want to cut corners or quality, but to cut cost. How do I cut costs on this building? You know, the only thing I'm hoping is that they'll allow me to use this semi-trailer. Damn, would this light stop doing that? Hold on. Let me see here. I wonder if it's because I have this. Is it this light that's doing this? Let's see. What is going on with my screen? Is it something on my screen, or can you see that? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get it to not do. It's like it's so dirty down here. Like down in here, it looks all cloudy to me. Looks like it's smoky or something. Is that something on my screen? I apologize. All right, that wasn't the light. Whoa, look at that. What the hell is all that about? I have a brand new screen. That's a brand new screen. What the heck is going on with that? Oh my gosh. I just think it's not enough light. 4G camera. All right. Oh well. Yeah, I'm using the front camera is what it is. Yeah, 0 degrees and 90%. Yeah, it's probably light. All right, I'm over it. I don't care. It's not what you see. You don't need to look at this ugly mug anyways. It's about what you hear. What about them pounding down your eardrum? Okay, so it's not about looks, what you see. Remember, that's idolatry. Latria. Idolatria. But anyways, let's continue with the conversation here. You know, hopefully, again, you know, life having purpose is important. You know, my life is all about the scripture. My life is about the gospel and being charitable and not, shutting myself so much off that I don't share the gospel with others. That's why I have this ministry. Father gave this to me. So us, because it's not just mine, it's ours. But because I tend to be, I don't have friends like most people have friends, or I don't have, blood relative family like most people have and keep in contact. I live a very isolated lifestyle. And I've already separated myself from society because I don't agree with 98% of what the world is doing right now. So, but I'm not far enough, I'm not too far away where I still can't participate in society. It's like keeping one foot in the system and having one foot out. That's how I kind of live my life. I'm a minimalist. I repurpose things. And so I'm not asking anybody to be like me, but I know that you have to have some kind of similarity. If people are going to come out here, they would have to be, somebody looking to have a homesteading type of life, looking towards to going. I'm not saying they have to be totally, but want more organic food in their diets and, try to watch. I'm not perfect. I'm not in any way, what I'm saying. Uh, yeah, that's just the way my brothers always call me, that MacGyver, MacGyver, Inspector Gadget or whatever, Doogie Howser. They always call me a bunch of different names. So jack of jack of jack of many trades and the master of few. Master of few trades. Obviously some things we're better at than others, but there's nothing we can't do if we can't put our mind to it and try. My dad told me that at a young age. You can do anything you want, as long as you don't hurt anybody else or hurt yourself. So don't let anybody tell you any different. And that, I wish you wouldn't have told me that. It's okay. Whatever. I took it very literally. So, he said, and notice in yourself. So, uh, but he was right, to go challenge myself to do things when there's people who are saying they can't. There are people who are doing double backflips when you're saying you can't do one. That's the generation that we live in now. It's the send it generation, and they don't think about it. They don't have fear. Like I grew up very, crazy is what they call me. Spacey a lot of the times, Tracy, not very often, but being extreme was just something, that it's what I did. It's who I was. It's how I was able to. It was a survival tactic. When you're one of the craziest people, you do things that nobody else will do. You can avoid. People will normally not want to mess with you as often, if that makes if it makes sense. So that's the way I grew up, and so but I tell you, I had fear. But you don't get anywhere in life saying can't. And that's what my dad. I'm glad he raised me at a very young age, and it made me understand that I'm limited by myself. I'm limiting what I do. I am my own inhibitor. I am my own worst nightmare. He made me understand things that, I'm glad I got to spend 7 years with my dad. Says seven of being here. There are probably more than that. That number's not normally correct, but um, seven is the number of maturity. And I know he's the one who put that mentality in my head and let me know that don't be limited by, there is no limits. The rules are to be followed, but sometimes some people make the rules. Some people set the standard. Some people set the trend. So remember that song in the 90s, Trendsetter. But it allows you, like I said, to not limit yourself, put yourself in a box. That's what I'm glad that I know that I don't need a PhD to talk about science. I don't need an MD to talk about the human anatomy. I don't need, I'm not limited by being thrown into a cage. So that's what, being a specialist, I apologize for going off on this, but when somebody is a jack of all trades, they tend to, be more of a chameleon and be a little more flexible, not so rigid like the oak tree that can break and snap and bend. You have to be more flexible, you know. Um, you got to be able to bend and again be adapt and overcome. Maybe because I was an Army veteran too, I was taught in the military about to do that. You have to be able to conceal, cover, blend in, be a wallflower, and Jack Career. I sound like Jack Career. So, but that gives you the ability to, like I said, so that you can distinguish the forest from the trees. A lot of people can't. They either too close or too far away. You know what I'm saying? There's a happy medium in there. You know what I'm saying? So from extreme to, I can't sit there and kill myself, jump in front of moving trains and bullets, but the body is resilient and the mind is normally much stronger than the body if you have that mindset and will, and most people don't. They don't. The body will tell them to stop and they will listen to their body and they'll stop. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. That's what I'm saying. You got to learn to find because, hey, know your limits in life. It's like anything. That's why I was good at sports and things like that, good at riding boats, all-star baseball or whatever, but just because it's the extremeness of things. You're only limited by your ability, in a vehicle that's what, don't drive outside of your abilities. The vehicle has its abilities, you have your abilities, and people don't know that. So, but like I said, normally it's the things in life where you don't jump. And after you jumped, you figured, why the hell didn't I do that already? That was so much fun. Yeah. That's what you got to do in life. And then be methodical. You know what I'm saying? Uh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't grow roots. Once in motion, stays in motion. For me, that helps a lot. Complacency. I learned that as a law enforcement officer. Complacency will kill you as a veteran. Stay alert, stay alive. So absolutely, don't grow roots. Actually, some of the people who probably live to be the oldest, they would tell you that. Why did you live to be so old? Because once in motion, economy in motion. When I lived in Alaska, I got certified and got my commercial license up there. Was the best place to get a commercial license because driving up there in Alaska, is not like driving here in the lower 48 states. So there's ice intersections that are like volcanoes. You got to learn how to cover your brakes and learn how to economy of motion, meaning, you hit your brakes when you hit that intersection, you're not going to be able to slow down or stop, or you're not going to be able to get started again. You got to be able to time that light, it has a lot to do with like following distance. There's a reason why you're supposed to have a proper following distance. I was a traffic crash, not accident reconstructionist. The rules, I hate rules, but there's rules for a reason of the road are meant to be followed. If people were following the rules of the road, nobody'd ever smash into each other, crash into each other, except for mechanical failure. But people don't follow the rules of the road. So, what people are like, how the hell they give you a badge and a gun, whatever. So I became a traffic crash reconstructionist, but that's my mindset. So you have to apologize. I was from a very young age. I put everything together backwards. I'm wired completely backwards. I'm one of those ADHD. I drink coffee and go to sleep. It's whatever. Yeah. So there's no accident. There's no such thing. Notice I said I was a traffic crash reconstruction. I didn't say accident. There's no such thing as accident. So that's why it wasn't that bad of a job. Moving on. Thank you, Carrie. Because somebody did something wrong, and there's a lot of things such as coefficient of friction, drag factor, all these measurements and things that I can pull. I can find out how fast you're going. You can't lie to me. Crush, a factor, and, all these different, allow a lot of, for me to go use the math and the things that, whatever. I like math, man. I didn't like it growing up in school, and I did okay. And then, I passed my math classes. But once I actually got taught properly on how math worked, I was like, hey, how come somebody didn't teach me that way? Because you got taught. It was intimidating. But once I learned it, like I said, once I learned these things, I can actually figure out a lot with math. Most of the time, actually, math will tell you the answer to almost anything. Stick that one in your equator, calculator, spiritual calculator, and discern that for a minute. So, but anyways, let's go on. We'll move on from math, because there are people run away. Start doing math that people run away. I don't want to do. I don't add up. I know it doesn't make any sense. So, but anyways, that's the way my brain is wired. It's wired backwards. Okay. So I tend to work a problem backwards, and that's no different than algebra. Okay. Right? I mean, it's mathematical. Take something from here, you're gonna have to give it back over here. Add, subtract, multiply, divide, check your work, basics, some of the basics of math, right? So that's why my mind always works that way. I do it with everything. I can't help it. There's a discernment. I'm gonna run it through my spiritual calculator, discern it, run it through my, spiritual discernment. I'm gonna run it, I run it through my heart, right? Second. For the answer about the heart, because just to let you know, the heart will get you in all kinds of trouble. So put it through your brain, discern, use your mathematical head mindset calculator, make sure it adds up. Take time. I mean, if it's in the moment, I understand. I think better on my feet when I'm really pushed to the limit, but take a breath. Seriously. That's the best thing you can do in almost any time. Don't react. I'm telling you, you will react if you have good instincts. You'll know exactly in that moment. And I'm not saying to be hesitant, because that's complacency gets you killed. So it's a fine line. This, whatever. Get out of my head. You don't want it in my brain skull. But anyways, all right, moving on. Let's have the decision about, or this discussion about what the future holds. I think the future is the past, and the more you want to know about the future, the more you need to know about the past. That's the way it works. I don't have some crystal ball. I've got the scriptures here to tell me what's going to happen. So I don't have to guess. There's no surprises with me. I read the scriptures. I know where we're exactly, what yods we're in, which jot. I know there's a firmament above my head that tells me what exact year, what. I'm not going to be fooled. You know what I'm saying? They're coming. We're going to have some more electromagnetic events. That's what with the sun. He said the promise of the rainbow. He's going to bring the fire. What do you think's going to? Remember Sodom and Gomorrah? He said, "I've seen enough of this hokey pokey and turn yourself around." He didn't say that, but you know what I'm saying. It's a lot. Get your wife. Get your kids. Get out of town. I'm bringing the fire. This, or yeah. So he's going to do it again. That's his greatest weapon, is the sun. Well, the sun or the son, both of them. Hallelujah. Shiloh, the one who has the inheritance to the church. He's got the scepter. He's the one with the sword. Speaking of weapons, huh? So careful. Yep. That's the one. He said, "I do not think I came to bring shalom." That's the word peace. I came to bring a sword of division. So you better, where one believes, and believe is an action word. A man's enemies be one of his own household. You better go back and read the book of Matthew. So these are all part of this cycle that we're in. So it's the magnetic cycle. So we are in a magnetic excursion. Of course, we're going to have massive electromagnetic events. The magnetosphere is weakened by over 40% since 1900. Cover it on this channel in great lengths. Haven't done any talk, about it, but talk about magnetic polarity, right? Polarity, not poles. There's no ho, 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 candy cane, striped poles. Get away from me. They're Satan. So we're not having a pole shift. We're having a magnetic excursion. And the polarity, the magnetic polarity, has been shifting since 1859 with the Carrington event from a electromagnetic pulse, an X, we'll call it 100 maybe, I don't know, something like that, that was directly facing and it hit our rock, right? And it took down our grid at the time, which was the telegraph. Literally, they unplugged some of the machines were still sending out telegraphs. So that was the first. Then it started the magnetic polarity to shift. It went it started shifting to the west. Shifting to the west. And from 1859, and then in 1900, it completely reversed, did 180 degrees, about face. That's like being rebuked. Do 180 degrees, it turned around, started going back the way and direction it was. And ever since then, it's been progressing. And in the 1900s, it increased. You can see this, this is not new news. When we talk about a magnetic excursion, this was happening when our grandparents were alive, before they were alive, like I said, 1800s. So this isn't new news. Some of us are just a little better studied at this because this is important. We've never been alive during a magnetic excursion, although we used to have them on a regular basis, every 360,000, like a clock, ding. You go through the strata, all this paleo records, the climate records, these are all like the compression events. You ever go through any of the paleo, the records through the dirt records, the ice core data, any of these records? See, Father's given me an abundance of time. And it's, because instead of chasing money or fame or fortune or tail, a little bit of all of those, but not, like I said, moderation, right? I chased time, and I traded that for BIS's knowledge. So I don't know everything, but this is a discussion that I think out of the probably, I'll be in the top 10 on this rock of anybody. Put me up with anybody on the excursion of the magnetism, the polarity shifting. See, this used to change every 300 to 360,000 years. This, you could find it through these strata layers in our paleo records. And it's been over 780,000 years since this has happened. So we're well overdue for this to what used to mean a pole shift would be meaning that your compass is pointing to the south, not to the north anymore. That's a pole shift. Oh, we're having a pole shift. No, we're not. A pole shift means that that happens every 11 years on the sun. 11 years. The magnetism, like positive, negative, like red and blue, or if you ever study the sun, like beta, gamma, or delta, or any of the magnetism from the sunspots, when it's like arcing out, like taking a battery and plugging in two battery cables, that that's what causes that coronal mass ejection. Well, they can have a solar flare, and we might not have a coronal mass. That's plasma. That's ionized and deionized gas. Like a plasma cutter cut through steel like butter. All right. So anyways, the polarity, like the magnetism, positive and negative, that changes every 11 years on the sun. The north becomes south, the south becomes north, or positive becomes negative, negative becomes positive. That happens every 22 on the moon. Used to happen every 360,000 on this. It's been over 780,000 since it's happened. We've never been on this rock and alive since during one of these events. So this is probably one of the largest events in our lifetime, and they don't talk about it. And they know it's happening. That's why they're all dug in. They've got their seed vaults and their deep underground bunkers bases, round on the bases. So, like I said, it's not new news. There's a lot that's, I'm not going to go into all of it, but within the last couple of years, if you go see Gene at Mabstar Observatory, if you pay for his page, he'll let you know the exact polarity as the TriMag system, magnetometers, the TriMag. He built these systems. He's a scientist. He's a true scientist, not NASA, not a straight answer, never a straight answer, or a space agency. All right, whatever. But go see Gene, and if you get on his page, he'll give you the exact. Nobody else. He built the TriMag system. It literally, like triangulation. I was a traffic reconstructionist. The only way I can figure out and put on a piece of paper where your exact little piece of brain, if your brain come flying out of your head for the police report for your fatality, is I had to use what was called triangulation. I can't just take one measurement or two. You have to use 3. If you're going to pinpoint, scale, precision, you have to use what is called triangulation. This is known as the trimeg. He uses the trimeg system, using these magnetometers, using that triangulation system to pinpoint the exact magnetic polarity, not pole. There's no such thing as a pole. You can take that pole worship somewhere else. So, all right, are you learning anything? There's something about being naked. So, well, Carrie, that metal or whatever, it's happening right now. You're being bombarded by solar radiation from the sun. You are. Our magnetosphere, the canopy, the magnetic canopy or protection, it was at full strength in 1900. The reason why we're starting to see northern lights down in Venezuela at the equator is because that magnetosphere has been depleted. Okay, by all the solar, the solar wind coming from the sun without any X flares, any C, M, or X flares is 775,000 miles an hour. Then if we get an actual, solar flare that leaves the sun, a solar filament, a coronal mass ejection, there's more than one kind of, event involving plasma with the sun or non, with these events. And again, sometimes, there's ejecta that leaves the sun. Sometimes there's not. But again, all of these will normally, like a coronal hole stream, will affect the solar wind. And we can reach over 1,000,000 mile an hour solar wind. 1.5 million, almost 2. Sometimes it can leave the sun at that speed and come hit. So the sun has what is called a heliosphere. Remember, I talked earlier about the heliosphere model. Anyways, but helio is the sun. Okay, but anyways, this magnetic canopy that the sun has, it's the opposition of the two. Like if you take 2 magnets, this is like here's a magnet, like a neodymium magnet. If you take 2 magnets and you put them together, they'll stick together, right? That's you take them and flip them around, that's opposing magnetism. That's what keeps our magnetosphere and the heliosphere from that 775,000 mile an hour wind from taking and just and we don't get blown to smithereens. You know what I'm saying? So this magnetosphere, this magnetosphere is the magnetic canopy protection. In 1900, that was at 100%. 100%. And it has been weakening because if I take the magnet and I throw it into a fire, heat makes magnetism dissipate, or it negates, it cancels the magnetism. We take and throw that magnet in there, we have a live stream, I'll be talking for a couple hours, the fire burns out, it's not a magnet anymore. That's why the sun is bright white now and it's not orange like it was, because that magnetic canopy has shrunk down. The last 3 solar cycles that we were in, solar cycle 22, 23, and 24, the magnetic, canopy has shrunk down because the sun's energy, solar flares on a regular basis, like heat, expand our atmosphere. Well, the sun had gone nearly quiet for the last 3 solar cycles. We're having a little hiccup now, but that doesn't mean that since 1900 that magnetic canopy has been weakening and negating. And it's it was not me, the U.S. Navy came out with that. They said over the last 400 years, I'd said since 1900. I know in 1900 that the magnetic canopy field strength was at 100%. I know that we got hit by a magnetic solar flare and like I said, X100 or something, 200, whatever it was, in 1859 that started the migration of the magnetics on this rock that you walk, was called the Carrington event. It took down the whole grid, and we're overdue for one of these events again. It is what it is. It's a cycle. It's a sun cycle. These are called Yuga cycles, Kali Yuga cycles. They know these things. Why do you think they've dug in? They've been stealing the U.S. tax dollars since 1980, 81, and boring out the underneath of the United Corporation, Divided States of America. stealing your tax dollars with boring machine, like Elon Stinky Muskrat's boring company. Nuclear hog is what they're called. Nuclear fission, fusion. You know what that is? Fusion, when you fuse something together, that's what they do. And they've been doing that since the 80s. That's not new news, okay? Mr. Stinky Muskrat, he's got this Starlink in his boring company, huh? As is above, so is below. They're all in on it with their space farce. They're getting ready to pull that card. If you look, Mr. Warp Speed came out with his alien reveal on a freaking tweet, I think on X. Mr. Bomb the living piss out of you, Mr. Barry Sotero, Mr. O Vomit, Barack, remember? He said, remember? Oh, there's alien. Alien is a word, brothers and sisters. If you're one of these people who thinks there's aliens, I need you to get off of this ministry right now. Go somewhere else. You're not welcome here. ET phone home. You get the hell out of here. Plain ET phone home. Alien is a word. Alien is a word. It means foreign. Father doesn't come from the sky. Angels don't come from the sky. Fallen doesn't mean from the sky. Stop adding. Planet. Father didn't create any. Planet means wander. You don't live on a planet. Planet. You don't live on a planet. Father didn't create planets. That's deception. That's deceiver. That's actually Satan, but the wanderer is the word planet. So you don't live on a planet. Earth is the rule. So let's not go for these gods in the sky nonsense. Your God is in the sky. I need you to leave right now. Father is not in the sky. Father did not come from the stars. Father created the stars and the sun and the moon. It says in Genesis, correct, for times and seasons. Remember in Matthew, he said there would be signs in the stars. There would be signs in the stars and in the sun and in the moon, right? Like street signs, signs, celestial signs. You had a celestial eye. But most people don't have a celestial eye. They have no idea. They think you can go into the clock above your head. But I don't listen to people. What people are idiots. Idiot is not an insult. They don't have any definition in them. They don't define any words that come out of their face. Father didn't create planets. So it's kind of silly. But people will go outside of what Scripture says, and that's fine. They're sensational fairy tales. You know what I'm saying? So the lunar surface, I have probably more moons tattooed on me than anybody I know. So you're not going to sit there and tell me about the moon. So it's what it says, brothers and sisters. Signs for times, like I said in Matthew, it says celestial firmament signs. Look at, like I said, look on the debt calculator. There it is. I'm the only man on this entire rock. If you look right now on the U.S. debt calculator, you'll see the same image. The same image that happened in 2017. He spoke about this same celestial sign. The Hamashiach gave this sign to John at the island of Patmos at the gold mines. Talked about this celestial firmament marker. And it happened in your lifetime, but Revelation 12, it did, as well as 13, as well as the Star of David, but I don't know anybody that knows about that. They say they love the Hamashiach, but they don't have any celestial eyes. That's the same thing that happened during the Star of David. Remember? The one that the Magi saw? The star upon a star, the Magi, they were the wise men. Remember, they were watching Jupiter, the king star. Remember, the wise men, they were pointing at watching the king. Remember, it gets its name, the king, because it's out the longest in the night sky. It's the Melchizedek in Scripture when it birthed, when it married the morning star, which is not Lucifer. There's no such thing as Lucifer. Venus is the morning star. Grow up. So when it conjuncted, it birthed an age from fire to water to deception, the age of deception, the age of the veil, where the veil was put over by the churches, the deadly head wound that was healed in Scriptures, ever by Constantine, rebranded. Now modern day religion, whatever, all their isms, the eating of flesh and the drinking of blood. In the middle of the winter, they celebrate the New Year's. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter, you silly rabbit. Tricks over kids, April Fools. New Year's, new life springs up when? Hello. April Fools, get away from me. It's not 2026. Get away from me. You can't go into this clock above your head. You can't. That's not, it says, remember? Well, it says firmament. Remember David's writing in the book of Psalms? Go read the book of Psalms, please. The heavens declare the glory of God, and heavens are not above your head. So that's right. All you have to do is look at where where these people say that they're in space. They're in low Earth orbit, right? Earth is the ruled. Earth is the ruled. There's no such thing as Earth below your feet. Come back to Earth, Nanu. Shazbot. You're a bot. You've been sold out. You've been Googled. Maybe you should Grox it, or you could ask the chat bot or whatever. Somebody asked that the other day. They said, I don't know, I was doing some gospel in here, and they asked if I was Grox, is this AI? I was like, yeah. So, all right, hold on, guys. I got to put some more wood on this fireplace here. So I'm out here in the desert. I don't want to have to put on no coat here. Let me just keep my fire going here. Uno momento, por favor. So if you need to take a pause for the cause, but God is not in the sky. There's no such thing as God's in the sky. That's exactly why Father divorced his bride Israel. So here we go with their fake alien reveal. Blue Book. You were told about it. Blue Book, not Blue Beam. Yeah, and listen, not you, and the sun is 93 million miles away too, right? Yeah, right. Never a straight answer, not a space agency. That's what NASA will tell you. 93 million miles. The sun is 93 million. And then when we have an eclipse, remember, with the moon, remember, we have these eclipses like blood moon, but an eclipse, remember? They tell us that it's got to be the right perfect amount, that the sun is this far of a distance at this. Yeah, right. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Whatever. I got, it's not the only eclipse. Remember, I got the Great Red Dragon eclipse right there. 2017. It's on the US debt calculator right now. Go check it out. The work of this ministry is on the US debt calculator. I'm the only man on this rock with a Revelation 12 sign marked my body, so that when Father sends Shiloh and Shiloh returns, that it'll know that I was paying attention. He said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. So he'll know that I was watching. There we go. Your screens produce EMF. Yep, electromagnetic frequency and blue spectrum. That's right. And they can blow them up in your face anytime they want. Boom! Remember Omega? Oh, it was those fake Israel in the desert that did it. We know who did it. Israel's a spiritual Israel, okay? By the way. So, okay, hold on. I got to take care of my wood stove. Uno momento, por favor. Take a pause. I'll be back. Gotta rip it now. Got that flue open. Man, this camera sucks. Anyways, there has been, like I said, we have had, again, the marker that birthed the Messiah. We haven't seen that happen in over 2,600 years. And that happened in our lifetimes. Nobody I know knows about that except for maybe some viewers on this channel. Very, very few people know that event even happened, that Star of David that I told you, that birthed an age. It not only is it so important of an event that it birthed the age of water, this whole brand new celestial age with the birth of the King Star and the Morning Star. You think that's a pretty important event? This is the Star of David. Remember, David declared him the Lamb of God. He is the Lamb that makes Father the Ram, Aries, the tabernacle, the place of rest. You want to go to where my Father's house is at, prepare a place. People are not very celestially wise. Like I said, they pole shift. Hey, whatever, man. Sometimes carrying around this knowledge is not fun. Walking around like in a world of people with a bunch of zombies. The zombie apocalypse is here. Apocalypse means to lift the veil, to pull off the cover, to reveal revelation, like the Revelation 12 sign. That's an event that was spoken of over 2,600 years ago by the Hamashiach, by the Messiah himself, as he visited as a messenger, as an angelos. He gave that witness, that declaration to John at the gold mines at the island of Patmos. He gave him that revelation of the virgin clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet. Remember, she would be in birth, in pain, in labor, because the King Star had entered into her belly and she would have a crown. Remember, it was Leo. Remember, it was the wise men watched the King Star. After the Star of David, they continued to watch. They didn't fall asleep. They continued to watch. He said, do not sleep, remember? Spiritually, celestially. And then when the King Star moved in front of Leo, he is the king, remember? The lion from the tribe of Judah. Leo is the celestial marker of the Hamashiach. This is the sign that the wise men, the Magi, there were more than 3 wise men. There were Magi. They gave 3 gifts. The Hamashiach was not a baby. That's the birth of Satan, the sun god, Apollyon. Masse, they eat his flesh after the Saturnalia. Hello. So, the sacrament of the Mass, the Catholics celebrate it today. They're still doing it. Masse is the eating of human flesh. Like throw your kids in the fire, Krampus, Kronos, Saturn. Hello. People aren't very celestially wise. They think you can go into the sky. So remember this star marker? When the wise men continued to watch the King Star, it moved to Leo, declaring Shiloh. Remember, this is called the scepter sign. You know what the scepter sign is? Nobody knows what the scepter sign is. The scepter sign is the one that crowned the Hamashiach, the high priest. Not Aaron and Levite, eye for an eye, Old Testament, tooth for a tooth. Remember, not bound by these Old Testament, but the one who holds, the one who comes back, who has the sword, the one who will crown his bride. Remember, you have to have a crown to set at the feet of Shiloh if you want to receive your inheritance to go to where Father's house is at. So if this doesn't make any sense to you, don't worry about it. It doesn't make sense to most people because they're religious idiots. And they love religion and they don't love the word, the scepter sign. Remember, it's in the scriptures. Leo, the lion, the scepter shall not, he sprang out of Judah, the scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh. That is the Hamashiach, Shiloh, the one who will crown his bride. He is the bridegroom at the wedding supper. You know anything about that? Maranatha, he said, till I return, have your loins girded in my service. Believing in me. Believe is an action word. It's a verb. It's not a noun. Faith is a noun. We're only saved by faith and faith alone, but we must put legs on faith because faith without works is dead, remember? So, never heard that before, have you? Well, maybe you have if you read Scripture, but you know how to discern Scripture? Do you have a spiritual calculator? Does it spiritually add up to you? Do you have a celestial calculator? There's a clock above your head, but most people don't know how to read that clock. They think it's 2026. Guess what? Hate to break it to you. It's not 2026. There's no God in the sky. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. God is a title, okay? Let's start with that. So, well, the New Year's doesn't start in the middle of the winter. April Fools, Mass is the eating of human flesh. Christ is a pagan term. Remember he said have extra oil? That means to be anointed in oil. You know, they don't have any definition in them. So what am I to do? Not going to try to turn a goat into a sheep or sheep into a goat. Only by self-will will they have their name blotted out of the book of life. So it's not for me to decide. That's already chosen. Remember his bride, he chose from the foundation of the world. The bride and the bridegroom. Do you have a crown? He said, I come quickly in Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your crown. Do you have a crown? Remember they put a crown of thorns on his head. He has the key to the abyss. The wide gate, that's hell. Abyss is the word hell. Hell is knowledge. Well, hell is the lack of. Hell is actually no knowledge. None. No, none. You're none. Think about that. Most people are already in hell when it comes to the word. They think there's some God in the sky. God is not in the sky. God is a title, and the Hamashiach, he didn't come from the sky. He remember he birthed Revelation 12 sign that I told you about earlier. She'd have a crown of 12 stars upon her on 9:23. Well, Father doesn't have flesh. Father is the word Hokadesh. He had the birth of flesh vessel. That's why this is so important. He birthed through the water to the amniotic fluid. We were all birthed, were we not? He had the birth of flesh vessel. Father does not exist in flesh. Father is the word Hokadesh. Father is spirit. Father is ghost. So if you think about what I was explaining to you, so when he birthed the king star and the morning star, which was Venus, not Lucifer, there's no such thing as Lucifer. There's never written in Scripture. That's not a word. So any of these people who talk about Lucifer are Satanist, the adversary. He said, don't add. And so now they're adding yods. I don't care about cosmos and orderly arrangements is what cosmos means. Look it up. So your yods for Lucifer, it's only written one time and added later when it was added, but it was not in the Old or New Testament. So stop saying that there's such thing as Lucifer. Okay, but anyways, the morning star and the king star birthed each other, and we birthed from the age of fire to the age of water. Kind of important to pay attention to these celestial markers, don't you think? They'll tell you, don't look at the stars. It's a heresy. No, you're a heresy. You're a heathen is what you are. Remember Jeremiah, be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the firmament, for the heathens are dismayed at them. I'm not trying to cause you dismay because you don't get frustrated because you think it's 2026. This Gregorian calendar is a lunar calendar. Somebody here talking about the moon. I told you, I got more moons tattooed on my body than anybody you know, anybody I know, because I pay attention. I'm celestially wise. I didn't ask for this. This was given to me in an abundance, not by my, bounty. Again, I am the only one not looking for any. It's set apart, not special. That actually has this Revelation 12 sign. If the star marker that birthed an age from fire to water happened again, you think you'd know about that? It hadn't happened in over 2,600 years. That was known as the Star of Bethlehem. Remember, David was born at Bethlehem. Christ was born in Bethlehem. Not of remember they put a crown of thorns on his head. Nothing good could come of Nazareth. Yeah, then they wouldn't have hung him from a tree. Wake up. You're not getting the teaching you're going to get anywhere else. Jim Brown, go see Jim Brown. But he's not going to give you a celestial teaching. Brother Jim Brown is not celestially wise. He has decades on me. Decamai. He can teach you the gospel. He can teach you predestination. He can do it a lot better than I can. Sure can. I don't change. Like I said, the gospel is the gospel. There's only one gospel. Add a jot, extra jot, take away a jot. That's the other gospel that Paul spoke of. So don't add or take away. That's the last thing that he said. If I cannot come through with anything, you don't hear anything I say. And you can't go back to the very last words in Scripture. And Father, through the Hamashiach, the Word became flesh. He is the Word. He said, don't add a jot. Now they're living on that jot, spinning on a ball, jot, dot, tittle, whatever you want to add. It don't make any sense to me. But anyways, they must have blew it up with some NASA helium or something. Remember NASA, the largest person of helium on this rock? And now they're spinning on it, calling themselves they live on planet Earth. So I'm just trying to make sure you understand. He said, don't add words. Now people are adding words like alien, Lucifer, Jesus. There's another one never written in Scripture. Who is Jesus? Who's this Jesus you speak of? If you can explain to me who the Hamashiach, remember, nothing good could come of Nazareth. Remember, hung him on a tree. If you don't have a crown to set at his feet, right, then you're not going to be given your inheritance. And this is all about a wedding, just so you know. It's not about a religion. So I wouldn't recommend going to any house made by hands. He said the body is a temple. So definition for planet is less about a rock and more about you being fooled. Well, it's a wandering. It's their mind. It's the mind wander. They've astray, feral. They're outside, but that's not the set apart that he said. I knew you before you were in the womb, right? I set you aside as my prophet, my teacher, like he loved Jacob and he knew him before he was in the womb and he called him, right? Israel or Israel, remember? And this is the other kind where he hated Esau, who killed his brother Nimrod, Moloch, the tree god, Moloch, or sun god, Mithra at the time of Rome, Mithra, or Jesus Christ. Birthed in the middle of the winter on December 25th, Jesus. There, if you want to use that translation, that is a translation. There was never any J's in Hebrew. I'm not fighting over letters either. Letter is the word yod. Letter, yod. An orderly arrangement of yod. Orderly arrangement is the word cosmos. So again, none of this unclean truths. We're going to help unpervert. Froward is the Hebrew word to pervert or to warp or twist or wander, if you will. Well, divide or separate or wander or, imposter, wander, imposter. See, there you go. So who lives on planet Earth? So put a 1 in the chat if you still live on a planet so we can kick you out of here. We won't condemn you. Father will condemn you. You come back when you don't live on a planet. If you do, we'll ask you the same question. If you live on a planet, you're not allowed here. No planets here. Go back to your planet of the Borgs or the Cylon Raiders. I am a Cylon Raider, and you may not escape. Remember, he's talking to the fan. Did you talk to the fan? Do that. I am a Cylon Raider. Anybody ever talking to the fan? Sound like a droid or a bot or something with your Cylon Raider Jesus. Oh, it's a Road Raider. Rogue. All those definitions have nothing to do with the rock at all. I know, isn't that funny? Well, think about it, connection. They don't make the connection. And they probably think people come in here, why does this guy keep saying this? I come in here and I see him and he's always talking about this same thing because they're not making. Mr. Warp Speed's about ready to release aliens. You know what I'm saying? Did you talk to the fan? Okay. We did this kid. That was like our, whatever. It was like our future tense, It was like our Borg cyborg, like Cylon Raiders, Universal Studios, Cylon Raiders. All right. I think it was a movie or something like that. But you'll have to excuse me. Right. Because of lack of knowledge. It's not hard, and they're in hell. Thinking that they're going to die and go to hell when they don't realize that empty space in their cranium, their noggin, their head is lacking hell, lack of knowledge. Right over their head. So it's okay. Remember, you're not going to change anybody. He is the Word. If they love the Word, they'll fall in love with the Word. If they love the world, then they'll fall in love with the world. Luke, I am your father. Thank you. All right. Not you. Appreciate it. There we go. We needed a laugh, you know. We've all been in hell. We've all were there. When we're young, we come from a different time, right? We live in the age of innocence. We live in the age of unaccountability because we have in that age of accountability hasn't turned on. We don't realize what we're sinning, but then, boy, that age of accountability comes on, and then it starts. Then it starts. Then the old walk of accountability starts. Think about that. That's what people don't understand about how this works. With Father's inside of us. He's not in the sky. He's watching everything we do. They try to get inside of us because Father, they know the elite and the, whatever, the Masons, the people who have all the money and all the precious metals. We'll say that, or most of the precious metals. They know that. They know that Father is, that's why they're trying to get you the warp speed jab they want inside you. They know Father's inside you. They know that. But they do their sky daddy worship because they want to trick the masses. They do that. It says that, remember, he will be able to deceive, change times, right? Deceive the deceiver, Satan, the adversary, like the planet Wanderer and the deceiver. They live on a planette, right? Yeah, but they don't know that. They think they're spinning on a ball. They're in another camp, ball camp or band camp, whatever flute they're. Remember, shape doesn't matter. We're talking about the Word. Father is the Word. Logos, the Word. He is Hokadesh, Spirit. Father spoke all of this into existence, correct? Not God's in the sky. Where does it say he came from the sky? Father created the stars. Where does it say he came from the stars? It doesn't say that. So don't listen to anybody who says that Father came from the stars. The Hokadesh, right, became flesh, right? The Spirit, the Word became flesh. That is the Messiah. He didn't have breasts. So I don't get where people are into that, but most guys, they're super infatuated with round things, tires, and they treat their women's upper body like wheels. The ones ones are too small. They went and got bigger ones. That's the way they do it. They upgrade or whatever it is. They need bigger, rounder, or whatever. They like round things. So that must be why they're infatuated with their booby Jesus. That's what we call them in here. If you never heard the booby Jesus, their Jesus has boobies. He was born in a manger in the middle of the winter. They have a ritual every year. They do it at Samhain, All Hallows Eve, and then they do their week 7, like to be matured. They do their whole, make sure he's nice and marinated for a whole week. They marinate a man with beast. It was a bestiality Jesus ritual. But yeah, your Jesus has mange because they have sex in a manger with beast, man, and woman. It's an orgy. It was outlawed in this country. They would find you and throw you in jail. The whole country was founded on this same ritual. Well, fleeing this because they didn't want to be impaled on a stake by the member of the Catholic Church is the Mass A. They have Mass every Sunday. Coming up in a couple of days, they'll have this same eat my body, drink my blood. That's vampism and cannibalism. That is Satanism, Catholicism, cannibalism, eat my body, vampism, drink my blood, same thing. So it was outlawed. They came over here, remember that they would impale you on a stake. They would take you, and if you were with child, they would unzip you and pop your child's head in the ground like a grape. They were savages. This is the Catholic Church. They have a Mass every Sunday if you'd like to go there and have eat the body. Horcus corpus, hocus pocus. There magically turns this cracker into the body of Christ. Well, Christ's a pagan term, but we'll use that translation. It means, the literal definition means to anointed. And, he was the one who was anointed. Remember, in blood, obviously, but in oil, but he said have extra oil. But anyways, they're crackers and grape juice. They're eat my body. The body is the church, and that it's a spiritual body. not physical. There's no eat my. That's not what he meant by drink my blood. This is my blood. That's vampism. Drinking the blood. That's the Old Testament. Having sacrifice of blood. But we don't eat flesh. That's the word masse. So if you ever heard the term Christ Mass, that's the eating of the sun god Satan, or Jesus Christ. You can call him whatever you want. I already told you there's no J's in Hebrew or Greek, so there is no Jesus. So if you're offended by that, you can leave. See you later. Goodbye. It's not for me to turn goats into sheeps or jeeps. I just came up with that. Jeeps. Whatever. Why dodge it when you can ram it? So Father is the ram. He's the sheep, not jeep, you silly rabbits. Tricks of our kids. So, all right. We got the tortoise and the hare going in here now. Careful. But, they got their 13-month calendar, right? Huh? Well, the New Year's doesn't start in the middle of the winter, I'll tell you that much. 12 months. Like 12, never mind. Calendar years, calendar months. Okay, never mind. We'll move on with our hocus corpus or hocus pocus, right? There's no magic. There's no such thing as magic. No such thing as free will. No such thing as luck. No such thing as aliens. No free will. Self-will, but no free will. Father's will, that's the word agape. Pornea is your wife's rack. Remember? Or the world. You like Android, or you like Apple or iPhone, or I don't know which bite you're taking out of it, whatever. Ford or Chevy. Remember, if you can't dodge it, ram it. Jeep. That's just the things of the world. Dirt. All of those things came from the dirt. Father doesn't want us to love the dirt. He wants us to love the Word. Father is the Word. The Word became flesh. That is Shiloh, the one who will inherit his bride. Remember? Well, they'll receive their inheritance. That is your inheritance. That's what you receive. He takes you to where Father's house is at. Remember, he's preparing a place. It's been over 2,600 years. He's not done preparing yet. Imagine that. So, are you preparing? He said, be wise. If you're out on the lamb, you better escape the goat. Well, if you're getting tired of the donkey and the elephant, you better stock up on the lamb. That's all I know. How about that? See, hold on. See how my fire doing here. I'm tired of this donkey and elephant circus show. David declared him the Lamb of God. That's all I know. Father said, remember the ram. So, yep. We're not turning goats into sheep in here. Don't worry about it. We're not going to try to change you. There's no hocus corpus magic. We're going to turn the watch. Gee, Rocky, watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. Get it, Rocky? Like Rocky and Bullwinkle? Oh. So. Good stuff, guys. Thank you. Hold on. Here, I'm going to go get my juice. I want to have some more of that. Oh, man. That's good stuff. Oh, my light burn out? All right, hold on, guys. We'll have to go get my other light. Go outside. It's cold. Yeah, this is super good, man. Super good. Probably because there's a bunch of sugar in it. Oh, well. Hey, it's better than get all that other crap, Ocean Spray or whatever. Disgusting. Terrible. there, but that's all right. I'll be up before the sun comes up. Uh-oh. That one didn't take a charge? Why not? Oh, man. All right, well, whatever. It is what it is. Huh. Sometimes they don't take a charge if you don't have them in the right position. Oh, well. I've had these for a while. I should probably buy some new solar lights. Maybe we can use that light. There we go. We'll use my other light. We can recharge that one. We'll use that one. No, don't drop it. We'll use my headlamp. We're using a good headlamp. I bought a good headlamp. This one doesn't, you don't have to take the battery out of this one. And this one, you don't turn up like that one. This one has the switch. So that's the brightest. And then it remembers where it was at last. It's a smart. It's smart. Whatever you had setting that had it at last, it will put on there. So, all right, there we go. Mucho better. So, okay, look, this is the other flavor that I really like that's really tough to find. It's cranberry blood orange. You ever have this one? By Langer's. Cranberry blood orange. This is outside, and this is going to be flipping ice cold. I can't believe it's not frozen. It might freeze if I open it up. So, yeah, you have to have a good headlamp out here where I live. I live off the grid, so I have no light out here. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get on the grid. If anybody wants to help ministry get on the grid, we're taking any contributions. Got CashApp and PayPal. So we've got a donation that came in. We're 1% on the way there. So we're going to crack that. We just cracked that bad boy open. So if you want to donate, if you've been a part of this ministry, you know I don't have anything to spend it on anything else. Oh, man. That's a good one, too. That other one's super good, though. I really like it. I'm going to have to look for that. I've never seen it before. So, but this one's super good. Langer's. This is a lot better than most juices. It does, I mean, it's not perfect, but yeah, don't worry about it. Don't give to this ministry unless you have abundance, period. Don't want anybody to put in, help yourself, help someone in your area. Father will provide. I'm just putting it out there. So, so appreciate it. I already told you what I'm buying. I'm buying a building to put here so we can have a freeze dryer so we can send out food. I already have the land paid off. I'm going to pay for the electric. I'm going to pay for the sewer. I'm going to pay for the inspections. I'm going to pay for the, that's okay. I like I said, thank you. Appreciate it. If anybody's watching the restream, please, no obligations to be a part of the ministry. It's just, we want to see the ministry. I would personally, and if you want, be a part of it, you can help it grow. And it's all available to the people. Again, as I've said, if you're part of this ministry, and as long as the web's up and I don't get too out of hand with talking here or whatever, the stream stays up and you have been a part of this ministry, you're welcome to come out here. You're welcome to come out here and enjoy this property, enjoy this area. Come out here for, unlimited. I don't care how long you stay. We don't have to put you might like it. You might be one of these people who come out here and want to stay. Yeah, I like that place, honey. Let's go. Let's do this underground garden. I'd really like to get this geothermal garden up and going, up and running, and producing food year round out here. I can't grow what I can grow in Ecuador, obviously, but I get you to grow some vegetables out here. And if I got a freeze dryer, I've had, 4 or 5 freeze dryers in my day. So I know how they work. I know how to create abundance. I'd love to send food to the ministry. I don't know about you, but I'm a food person. I'm food motivated. Food is everything to me. Well, besides the word, I mean, 3 meals a day to eat, stay alive. Some people are here just to eat. There's food. I'm a foodie. So I'm a foodie. It is what it is. So food is important. Life could suck and having a hard time, but at least having good food is something, and I've gone without, obviously. I've been thrown in a cage and had to eat jail food. I mean, I've done, I've been malnourished in life and been, but it's not everything, but I like to have, like I said, a way to a man's heart is through his belly. So I know this because, my family's owned restaurants and whatnot like that. So, but anyways, food is something. It was a tithe. That's what tithing used to be, was with food. That's like the Feast of Unleavened Bread. They left, they were on their 40. They were traveling. Remember, they didn't have a place. How long were they in the desert? So they didn't set up. They had tabernacles, and they would not be able to put leaven in the bread, and so they would leave. That's where you're. Anyways, they would tithe food. They would leave food behind where the next people, because the exodus out of Israel was not all at one time. Okay, so, but it was 40 years. Remember, 1 year for every day they did not go into the wilderness and scout out the Anunnaki, the giants, not Bigfoot, giants. There's no such thing as Bigfoot, no such thing as aliens. Giants are real. Angels that are fallen, and angelos is the word messenger. So stop thinking angels come from the sky. All right, now that we got that straight. So, Sky Daddy Jesus. So, hey, the greatest weapon of fathers of all is the sun. 1,000,000 gazillion candlewatt power. So, you can grow inside or you can grow outside. Grow a garden this year. Grow a hydroponic garden inside. Learn how to grow something. Grow in a bucket, 5-gallon bucket. Grow a tomato. Grow some herbs on your windowsill. But don't not grow nothing. Sit there and do nothing. Just be entertained. What is this, Rome giving up bread and circus? They'll never... yeah. They'll never stand up or say they'll use the Fifth Amendment. They'll go down as the silent majority. So, hey, I'm just trying to keep it straight in here. It's very important that you start making your supply chain, and not be on this system that's just offering you poison. There's literally, I could grow way better juice than that. Even that juice that's got poison in it that I just drank. I'm not perfect, guys. So, I'm not claiming that I'm, some kind of perfect saint or anything. Saint is a servant, but I try not to put that crap in my body like I used to. I used to really just eat anything and everything and didn't care and didn't, and I'm paying for it in some ways, I'm paying for it, but I'm still healthy enough. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, it's so crazy, Sabrina, that there's enough food on this rock right now that no child, let alone an adult, should go hungry. You know what I'm saying? No child should ever go hungry. There's plenty of resources for all of us. But yet, 8 to 10, 12 families own 50% of the world's wealth. Father creates this evil. It's in the book of Isaiah 45:7. So, Father creates evil, calamity, and chaos. Thank you, Father, for creating evil. Thank you for creating all things. We're not supposed to just thank him when things are good. We're supposed to thank him when things are horrible and terrible too. We are supposed to give him thanks. Thanks, Father. You must be doing something in my life. You're doing this with purpose, nothing without purpose. Nothing that thou cause, no free will, no luck. Nope, that's no free will. Father's will or idolatry is the Greek word porneia or idolatria. So there's self-will, but no free will. So thank you, Father. We have to, remember why we're here. So we need to try to, the body is a temple, and we need to remember that we need to be a good steward of our flesh and a good steward of our time. And most importantly of all, a good steward of the word. Walk and follow in his commandments. He said, if you love me, you'll be carrying your cross daily. Take up your cross daily. Deny yourself daily. Idolatry. Seeing I just said that latria is to serve, and it who is your eyes, don't serve your eyeballs. So you're supposed to put up stores. You're supposed to have something for your, your kids' kids. So be a wise virgin and have extra oil. Don't be a foolish virgin. You fornicate with the world, you'd be doing your big city lights. You'd be going through the Starbucks or the Piggly Wiggly or whatever drive-through. You'd be dependent on the system. Father hates the system. Christ stood up against the system. They made their own big boy system. Learn the scriptures. Learn your scriptural record. Don't listen to his story. His story's in a book. He only gets, the victor gets the spoils. You got to do a lot more study. You need to understand cultures, customs, maps, a lot more than just studying the word if you truly want to understand. But I know that back through scriptural record, they made up their own law. They made up their own halakha is what it was called, their own Talmud, their own Mishnah, their own Targum. Halakha was an oral law. They perverted the law. Remember, it'd been over 40 plus years they wanted a place to study. He gave them the synagogues and the rabbis, which became the Pharisees at the time of the Hamashiach, the Messiah. So, understand this is, or will overstand. Don't understand me. Overstand. But this is something, again, you go back through scripture when the Hamashiach made this covenant with his bride. This is over 2,600 years ago, brothers and sisters. We're not talking about something that was just yesterday. This covenant was made quite a long time ago. And so he's going to hold you accountable, to the day and the age that you live in. Remember, like I said, back in the Old Testament, Torah, Old Testament, that applied to two houses, Aaron and Levite. Didn't apply to the Gentiles. Under this covenant, he has, remember, a house. It's a house of many mansions, right? He's going to prepare for all flesh, but not everybody. Not everybody. That's blasphemy. He only loves his bride, and he's gonna prepare that place for his bride, and he knows who that bride is because that bride is doing what he makes them do. That he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts, the heart is continuously filled with wickedness, is what the scripture tells us, to seek after me. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of us would. So he makes us do this. That's the beautiful thing about understanding. Once you come to this knowledge of the scriptures, of predestination, of the understanding, it doesn't mean you get to do what you want. There is no free will, it's self-will. Everything has a price. There's a cost. There's a cost. It's agape is Father's will. That is to walk and follow in his commandments, and he commands you to carry your cross daily, deny yourself daily, and follow after him daily. So we will do what Father makes us do. Well, how do I do that? Well, you'll know, because you'll be listening to Father. You won't listen to the world. You won't care what the world says. He said, come out of my people. Remember, they made their own law, their halakha and their haggadah, their own perversion of the law. That's what we do in this day. How about this? Used to be a constitutional republic. Father's going to hold you accountable for this. So, if you're an American citizen, this used to be a constitutional republic. Now it's corporation, just like it used to be the Torah, but then they made up their Talmud or their Targum. and it's perversion, and he stood up to that. That's why he sent his son, because they had perverted his law. And now they've done the same thing here in America, and nobody stands up to it. Well, your gut, it would be your instinct. You don't have a conscience, Dan. There's no such thing as conscience. It's called Hokadesh. Hokadesh, your spirit. Yes, and you should listen to that. You should, because it's strong, especially if you learn how to use it properly. And it's normally not incorrect, especially in the moment type of things, because there's a voice inside your head. There's no such thing as conscious. Let me give it to you this way. Dan, when you're young and you're a child and you were there, you know, there's a little ball in somebody's yard. As a little child, you go over there and pick up the ball, and you know what I'm saying, and not know that's you're not taking anything from it. You see a ball like a child, you're innocent, you pick it up, like, oh no, Dan, put the ball back, Dan. Oh, look cute, honey. Tell her to put the ball back. No, Dan, that's not your ball. That's little Joey's ball over here, you know. And Dan doesn't know. Dan's just a little, you know, you're not even at the age of accountability. Okay. Right. But then there's one point, Dan, where you walk up one day and you take that ball, and there's a voice inside your head that turns on, that tells you, correction, don't take it, don't touch that ball. If you do, or even if before you do and you don't listen to it and you get your hands on it, it's going to tell you the consequences of your actions, isn't it? That's Father inside you, just so you know. Hokadesh, Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit. He's always been inside you. He's not in the sky. He's with you. Where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape, there I'll be. The promise, he'll never leave you, no matter where you're at. No matter where you go on this rock, he is always with you. That's why you can give him praise and thanks and edification daily. Go to a dark place in secret. That's the best place to have a conversation. How about going in the middle of the woods where you don't hear no big city lights and sirens? And yeah, exactly. And pray means to have face-to-face time. To pray, not fold hands and pray like the heathens and have long, repetitive prayers. Father knows exactly what you want. Self-will, not free will. I don't care which decision you make. He's going to give you options, but it's not his will. He knows which decision you're going to make, even if that's called self-will. Okay? Now, that's right. That's exactly why. And all glory to Shiloh. This doesn't have anything to do with me. You'll be standing there with Shiloh and Father alone, not if you have a wife or, you know, that's it. You know what I'm saying? We give all thanks and all glory to him. He's the creator. He creates everything not written. Even if it hasn't been written yet, he pushes the man's hand, the one man. So all glory to Shiloh. You know, that's why I just go over the same things, no matter what. It's in the definition. So thank you, Father, for sending Dan here. You know, thank you for being a part of the ministry. This ministry it's not vain. Remember, pray not like the heathens I pray to Father daily. I pray to Shiloh. I pray to the Messiah. I pray to the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost. I throughout the day, I have a conversation. When I was young in spirit, at the end of the day, I used to have more conversation. You know what I'm saying? I used to have more of a conversation with Father at the end of the day. Prayer. You know what I'm saying? I talk with him from the moment I get up. Oh, Father, here we are again. Thank you for a day, for more struggle. Thank you, Father, for the struggle. This is, I don't know how I can do this, Father. I'm not ready for this, you know, but I know you're going to give me the strength to get up and do this, and whatever it is, here I am. And I give thanks. You know, I don't want to do this today, Father. Okay, but I will, and I'll get up and spend another day. Some days are better than others, but I talk with Father and I have a relationship so that when I pass, you know what I'm saying? And I go back to who I am, and we'll go back to the voice inside your head, you know what I'm saying? Then he knows who I am. I'm not just calling at him, but, oh, please, oh my God, no, God, please don't make that happen to me. That's not who I am. You know what I'm saying? That's not who I am. I know things are going to happen in my life. They're going to be horrible. And I give him thanks. And I'm not perfect, but when it happens, I prepare for both good and bad in my life. That's how it's calculated. It's preparedness. I don't make plans. Father will wreck them. Father will go ahead. You want to see, go ahead and play some plans. I guarantee you, Father will crush them down like a thing of bowling pins. So I don't make plans. I just prepare. In my life, I have structure. I have the ministry, but I prepare. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best, right? Know that Father's got it in, and then whenever it's bad, oh, well, this is what you want. This is what you want for me. You're doing this in my life. It's like my son. I know where he's at. I don't, but I have to just be settled. This is where Father wants him. And if he's gone, he's not suffering right now. He's actually, waiting and not, and what a beautiful thing to be in. Elijah is a beautiful spirit, no matter what. I love his spirit. I love Father more, and he knows that. I'm just his dad, but I miss him a lot. But I know that Father his will be done, and there's nothing I can do, and I have to be settled, and everything that ever will be. So it hasn't happened yet. Father creates everything that ever will be. So there's nothing there's no reason to get and ruin the rest of my life because I'm made some mistakes along the way with this decision to stand up to the beast and try to help my son. And there's just decisions that could have been different, but I can't go back and I don't want to change them. And in the moment, I know where I was at. So I don't turn from my, like I said, Father has me right. Even when I went to jail, I was trying to, oh, you're not going to go to jail, Pastor. Well, I can't get my attorney to call my son or my daughter or get any witnesses or any evidence. It's not looking very good. So I'm going to prepare to go, and no. Okay, well, whatever. Stop candy coating it. And then I ended up having to go, right? Well, when I was there, I told everybody, well, Father, don't make no mistakes. This is right where he wants me. This is right where he has me. It's like I wanted to get out of the country, go to Ecuador, and now I can't. So what? This is right where Father wants me. It's not the end of the world. I don't think the world is anytime soon. Like I said, I'm not one of these people who does this. The end of the world could be any time in the next 2,000 years. How about that? How about that for the end of the world? In this age, I guarantee you, being the age of Aquarius, and we've made it to that age. We are in the book of Revelation, so I know we've made it to the scriptures of those yods, jots, and tittles. I know that I've seen these celestial markers that are spoken of in that scripture that he gave to John. I've seen, the Revelation 12 sign enough to mark my body with it, and the Revelation 13 sign, the great red dragon, right? These celestial markers are marked on my body, not for no reason. It's so that I know, that I remind myself that I don't care if I'm the only one on this rock that has these markers, that I know I was a witness, and that I know that I've declared, and I know that I'm the attention. I'm not the only one. Look, why is the Revelation 12 sign on the US debt calculator right now? Why? I already told you why. I already decoded it for you. It's simple. Go back to the ways of old. Go back to the ways of old. Rediscovered. Lost has now been found, rediscovered, renew, reuse, repurpose. It's all there. It's all written. It's simple. That they didn't even put any, that they left out all the good part that's coming. Your blue book. Operation Blue Book. Hey, Mr. Warp Speed just said it. He already came out. They played their, I don't know, that's like the ace in the hole card. I can't believe they're going to play it that way, but that's all right. We'll see. They came out and said it. So not in the fashion that I thought that they would do it, but that's a pretty soft reveal right there. By the POTUS, POTUS Blind 11, Mr. Warp Speed. I don't know if you've seen I think it's a tweet or twit or whatever they call those things. They on X or whatever they call them, and sent out something at real Mr. Warp Speed to release the files, release the files, PDF files. Yeah, but anyways, that's nothing to laugh at. But whatever, the releasing files, that's so stupid right now, of all things, obviously. So watch with the vigilant eye, because I already covered what's going to happen here shortly. If it doesn't happen from the sun, they could do it. It could be nefarious. They have a whole screen set up. They're going to use all their, technology, tech that we've had for thousands of years that's been restrained and held back from you so that you can spin on a ball and do the warp speed, 1,040 miles an hour. So, yeah, did you see that? So now there we go. Now you've had two, one prior pretended 44, Mr. Vomit, say something, and then he made his comment about being whatever, top secret or classified or whatever you call it, classified. I like the emails, the Billary emails, but here we are, guys. They're about ready to do it. So hope you're prepared for this day when this comes. That's why I want to get on the grid. That's why I'm hoping I can do this soon. I don't want to be yanked around and be, and I'll go wherever Father wants me. But, like I said, I'm going to at least try. Like I said, die trying, whatever. I'm not going to die, I'm just saying, or, my day of death's already written. But oh, that's good stuff. Outstanding. So this is what I'm recommending right now. Cover yourself, like Paul said, with the armor of Father. Stay in your lane. Don't try to turn goats into sheep. If you're a service to other being, it's really hard. Look at me. Look what I'm doing right now. I could totally be doing so many different things right now. I'd be taking the same money and putting it into a double cab Tacoma so I get the flock out of Dodge. But I'm going to use the 96 4Runner right now. And I don't care if it has 300,000 miles on it. It's going to have to get me there wherever I need to go, because I'm not fighting anybody for anything. But the best thing you could do is get yourself prepared and get away from the chaos. Don't be fighting people for the last box, bag, or can flavored food, poison, whatever you want to call it. Fighting people for the last roll of toilet paper. Get away from chaos. You need a Toyota. You need a Toyota. You don't need any other vehicle, but I don't care. I've already done this on this channel for years and years. I've spit this over and over and over and over. There's nothing like a Toyota. Nothing goes where a Toyota will go. Nothing. And it doesn't have to be that expensive. Mine's a $3,500 Toyota. It's a 96, the first year of that, but it will go where no Jeep will go, no Ford Ranger, no, I don't care what it is. Nothing goes where a Toyota goes. Toyotas pull out big old vehicles and big, it's just, like I said, you get yourself a first generation, second generation, third generation pickup, Toyota, Tacoma, 4Runner, any one of those. All of those will work just fine. And there's plenty of them out there. The markets is come down. They were up really high for a while, right? And they're still a good market in them, but they're worth every penny. There's a lot of people who have actually said, hey, honey, to hell with getting that $150,000 vehicle. Let's get that cool 4Runner for 20, or 10, and we'll put another 10 in it. We'll make it like factory. And they got a $20,000 4Runner. That's cherry looking, beautiful 4Runner, and they don't buy the $150,000 pickup. And they own the damn thing. They got the title to it. Maybe they got a little more in it, they made it the way they wanted it, or maybe they did buy something a little newer, like a double cab. But nothing's going to go anywhere where a Toyota is going to go. And you need that. You need to get, sometimes it might be the difference of just getting off the road and they drive by you and now you don't have to fight with somebody. He said you must endure to the end. He didn't say fight with everybody. Vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. He said don't fight anybody if you don't have to. Protect yourself if you need to. You can protect yourself, but do not seek vengeance. So you need to get out of the way of chaos. So I have taught this over and over again. So it would be nice to have a reliable vehicle like that. Well, I will just wait, and the Father will provide. I will get this done, this ministry, and then I'll focus maybe on that. We'll see. The ministry is more important to me. It is. I don't care. It's something I probably should have done a long time ago. Went on the road. So what? Now I have to focus on the ministry. So I have a vehicle out there that's perfectly capable of going anywhere where pretty much like I don't have the tires at this point in time, but whatever. I'm not going to let that be my deciding factor at this point in time. It's just because I don't have a great set of tires, but it will go. It will get me off the road and out of the way and out of sight, out of mind. I'm not trying to get away from satellites. I'm not trying to get away from the eye in the sky. I'm trying to get away from people who are unprepared. That at that time, you know what I'm saying? If not, I'm holding down the fort where I'm at and I'm doing this. And I'm going to act like the world's going to come to the end tomorrow. And I'm act like the world's not going to ever come to an end. That's how I live my life. So, does that make sense? That's how I live. Like I could die tomorrow and like I might not die for another 50 years. The world could end tomorrow and the world might not end ever in my lifetime. I prepare for both. Hope for the best and prepare for the worst. And that way I have some happy medium in life. I'm not scared of anything happening. It's like, okay, well, it could happen, but I have a plan for that. I might not have the best plan for that, like some people are all out plan, but I've got a pretty good, I try to, like I said, I try to be a jack of all trades. Be prepared for a lot of things, not a thing, a lot of things could happen. I got a little bit of preparedness for all of them, so, hey, a $250,000 storm shelter to $500,000 storm shelter is not a bad job for a man that has no Social Security, no disability, no income, no retirement, and not a dime to my name coming in. So that took, a substantial amount of years to accomplish. It's still not done, but it's close. I'm going to try to get it done this spring. I really am. Well, it's got to be done this spring. It's got to be. 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 It's why I've got it all peeled back so I can put the spine back on that. And I've got not plans. I'm preparing. So you've got to have a place to get below the ground if you want to survive the coming sun. The sun, not the government. F the government. I don't care about the government. I don't care about the government. The sun and ill-prepared people, out of sight, out of mind. I'm not trying to go so far under the ground where I'm, that's not what I have. That's not at all what I have. Out of sight, out of mind. Trying to, just, I don't think there'll be hardly even any movement at that point in time. I think the captain will put on the fasten seatbelt sign and he won't be free to move about the cabin anymore. So, there you go from the magnetosphere. When we get 500 mile an hour of sun, when our magnetosphere drops and fails, you know what I'm saying? In the hail like VW bugs. Exactly. Thank you. I'm not doing it to my day of death's already written. You got to die trying. You got to die trying. You've got to at least try. That's what keeps me going. He said, you got to endure to the end if you want to be saved. You got to endure. You're going to have to go through a lot of hell before you get to heaven. You're going to have to go through a lot of hell. Narrow is the way. If you want to be with me, I'm going to put you through fiery trials. I'm going to put you through a lot, and I will bring you, I will call you through the darkness. I will bring you to my light. So nothing's going to hit me. Nothing's going to get me. Nothing's going to do anything to me. And I don't remember. I got hit in the face with a grenade. And I'm still standing here today. And how, I don't know. Father is my witness. How the heck do you get hit in the face with a concussion grenade and not have well, I know I had a concussion. So, but Father, because he's not done with me. He is not done with me. I have to remind myself of that every day. Father, what in the hell are you doing with me? I am tired and I am lonely and I am, I'm awake, but what is it that I'm here. Tell me what to do. He's always just said, just keep sharing the gospel. That's it. Just share the gospel. Don't ever stop sharing the gospel. I don't just share the gospel. He said, I'm going to keep putting you through. You ain't even seen what I'm going to put you through. Don't ask. You don't want to know. So it is what it is. I already told you that. I know my life is like that. So I don't mean to go there, but when my life gets easy, it gets me really worried. When I get kind of coasting and like, oh, this is starting to feel good, I know things are about to get really rough. It's a cycle in my life. I don't try to stop it. I don't. And I don't care that it happens. I don't try to prevent it from happening because it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Father does what he wants in my life. It's just something that's always been this way. That's why probably my son never wants to talk to me ever again. I'm bad to face that. It's hell being in my life. Well, ask my son if you ever know where my son's at. If anybody ever talks to him, ask him what it was like being around me for, 25 years. He tell you some stories that you wouldn't even believe, things that your mind didn't even wrap your brain around, things that aren't even possible. I've seen the impossible in my life many times. I know there's a creator. I have walked in the shadow of the valley of death over and over again, and he has brought me through, and he heals me every day. Sometimes I have to feel like, I can't even take the world. and I have to turn my cheek 490 times, sometimes in one day, but that's what he's there for. And that's the beautiful thing about salvation, is that we must endure. And he makes us do that, and we'll be okay, because what does not take our life it hardens us, not in a sense, hopefully in the heart, but makes us stronger. And it makes us more, wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. Wherefore I say unto you, put on the whole armor. So he makes us battle hardened when we let him fight all our battles for us. So it's a beautiful thing. I'm glad that Father gave me this and gave me this ministry, and gives me this ability to fellowship with brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way, because this life it's not for me. I don't know what people want in this life. I want self-sustainability. I want company. I want some, I don't want to say normality, but I want I want to, I want to share, praise with people, and that love these truths like I love the truth. And I know that I'm not a perfect person, but I can't do that in the physical, so I get to do it here. This is more important, like I said, to me. This fellowship is, I lack that. I can go months and months without talking to anybody, only talking to Father. It can go a long time. I've got, long time. We'll just put it at that. Long time without having any contact with anybody. Just shut society off, and because I don't need anything. I have everything here I need. If I shut the gate and I could stay here for 10 years, I have everything I need here. I'm fine. There's everything I need here. So what I don't have, I can create right now. The only thing I probably lack is water, and I can dig. I'm already 28 feet down. I'm figure it out. It's like, it's like a jackhammer. I can't tell. I don't know even what the hell I ran into when I finally got down as far as I got down. It is unbelievable. Hopefully it's just a small patch. I don't think so. I think but whatever. I'm that way. I like I said, I stay at things. It took me 4 years to dig the hole to put the shelter in. So that's a lot of years of digging. That's a lot of dirt. I can tell you, it's 50 feet, 20, that's like 25 feet down, from where I'm sitting right now. Well, no, probably because I'm up off the ground in the cabin. So almost 30 feet down from where I'm sitting right now. That's a pretty good, like I said, and I didn't dig all that way down. I dug the hole to put the shelter, and I'm going to backfill all that area back there. But that, 50 foot by 12 foot, that's tremendous amount of dirt. Like I said, I had to do it all by hand. I didn't have and have a backhoe, or didn't have anybody, like I said, helping me. And I tried to get some help, but I just could never find anybody to help me. So But I'm glad that I did it, because it gave me a sense of accomplishment once I did it, and it's there now. And when I look back at all the work that's put in it, it makes it feel, that a man can do anything that he puts his mind to. If you pace yourself, and you don't, I spent a lot of times with Father alone in that hole, digging in pain and dirty and dusty, and knowing that, kind of like a Noah thing, spending time thinking of Noah a lot, spent a lot of time thinking of Noah. I spent years thinking of Noah, thinking about how he just kept going, and he didn't listen to the world, and he didn't care what the world had said, and they were scoffing at the old man and telling him he was crazy, for building that ark. And that says, well, no, Father, he said, just build your ark, build the ark. This is in the time of Noah, it was water. This time I'm going to bring the fire. And so if you're going to survive this fire, I need you to build this ark. I need you to have a place to protect myself, my word. I'm inside you. My word, protect my word. So that's why I have this library. I have these books that when the time comes, they'll be stored in the ark, and that's where they'll sit. And we'll see. Will they be dug up thousands of years from now? I hope so. Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing, to leave something for people thousands of years in the future? People did it for me. So I remember what I told you about this ministry, about trying to leave not just the ministry, but this archive that's here is on this property. It's what's so beautiful about this property. Well, I could never sell the property. You know what I'm saying? Even I wanted, never get the price out of it that I put into it, and it's not mine, it's the ministry's, but you know what I'm saying? And then that's there to serve for thousands of years in the future. Who knows when we come back? We come and go out of this meat suit, brothers, sisters. We don't come back in this next time around in our meat suit. Christ, the Hamashiach, remember, he said, I'm going to go to where my Father's house is at. He took the flesh to be with Father. He's seated at the right hand of Father. So there is no flesh. That's why it's so important that you understand that he took that flesh to be with Father, that fulfilled the flesh. So all the laws of flesh have been fulfilled to include flesh. Father doesn't have flesh. Father had a birthday flesh vessel. He said he would go to where his Father's house. That's inside you, by the way. It's not like it's somewhere in the sky, okay? Because that's Hokadesh, like we were saying earlier, Dan, about having the age of accountability. That is spirit, Holy Ghost inside of you, not conscience, your gut, your instinct, that voice inside your head. So that's where you go. That's where he's inside you, and that's where you get to be with Father. That's why you need to have a relationship with him, because that's where you're going. That's where you're headed. That voice inside your head, that's where you're going. That's heaven. In case you ain't figured that out yet. I don't have all the secrets to the universe, right? Universe, like Unicorn 369. No, that's the beautiful thing, is that he has prepared that place, and he's with you right now. And that when we go to be with him, that is spirit. That's what's inside you, not the flesh. It's what's inside you. It is that spirit. So that is the house. The house is the Hokadesh, the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost. There you go. That's what I'm saying. Have a relationship with him. Have a relationship with Father. He's right there with you. It's a beautiful thing. He laughs at me a lot. He does. I argue with him, but he doesn't argue back with me. He doesn't. He doesn't argue with me. I argue with him a lot and yell at him and gripe at him and cuss him, but he just talks back to me. He does. It's the beautiful thing about it. You know what I'm saying? There's no, it's one. Wow. Yep. Poison. That's what I'm saying. We just poison ourselves. So isn't that a beautiful thing, though? That we have going here, that he gave us, though, Dan. That, because we used to have a perfect sacrifice. Remember, of a lamb. We had to have that. All that. This had to be done by the high priest, Levite, Levitical high priest of Aaron, Levite, right? You know, he only visited us one day a year, one day a year. If you were a Gentile, you did none of this didn't apply to you. This is only applied to the Jews. Now he's with us every day. He never leaves us. We only got to be with him one day. Look how beautiful this covenant that he made with us. And I don't think people even understand that. They try to go find him in a church. They try to go find him in a temple. They try to go find him in a synagogue. They go try to find him, and he's right there inside of him. All you have to do is study the word, study the gospel. He is the gospel. The word became flesh. Holkadesh, Ruach, without, remember Paul said, the inner man that cannot sin, Christ in you. You know, this is beautiful. I don't know why people haven't, that is why he is such a threat. And the gospel was such a threat to the church at the time, or the synagogues back then, because he was saying the body is a temple. Come out of her, my people. Be in the world, but be not of it, right? Stay in the word. Father is the word. And that didn't, right? As is above, so is below. You don't need this temple. The most high, right? The Most High does not dwell in temples made by what? Hands. The body is a temple. They don't like that. That doesn't fill up church pews and doesn't fill up, put money in baskets. And so I know that a lot of people make donations to a lot of fake churches out there every weekend, and that's fine. Like I said, this church that I love about this church that we have here is it's an online ministry. It truly is the 144,000, the black, white, brown, red, yellow, Jew, Gentile, man, woman. It's all flesh. It's all flesh. I don't like the idea, it's okay at these little churches, but they're the synagogues of Satan. He doesn't dwell in those temples. He's here with us now. He dwells within the word. The word is with us, right? Where there are two or three gathered in my word, in my Shem, in my name, in my Agape, there I will be. So that's the beautiful thing about this ministry. And that's why I think this is amazing, because this ministry, the word has touched all continents. It does, whether they're here spending their time with us or not. It didn't fall on deaf ears. Everybody from every continent has been able to hear the gospel through this ministry. This is the biggest abundance. This is far superior to anything that I ever thought. I knew this was coming. You know what I'm saying? I knew this was coming in a sense. I always talked to my son Elijah. I said, well, one day I'm going to get on a mountain, son. I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to go and I'm going to just share the gospel. And I'm going to climb to the highest mountain that I can climb. And I'm going to share the gospel with the whole world, and somebody's going to hear me, son. Even if just one person hears the gospel, it's not going to be in vain, son. This life will not be worthless. But that's the only thing I have to do before I die, son. I've got to do that. I've got to figure out a way to make that happen. And this is that. This is even higher, climbing even higher than I thought that I could ever climb, and reaching much further than I ever thought. So this is never in vain. When I come in here and I share my time with you, just so you know, it's never worthless. Never, 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 never is this worthless. So I do not need to do anything before I die, except for keep sharing the gospel, because I got to remember the gospel tells me that. Do not boast, because woe if you do not go out and share that light, share the gospel with others. So I can't take, it doesn't say I can set down my cross, does it? No, it says I have to fellowship, doesn't it? Yes, it does. It says you got to go out and share the light. That's right. Do not hide that light in a basket. It tells us that. Do not hide that light. He's the light. So, isn't that beautiful? So, I love that about the word, man. I love the word. It's so edifying, that this word is the only worth that I have found on this rock anymore, other than this gospel, this ministry and this. I didn't build this property for no reason. I do not think this property is going to be in vain. I do not think my time will be worthless. My time is not worthless here because it serves purpose, but I don't do all this physical labor for no reason. I think that very soon all of this is going to come together, and a lot of the things that I had prognosco, means to have foreknowledge of, I'll see it come to fruition. You know what I'm saying? And and I'm getting very close. I truly am getting closer and closer. Than, like I said, I'm I'm excited. You know that it's February's almost done here. March will be here soon, and like I said, I'm gonna march right through March, man. You know, April Fool. You know, uh, it's gonna like I said, it's gonna serve a purpose. The physical ministry to me it's either, to me it's either, it's not like I'm not going to stop doing this. I'm always going to stay on top. I'm so far into this now. I can't, I can't turn back now. But even if I had to walk away from this and just go share the gospel, I would be fine with a mobile ministry. That's all I wanted to do. I don't really care about this physical existence. I like experience. I want experience in life. I don't care about the physical. I don't care about owning anything. Physical possessions I'm over the physical. Physical is fine, but I'm over it. I'm over the physical. There's a spirit inside me, that knows that I'm here for a purpose, and I need to serve purpose. And through, like I said, that's through experience, right? So it's not going to be exactly as I thought, and that's fine. I am graceful, hopefully through Father, because of His grace, and not, seeking anything to do anything other than He wants me to do. And I know that doing this, having this ministry here, will again, it will serve. I'm not one of these end of the world people. I don't think the world's coming to an end in 20 or 30 years. I don't think we'll see the end of the world. I think we're ways till the last, final Trump. It's not going to be like people think. I really prepare a lot for, knowing, if you've been part of this ministry, if I make it through this year, I have no doubt in my mind I'll live past 100 years old. I will. I know I will. I know I will. So this is a year this is like a crossroads for me in my life. It is what it is. It's not, like I said, I don't think I'm going anywhere. I think my day of death is already written, and I don't think I'm getting out of here. I don't think that Father's done with me. You know what I'm saying? I think Father has purpose for me, and that I will be here for another 50 plus years. If I make it to be 53 years old, I think I'll live to be at least, what somebody said, 104, 103, 104. They're like, not 103, 104 at least, and they said they know, because they're like, I know what you know. I don't know everything you know. You know a lot more than me in a lot of things, and I know some things you don't know, but you do know what I know. And I know that you thought you were going to die when you were young, or at least you knew that was a good, there was a probability. You didn't know that your day of death wasn't written, or you didn't know that your death was written already back then, but you knew that, you knew that you would, there was a good, just the way your life was. But then I had people in my life that I knew that were eternal beings like me. And I have only ever met probably 4 or 5 eternal people in my life. I'm not kidding you. We're all eternal. We're all eternal beings. But these people knew they were eternal beings just like me. And they told me, you're not going to, and they told me this when I was in my 20s and 30s. So I thought I wouldn't make it past, my dad died at 37 years old. So anything past 37 for me was a gift. And I've always been known that since that time, because my dad died at a pretty young age. I knew that your life could be, all I've seen was death. Grew up around it, where I was born, what I did, joined the military, became a law enforcement. All I knew was death. So I thought at 45, I said, I used to say 45 or 45, tag with it. I ain't staying here after 45 because I don't want my body to get old and I don't want to get achy. And, I already had issues, my back and whatever. But I think I was in my late 20s the first time I met somebody who told me that. And when I was really starting to discover, that I was eternal and that, and that life is a lot longer than even my dad's age, and knew it wasn't just about my dad, but knew that, you know, um, that life could be longer than I thought, but thought, nah, there's just no way. And then so, the first time I actually had a real discussion with somebody who I knew was eternal and spirit, he said, no, you're not gonna, I was having the conversation, he said, no, you're not gonna die when you're young. You're not. Your dad died when he's young, but you'll live to be probably 3 times as old as your dad will be, 3 times as old as your dad was. Like, no way. And he's like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're not getting out of here early. No way in hell. You got a long life ahead of you. So you better pace yourself, man. That was one of those, things, pace yourself. So uh, but then again, I got told that about 2 or 3 more times in my life by people who, again, I thought they were eternal. The same conversation came up about being eternal and understanding that life is, short. And it's just a blip. It doesn't matter if we live to be 37 or 107. It's still just a flash in the pan. It's nothing in eternity. But that's the other thing, understanding that, knowing that too, that 107 it's 37 in an eternal life. It doesn't really change anything. It doesn't. If you look at the eternal time clock and you take the difference between 37 years and 107, it doesn't really change the eternal, matter. Yes, you had at a time an existence of, you're missing years, but it doesn't really change in the eternal time. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't, you're still an eternal being. It doesn't change. It is so. Just exist in spirit, and you're that's when you, like I said, that's when I started to realize that, you don't have to age like they say, what I'm saying. And that's really, I stopped doing birth dates and things like that, and started just backing off even more from society than, um, than I was, and realizing that I'm going to be here until I'm not, and to stop worrying how long I'm going to be here, because it's not going to change. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to change. So I'm glad that I discovered that we're eternal beings, and that our meat suit ride in here is no more than it's like a taxi cab ride. Some are a little longer than others, but it's just a trip around the city, or, a trip down the boulevard. It really isn't but a short time, and we should be accountable why we're here, because again, any of us could at any moment could be taken off this rock, and we need to live our life just like that. Hey man, today could be my last day. I could take my last breath today, but hey, I might be here for another 50 years, so I better prepare for both and do that. Uh and that's why I live my life that way. I try to have um the mindset that I could be here for, who knows, you know, I might live to be 150. I don't, I don't want to. Yeah, I said that too. Isn't that strange? I don't know if you ever talked to people before that about the past, but how would you want to live? It took Noah 126 years just to build the ark. He lived to be over 900 years old. Would you want to be 900 years old? I can't even imagine being 200, 200 years old. Now I know our bodies are different than, uh, our bodies are different, but I don't think that I could want to be even 100. But see, I got to figure that out because, like I said, and, uh, and again, guys, Father does everything in my life by the number. So This is my year to pass. I will not be disappointed if I don't make it through the end of this year. So please don't be mad if you don't see me here next year. You'll know that I'm okay. I'm totally fine. I didn't do it myself. If I, I didn't, I'm not going to ever take my life. I'm not going to do that. But whatever, happens to me is already written, my day of death. Father does everything in my life by the numbers. I told you again, my dad died. He was born in 1952. He was born in 1952. And he died at the age of 37 years old. 37 years old. So I was born in 1973. I was born in 1973, and I will probably die at the age of 52. If Father does it by the number. If Father does it by the number. If not, you'll probably have to double that, and that's where the 104 comes in, because he does it by the number. It is what it is. It is what it is. You'll just have to double it. So it's either this is my year, this is my last year, I got to be here. And like I said, I'm preparing I'm preparing it to all be over this year, and I'm celebrating, and I'm preparing to make it through this day, because I don't celebrate birth, and make it past that day, and then know if I live to see, this year, and I make it, that I better prepare for a long haul. And that's why I'm kind of preparing already. I really am. I want to get my body as strong as I possibly can, mentally, physically. I'm not going to overwork myself, but it's like gematria. If you know what gematria is, Father does everything in my life by the number. My son's birthday, everything, my dad, my mom's birthday, all of it. And I don't do birthdays, but he does it by the number. So I'm 52. And so this would be my year. You know what I'm saying? If my dad was born in 1952, if he's born in 52 and he died at 37, I was born in 1973, well, then should die at 52, right? So, like I said, just by the number. So it doesn't scare me, like I said, at all. It's like, ooh, interesting, But if it's not the 102, it's twice. So it's not 52, it's 104. I'll die when I'm 104. He was born at 52. I'll die at 104. So, wow. Okay, cool. That's a trip. So my dad died when I was 16. Right. 16. When he was 37. We're like, we got those 2-year off things going in our day too. See, it's weird. There's that gap, the 2-year thing. That's and there's the 14 and the 2 and the, Ryan, watch out. Don't make me start doing the gematria. I don't like to talk about that in here. Well, everything happens for a reason. I don't like, tarot or none of that, but Father really does a lot of things by the number. 23 is the number in my life too. I mean, I was birthed on the 13th, but yeah, we really do, Ryan. I've noticed that a lot of things geometrically and things like that. Some similarities, definitely a similar tone, man. So, well, no, thank you, Father, for this ministry that I have a place here to come fellowship. And again, hopefully soon people come out here and enjoy the ministry. I think we ought to try to shoot for, see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying, 923, man. Fire. So we need to try to, I tried to do this 1 year and it didn't work, guys. And it was kind of disappointing. I put a lot of time and effort into it and it didn't come to fruition. But what are you guys thinking about maybe? And I know that it's so hard to do. I know it's super hard to do. It's not easy. It's not easy because we all live so far apart. But What do you think about maybe doing a barbecue? Maybe doing a barbecue, or out here or something. I'll supply all the food. I don't, I'll figure it out. I'll come up with food to, I mean, we can make it like a potluck, but I don't want to have somebody to come out here and have to bring anything. So, I know most people can't, and I tried to do it before and it didn't come together, and that's fine. But, if we plan it far enough out now, if we plan it up far enough out now, you know what I'm saying? Plan it up far enough out now. Maybe you can make some plans to come out this way. You know what I'm saying? So no worries, connection. And we'll do a live. If we do a live, if we have a barbecue, we'll do a live for the people who virtually can join us via live stream. We'll try to do something for that where people can, so just tentatively, like I said, I mean, we could try to do something towards the end of the summer. So that gives all summer long to kind of try to get through the spring and get towards the summertime, closer towards the end of the summer when it's not so hot. You could do it at the first part, but, I was thinking we plan it far enough out now. We could say maybe August or September or something like that. That's a little ways out, obviously, but it's tentatively gives you long enough time to, better time of the year. I don't know. I can float any of it, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, no, that's a saying. That's awesome. Like I said, yeah, maybe we can run, and then, like I said, you can keep the live going or whatever. Cool. Right on. Like I said, I'm not going anywhere, right? I can't go anywhere. I gotta stay here and do my thing, Well, you're always welcome here, Sabrina. You know that. You're more than welcome. If you can ever make it down this way, I'd love to have you here. So tentatively, let's just say that, we'll maybe shoot for something, have a barbecue in like maybe August or September. We'll kind of leave it ish, float it. We'll float it August, September. Dog days are August, aren't they? The dog days of summer. It's been so nice out in this valley. It's been super nice. It really has. It's been nice. We haven't really had a really hot summer or cold winter. Ooh. I think I'm going to eat some of these Sriracha Ranch peanuts. So, all right. Well, no obligation, guys. But even if just a couple people came, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not a sriracha guy. I grew up eating sriracha. It's pretty good, though. Really is. But let's tentatively shoot for something like September. I think that'd be a good month, If we can do something sooner, we will. I'll do it whenever. I'll do it in whatever month. But get some time to come out here. I mean, even if we got just 4 or 5 people to come out here, it'd be awesome, 3 or 4 people. It's not a huge ministry, But we talk about it enough, though. We might be able to get a few people to come out here. That'd be fun. I mean, more people would be great, but probably less would be cool too. Like I said, 4 or 5 people would probably be an outstanding time. We'd probably have a great time, Oh. And that anytime you guys are welcome to come out here. Get a hold of me. I'm not doing anything else but this ministry. I full-time pastor, full-time ministry. This is what I do. I don't have anything else going in my life. I don't want to do anything else. There's nothing else that it's interesting to me right now. Everything's a bore. You know, in the last 10 years, all that seems to interest me is the gospel. You know what I'm saying? And sharing it with other people. That's what I do. No matter where I go, I always share the gospel. A lot of the times, that's what I'm doing. I'm not afraid of it. I love it. So I share it. All right. He's back there. Oh. But all right. Well, that's outstanding, guys. Appreciate it. You know? Like I said, we'll float that again. I haven't done it. It was, I don't know, 3 or 4 years ago is the last time that I tried to do it. So, but by then we have power out here, flushing toilet, you know, running water. The amenities should be pretty good. You know, if we had to run some power cords or something, you know, to do whatever, you know, for some cabins, or we'll figure it out. Can't imagine how much the ministry will grow by then. Who knows what the state of the union will be by then, right? So, but good times, guys. Appreciate it. Like I said, I thank Father for this ministry so much. You know, this has pulled me through the most difficult time in my whole life. I'm not gonna lie to you. This time in my life, I am still every day experiencing extreme. This is an extreme for me. You know what I'm saying? It is. It's a tough life. Like I said, I don't think it's gonna get easier yet. Not yet. You know, it doesn't mean like it's that bad. My life is fine, but it's difficult. It's difficult. It's not an easy. I'm gonna make it through it. And this ministry really helps me tremendously. You know what I'm saying? It is. Think about the thousands of hours that I've spent in here sharing the gospel and griping at you guys. Showing you a lot going on in my life, but it's okay. I'm not done yet. You know, like I said. Man, those are pretty good. I didn't really eat sriracha growing up at all. Not much. A couple times, few times maybe. Well, I need that damn. I don't know how I do this to sit out here because I don't have any friends or family. You know what I'm saying? I don't. I'd be screwed. I really would. I'd be just in a bad way. I'm a very isolated person. My son told me that constantly rings in my head, you know, from time to time. You did it to yourself, Dad. You just separated yourself. All you do is Jesus. That's what he said. That's what he told me at the time. You know, so I know we don't say Jesus, Dad, but, you know, I'm just using the term. All you do is Jesus. You don't do anything other than the gospel anymore. You used to do other things in your life. And not that you don't now, but you don't do anything else. You don't care. It doesn't. Everything else to you seems like when I see you do, it's like a chore, you know? So, so whatever, son, I don't always do. He says, yeah, you do, Dad. You've moved out in the middle of nowhere. All you do is talk about God. When you go into town, all you do is talk about God. People run away from you. They're afraid you're going to come up to them and talk about God. They can get stuck talking to you for half an hour when they just want to leave. It's okay, well, whatever. That's not the worst thing to be known for, is it? So, that's okay. You know, I can have conversations about other things, but normally I like to have a conversation about the Word. Whenever I can, whenever that door opens, I you know. So I've done it for so long now, I don't even know how not to do it. It's hard. I mean, there are certain times that I can not do it, but not very often. Normally it brings up something, you know. If it's there, I'm gonna use that opportunity. So it's just part of sharing the gospel. Like I said, I've done it for so long, I don't know how not to do it. So, and even if I don't do an actual conversation with somebody, I still try to act, Christ-like. Be, let somebody in traffic, open up a door for somebody, things like that. Be charitable. There's ways to, you know, share the light without actually sharing the gospel. Be the light, right? Be the light in a dark place. And how many YouTube videos are out here? So, all right. Well, looks like silver closed at $84. $84. Gold's closed above $5,100 and $5, $551.05. So, man, there's people doing good in the precious metal sector, aren't they? Number one performing asset of 2026 on your pagan, or 25 on your lunar calendar, was silver. I think it'll do it again this year. I think it'll outperform everything. So what an interesting time to be a witness and watch all this price action in the market. So people will take some gains, buy some things that they want, unless they're just holding on to these things for generational wealth, which is okay. I'm not giving any economic advice. I only have just a little fraction. Remember, I keep telling people where my silver's at so it gets taken from me. Don't tell anybody where your precious metal's at, and they won't take it from you. There's no third-party risk. Oh, well, life's not Burger King. But anyways, if it'll go up a little bit, I told you I'm going to sell mine. Take profit. My son told me to sell it. He said it was going to get taken from me, and it did, and I didn't listen to him. That was a stupid decision on my part. I have to live with that for the rest of my life. Remember, may have got him killed because I didn't listen to him. Should have got the double cab Tacoma, went on the road. Here I am. These years later, nothing came of it. So if I get any opportunity to sell, like I said, I don't really have very much. It is what it is. I'm going to sell it. I'm not going to care if it goes 50 times as much, as long as I can sell it to get to put some money down on a building or something. If I have to, I'm going to sell it this time. Whatever, I'll try to get some more. I don't care. So, but that's what I'm going to, nice. So, but I'm hoping again to just obtain enough funds to for the ministry. So I'm going to take all my hard work and the silver that like I said, I don't have much, remember, because mine all got taken. I had 40 pounds and it got taken from me. And then I had to sell the rest to get the attorney and the gold that I had. So that wasn't that long ago, remember? That was months ago. So, but if it does go up at all, I'm going to probably, cash out and put it towards the ministry, and yeah, so we'll see. Like I said, we'll see. At this point in time, like I said, I'm gonna have to. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think I can get a job like here in this town. I don't know if anybody in this town would hire me, but I'll figure something out. I'm gonna figure out another source of income out here, because like I said, I sold 25 acres of land. So I had to pay this ministry off. So it took a good chunk of that, right? And more. So, um, but look where we're at now. So now we can actually put this into the name of the ministry. So hopefully here in the next couple months, I'll find a building out here that's, reasonable. Um, so yeah, like I said, I'm excited to see the spring get here. It won't that be neat, you know what I'm saying? When there's power out here and we run our first batch through the freeze dryer. I don't know how we'll get the freeze dryer, but we'll figure that out. They're actually very inexpensive compared to what they were when I first started looking at them. They're not cheap or anything, but you can find them out there. I'm surprised at how many are sitting out there. And there's ways to get them, like a dent, scratch and dent units. They discount super heavily, super heavy, and they still warranty them. So there's ways to, to get a better rate or whatnot on them. So I'm excited for that day to come. So come on, spring, get here. It's almost here, guys. It's almost here. That's what I'm saying. I'm excited for spring to get here. Just to get the ground to break, you know what I'm saying? The ground breaks, I can start doing excavation out here. Even if I have to start digging by hand, I'm gonna start digging. I am. I went and walked off the electric pole the other day, and I'm trying to figure out where this building's going to go, and if I'm going to have to get another building or where the septic's going to go. I want to try to look at septic too, because I need to start figuring out where my septic's going to go. I got to dig 3 test holes, and then they come out and test and do a saturation test, and I don't think I'll have any problems. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's pretty awesome to think that I'm really in one of the closest to the final steps of getting this ministry to where it needs to be. And it's been a long haul to get here, but how awesome is it? Like I said, there's still a lot more to be done out here, but the things that done, I'll probably just wait until the people that, like I said, that come out here to be a part of the ministry will help build it with me. Like the outdoor kitchen, for example, and the outdoor garden, because I want them to be a part of that. I want them to be able to use the outdoor kitchen and go, man, I built that outdoor kitchen. I'll build it with them, but I want that, ability. Let everybody go out there and use the outdoor kitchen every time they want, anytime they want, be more like a community outdoor kitchen, and then, things like that. So I've got a lot of ideas. Hopefully, again, they'll come together here. What an interesting time to I just really wish I had a community of people, 4 or 5 people out here, and I could just almost just pull back from society altogether. Not this ministry, but just like, you know, done with society, have the people, have the body around the people that I need to, not that they can't leave and go wherever and do it. Not that I wouldn't leave and go things too, but just, I'm so done with society. I don't care who wins the next election. I don't care about Democrats or Republicans. I don't care about gas or, I know that I have to buy it. I'm not saying that I'm black pilled either, that I'm just going to stop looking at it. I don't care right now. I need to focus on this ministry. I need to focus on me, and I need to find the right people around me that want to share in abundance and create abundance. Like I said, there's something that can be created when most people are just barely surviving. There will be people who are thriving, and it'll be the people who are got ahead of it. And there are people like myself that are very, very alert to things ahead of time because I pay attention to the cycles. So it doesn't make me better. It just makes me more, like I said, more alert of the cycles of past. And I like history. I'm kind of a history buff. I like, scriptural history, biblical history. History is not history. History is one side. That's not the real reality. The reality is the loser didn't get to write anything about what happened. You only heard what the victor got to say, right? So there's a lot to be had, so I think that, you know, when I look back at everything that's happened, even like I said, because my life is hell. I'm not going to sit there and tell you that my life is awesome. I can't stand being alive every day. I hate the fact that I don't know where my son's at. And I want to talk to him. And I want to know if he's okay. And I want to know if my daughter's okay. But other than that, it's all right. It's not perfect, but it's okay. Other than that, that's my only qualm with Father right now. I just don't have anything to cling to on that. So that's why I get a little emotional from time to time. I'm a dad. So if I thought my son was hurting or something, I'd want to help him, and not knowing if he's okay or not is, it's tough. So, but that's okay. Um, I'm starting to figure out how to kind of not move on, but to move forward and stay focused heavily, like I said, ministry based here. And I think that's what my son would want for me, you know, and that's all I can do. And so I appreciate again everybody who's been a part of this. You know what I'm saying? Um, to help me through a really difficult time. This ministry has been more uh, of a lifesaver, a preserver. Throw it out there and you guys reel me in and drag me in. There's been some times I got pretty out there in this last couple of years since this event has happened. So, um, but I'll pull through this. The ministry will pull through this. I even started thinking about going back down to like down south again. Just the other day, I was like, that's a good thing. I was like, well, this will end one day. I'll get all this. This will end. You know what I'm saying? Um, and we'll get back down to somewhere down south. We'll get that one day. This world ain't coming to an end anytime soon. This whole thing with Mr. Warp Speed is not going to be, a permanent thing. I don't even think I don't want to make any predictions because I don't. But I don't know if the guy can make it through this presidency. At the rate that they're going, I don't think he will. I don't know what's going to happen to him. I don't care what happens to him. I just don't think he's going to make it through this ministry. At the rate things are going, I just don't think so. And I don't know what's going to happen to him. I don't wish anything harm upon the man. I know who he is, but that's what I'm saying. I just don't, so things could change dramatically, pretty quickly. They could get worse or they could get better, you know. So right now things aren't looking very good for him though. You know what I mean? They're not. I don't care about none of it, but I mean, nothing happens to most of the time, right? But you know, I'm talking about what the people outside of America are saying. I don't care about anything inside of this country. I don't care about any of you people in America right now. I love you, brothers and sisters, but I'm not talking about you guys in America. I'm talking about what they're saying outside of this country. You know, um, that's what I care about. About who's saying what about him. You know, because it has sure changed. You know what I'm saying? In these last 3 months, 6 months, especially these last couple months, I go look through blogs and things like that. He's lost his mega base. He threw them all under the bus. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's what I'm saying. All these other countries, only in America is this vibe going on, but outside of America, it's a sting, and people are tired of getting stung. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. We're going to make it through this year, right? This being an eventful year. Think about what's happening this year already. Holy smokes. This 2026 lunar year is turning out to be wild. It has been a wild, month and what, 20 days? Hasn't even been a month and 3 weeks, and we are freaking. This is going to be one of the probably just, I think this is going to be like a 2020 year where they just really hammer it on this year. And then we'll see, where we're going to go from here. But so far this year has just been not disappointing at all. I have just been, I knew it. Like I said, I this year is scary. I told you 2026 scares me. That thought of that, but here we are, and like I said, it hasn't disappointed. You know what I'm saying? This has been a year that already, it's just been, I don't know. Well, like I said, we'll see. I don't know. I really feel as if this whole Iran thing, nobody's talking about it, I mean, they are, but this is scriptural. You know what I'm saying? Whether you like it or not, this is a scriptural events that are happening right now. And a lot of things are, everything Father wrote, but, Turkey, Russia, Iran. I don't want to go into it. Gog, Magog. It's like they're doing it on purpose. They're doing it on purpose, So, none of those aircraft destroyers can defend a hypersonic missile, right? Gulf of Tonkin much? So, there is so much military buildup right now. I mean, this is more than like the Persian Gulf. This is incredible what they're doing. And nobody in America seems to care. Nobody seems to care in America. General Wesley Clark talked about going into 7 nations over there in the desert, and this is the final one that was on that list. So, this is the one where I told my son, no matter where you're at, I don't care where you're at, what you're doing. When this event happens, I want you to come back where I'm at, no matter where I'm at, and I'll be ready. I told him that. I don't care how many years it is and how old you are. Whenever we go in and whenever we start with Iran, I want you to come back to where Dad's at. That's why every day for me is my brain. It's hard to. It's hard to. It's hard to think that he's alive. As much as I don't want to say that, it's hard for me to think that he's alive. Because this is the time. And I spoke about this when he was 13, 14, about the time he became a teenager. He was obviously much more mature. He had heard me talk about it many a times. Overheard me talking about it, not to him, but having conversation. But I actually sat down and talked to him about being a veteran and, these plan of these people at the top to go in and, this has everything to do with Israel. Everything to do with Israel. So I never in my wildest dreams would have thought that I didn't know if my son would even be alive at this time or not. And that I wouldn't know. That I wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? So as we inch closer every day towards this war, it does not give me much hope that Elijah is. Because even if he was scared, he knows how important this is. How important these events that are literally happening right as we speak. And it's not going to be the end of the world. That's the point, is it's not going to be the end of the world. This is going to be the time where you need to shut your gates, though. I told him about that. There's going to come a time where we need to back off the world and no more. We'll have to have enough stores to do what we need to do. Not participate in the world anymore. The world is going to go on, but we need to be doing us at that point in time. Have plenty of food, shelter, water, everything we need. And if you don't have anything, just come home. If you don't have anything, just come home. Because I don't want to partake in this. And I know that this is getting very close. They're getting very close to doing something massive. You don't start leaking aliens without, the whole EpiPen file distraction. They're really keeping the general public distracted right now. Between the whole, he's the one he's the leaker, he's the whistleblower. You know what I'm saying? To how much military is sitting out in all of the oceans surrounding. They shut off the Strait of Hormuz. Do you realize that what was it, like a fifth or something like that of the world's oil runs through that strait? That is what? And they're going to shut that down. If you look at the maps right now, there's a massive buildup already sitting on both sides of this. I don't think this war is going to be what people think. I think this is going to be a long war. I think we're not going to just go in there and strike or go kidnap the president or go take out the Ayatollah. We're not. This is going to turn out to be a long. Turkey is a massive country. Iran is a massive country. And this country is the most sanctioned country in the whole world. So they're used to being suppressed. And this country's not. So I think this could lead to the drafting of the American women. I think the reason why they passed the draft was for this. Not Ukraine. We're not involved in Ukraine. Remember? Yes, we do. Okay, well, whatever. Your dollars are, your federal tax dollars are, but this one we are directly involved in. So they're going to draft American women. Are you ready to send your little girls to Iran, 18 to 30, the finest this nation has to offer? Would you send your kids to go fight in Iran? Do you even know anything about Iran? What did Iran do to anybody? Better start asking yourself some of these questions, because these elitists, they don't care. They'll send your kids. They don't go to war. This ain't George Washington where you go went fought on the front lines. I'm not calling for war, but if they go to war, I do think that this will be the one that will draft American women. I don't think we're going to go in there and just take over the place. This isn't, Lebanon. This isn't this is Iran. And most people know nothing about, the Iran. So this is not a country we're going to go in and just take in overnight. I don't care how much they have hypersonic missiles that our Patriot defense will not. They remember they smoked the Iron Dome, turned it into Swiss cheese. All that protection, Mr. Warp Speed's Golden Dome. He hasn't built no Golden Dome. So, there are people who in Iran who chant, to America, but that's not the major popular portion of the population. Doesn't say that. And why in the hell can't Iran have, nuclear, but Israel can? Huh? America can, right? All these other nations can. Why can't Iran have any nuclear weapons? This is the stupidest thing ever, man. You know how many nations have nuclear weapons? Why is it that, who did Iran bomb? Oh, wait, after they got bombed, they bombed Israel, right? They were protecting themselves. And I'm not standing with either side. I don't have any skin in the game. I'm just watching what's happening. So I don't want this to happen, but I do think this will be a long, drawn-out war that will take years. It's not going to be something we're just going to go in there and get in overnight. This will be a thing like Lebanon, or like Ukraine, which is still going on. Remember, Mr. Warp Speed was going to make a call in 24 hours. We were going to be out of there. So are you ready to send your little boys and girls off to war to go fight Iranians? What did they do to your children? And again, I think this is the one that this is the one that's going to draw the American women into a draft. So, because I think they're going to mess us up. Remember, we've got China down there now too, and Russia. They brought in skin into the game. So that means we're pretty much going to go to war with Russia and China then too, huh? You ever think about that? It's called proxy by proxy. This is getting pretty hairy pretty quick. I've been trying to avoid this conversation for some time. But this is one you're going to run from, America. Yeah, see, there we go, Ryan. What the hell? I thought, what the hell are we doing messing with Iran? I thought we took all their nuclear capabilities. Thank you, Ryan. You know what I'm saying? I thought we took out all their capabilities. What the hell are we over there messing with them for again? Still. Oh, I guess it didn't work like you thought. Thank you, Ryan. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. Nobody's asking these. Nobody's talking about it. Got one more down there. Come on. A little bit of the dust. Let's think about what we're saying here. If Mr. Warp Speed went in there and took all this out with the B-2 bombers, then why in the hell are we over there messing with them still? Oh, it was about regime change, huh? You want to change the regime over there. So you want to put in somebody that we want, kind of like you took out the elected government in Ukraine and you put in the chocolate king, Poroshenko, right? This is what we do, brothers and sisters. I know I'm in the United States Army veteran. We go and we instill a central bank, overthrow the government, and rape all the resources. That's America, whether you like it or not. We're the bad guy. Well, in America, we're the good guy, but outside America, we're not the good guy. People are getting tired of it. So I'm just wondering, why is it that Iran can't have a way to defend itself when, all these nations around, uh, you know, uh, well, no, he's not going to Venezuela, Iran, though. That's what he's not going to do, Iceman. Ryan, he is not. This isn't Venezuela. That's what people don't understand. That's what I don't understand with people. And that you should see the buildup. Obviously, if you're paying attention, you'll see how much military hardware is being put in place. But I want you to understand that Iran has hypersonic missiles, which we have zero defense for. So this could get real ugly real quick. And remember, they said something like within 100 miles or something, they can hit, the Strait of Hormuz from where they're at. So that means they can hit anything out in these seas. So this could happen real fast. Everybody could think we can go in there and we're going to go kick a bunch of. We haven't won a war since. Just because we kidnap a president doesn't mean that we won Venezuela too, by the way. Okay. And his first and the first lady or whatever, but that's insane. Again, this is something. Again, I don't think that's going to happen overnight. This is something that's been in the making for a long time, decades, as a matter of fact. So I wouldn't expect this to be a quick fix. I would expect to be a lot of death. And they know that. This is what they want. Remember, they want to bring the populace back down to what? 1700s population. Somewhere there was like 600 million on this rock. So war does a great job of grinding up the people. Doesn't decide who's right. It decides who's left. Yep, they want to go back to what the Guidestone said, the 500 million. So there it is. And they're doing it, brothers. Just, I don't care whether you like it or not, whether you deal with it or not, whether you want it to be happening or not. It doesn't mean that it's not happening. They went in Operation Warp Speed. They gave everybody the greatest jab ever. That turned out to be the biggest scamdemic ever. Did a pretty good job at whacking the nation, didn't they? Yeah, they sure did. Little beta test, wasn't it? Oh, no, the government loves you, huh? Yeah. Stand in line, get a cheat test, get a free test. Whatever, man. That's what I'm saying. These people don't even see this happening right in front of their face. Remember, there's a term called sleeper cell. Sleeper cell. And this might actually be one of the people that, and again, I'm not saying that most of the people in Iran are like that. But you remember the Iran-Contra hearing? You remember all that back in the day? So this isn't, this has been a long going, that was back in the 70s. So this isn't new. This has been something they've been planning for decades. That's why I told my son, when you see this event happen, son, please, I don't care where you're at, just please come home. I don't care who you're at, who you're with, single, not married, kids, come back to where dad's at. Because this is a very serious scriptural event. This is scriptural. Do I think it's the end of the world? Absolutely not. But will it be the end of the world as you know it? Probably. Another one of these COVID type of events where the world changes as you know it. Is it the end of the world? No. No. But the world as you know it is over. I do think that, this is going to be the event. If we attack this nation, I don't think this is going to fend well for the U.S. I know we've got a lot of confidence going right now. Whatever. You can't just go kidnap a country's president and first lady and then walk around like you're the king of the, hill. That doesn't make you military superior. Hypersonic missiles will take out our aircraft destroyers. How many do we have down there right now? So I would think that you're going to see quite a few of these aircraft destroyers sunk, and a lot of F-35 shot out of the sky. And I don't care how many battalions they have down there. I think it's all a big setup, and that's going to give them the reason to use this. Well, they want to use a nuclear weapon. They've been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it and talking about it. Well, guess what? They lit off almost 3,000 of them already on this rock, and we're still all here. But most people freak out when they see, the plume, and they'll say it's the end of the world, and they're counting on that. And that's when I think we're going to see the great alien invasion. And they're going to say, oh, you guys aren't peaceful, and you need to be peaceful. You need to give up all your Second Amendment items. This is what I see coming. This is where I think this is leading to. But I don't know. I'm just some weird dude on YouTube that's only been doing this for about 12 years. Look how many things I've talked about. I don't know. America Ever After. Oh, that's happening right now, huh? America Ever After. I'll get it. America Ever After. Here it is. Welcome to America Ever After. Truth Viral Television. How many videos, how many streams, how many times, how much work did I do on that platform? I was like 12 years ago warning you about all these things. During the Obama administration, warned you about a soft medical martial law. Then it happened, didn't it? Warned you about the 923 executive orders. Executive Order 11004 allows the Federal Emergency Management Agency to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps, YouTube. Remember that? Told you that, didn't I? Executive Order 11004 allows Federal Emergency Management Agency to relocate whole communities and put them into work camps. You hear what I said, YouTube? You want me to say it again? I don't think I need to say it again. Say it again. Well, whatever. You don't want to listen to me. Work camps. I said work camps. Concentrate like orange juice. They've been putting this in play for decades, brothers and sisters, and I don't care what you think. This is something that is happening now. We are way too far down this rabbit hole now. You know what I'm saying? You can't back out of this now. It's like the 51-49. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I tell you the best thing that you could do right now is to become your own system, check out of the system, have your own supply chain so that when this event happens, you shut your doors and you do not participate. Kind of like the COVID. Like, nope, I'm not going to do the VidCo. Divock out of here. DIVOC. Divock out of here. Okay? Well, it's going to be one of these events where it's going to affect everybody whether you like it or not. You don't put this much military hardware around and surround a nation and not use it. I wouldn't be surprised if it's happening right now. They love to do this stuff on the weekend. That way there's a day for the news to digest it for Monday. So it might be happening right now as we speak. You better enjoy your interweb because remember, they shut the net off down there. That's what happens when nations go to war. They'll shut the net down. So you can't, propaganda. That'll never happen in America though, right? Nah, everything be Team America. Everything be awesome in America. Yeah, right. So they brought the war to your doorstep, America. Why do you think they got all these ISIS terrorist agents running around America right now? Rounding people up like World War II. Getting ready to take people to send them over into, conscription. Draft. No. Okay, whatever, man. Whatever you think. Look at the price of precious metals. Gold is an indicator of chaos. The higher the price of gold, the higher the chaos. 51.05 it closed out at for the weekend. So I don't make predictions. I just tell you what they're doing. I'm not making predictions. I've done that before. I've gotten a bunch of them right, but you get one wrong, they won't listen to you anymore. So I don't do that anymore. I won't make them. I have made a bunch of them. Got a bunch of them right. Didn't get them all right, but I got a bunch of them right. Well, I have the script. Remember, they're doing it all by the script. It's a world stage. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is the time to actually be in preparing. That's why I keep coming in here and talking about it over and over again, going back to the ways of old, going back to, to rinse in tin foil, not aluminum foil, tin foil, but okay, now it's aluminum foil, pressure canning, freeze drying, regular drying, whatever ways you have that you can put away long-term food storage. This is the time. What are you waiting for stuff to get more expensive? Like the food quality is getting any better? It's not getting better. The food quality is definitely not getting better. So unless you're raising it yourself. So this is a opportune time. The captain has not put on the fasten seatbelt sign. What are you waiting for a bomb to fall in your backyard before you go to the store when it closes to go buy food? Are you waiting? You go when it's open, or you buy when you can't buy food from the store when it's closed? Better to have and not need than need not have, right? I'm just saying again. Talk about it constantly. Oh, you're one of those fear porn people. Oh yeah, I'm telling you to go buy food. 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 Buy food. Something you eat every stinking day. I didn't say buy a rainbow vacuum. Here I kind of want to sell you some hot rod, Ferrari. I'm telling you, this is things that you're going to eat for the rest of your life. They're not going to get any cheaper. Are you telling me things are going to get cheaper? Wow. Which world do you live in? I want part of that world, right? Well, that's why I always told people 10, 15 years ago, oh, why do I do the freeze dryer? Because the food quality sucks and it's not getting any better. Oh, I thought you were doing it because you thought the world was coming to an end. No, I don't think the world's coming to an end. That's why I put away food for 25 years from now, because I think the world's coming to an end, right? You're lost. Get away from me. Those are the kind of people I'm worried about. The people don't have anything. The ill-prepared people, the unprepared people. They're going to be your biggest nightmare. I wouldn't worry about the government as much as I used to. Now I have some issues because the police state, but the more people that I'm concerned about, the people who do not have. People, your neighbor who don't have nothing. You work side by side with him and you have the same pay, but he went and blew it all on a bass boat or whatever, and he didn't care, but you were putting away extras. You even had some for your neighbor. You knew he might be coming over there, but he gonna come over there and not even care that you're his fishing buddy. He's motivated by empty mouths waiting at home. He never heard those kids' stomachs squealing like that, or his. He's going to be thinking with his gut after about 6 or 8 hours. He's not going to be thinking with his head anymore. He's going to go from 10 hours from hungry to angry to hangry. And then again, he ain't going to care that you're his neighbor. He's going to be, again, motivated by empty mouths waiting at home. They used to say people used to think with their gut, kind of like using your instinct. Well, no, you get up every day and what would you think about? Hey, man, I need to get some food in my belly. I need to find a place of rest and lay down for that sun goes down and it gets freezing, almost freeze my, off. So people would think they're not going to be thinking with their head anymore. They're going to be thinking with their stomachs. You understand? Thinking with their gut, not instinctually, meaning they've severed their head. They're not using their head anymore. All they can think is, I got to figure out a way to make that burning, pit in my stomach go away, because I've never had that happen before. How many people in America have never missed a single day, let alone a meal, and they're literally in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, have never missed a meal in their whole entire life? You know how many people have come over here from other countries, even though warp speed's kicking them all out of here, that have missed a bunch of meals, that came here, that missed a lot of meals to get here? Missed a lot of meals to get here, and they're tucked away in little spots that the old warp speed doesn't know where they're at. Some of those sleeper cells, and I'm not saying that they're all, I told most people came here just wanted a better living. Never wanted anything to do anything to anybody in this country. That's pretty crazy. Consider we kick everybody's you know what for the last 100 years. Karma, I don't believe in that word, but had to come back to bite us in our you know what. So that's the reason why he wants us to fast, so we don't turn into a nightmare. Seriously, people get hangry, and after that they don't think with their heads anymore. All they can do is think with their stomach. And they get a bunch of them together like, hey man, you hungry? Hell yeah, let's go get some food. And they got to come run over small numbers. Yes, they are. Absolutely, they are. You better have, there's going to be safety in numbers. All these people think they have 2, 3, 4 people they're going to be able to hold on to. No, you're not. You're going to get run over by war gangs and, rows of hungry, whatever. Be like zombies. Brains. Seriously, it's going to be tough. I don't think it's going to be quite Mad Max, but they're going to allow this to happen. Remember, Mr. Warp Speed was talking about like a purge just the other day, having a purge. He said something like that on the other day on TV. He was talking about like having a purge or something, like just for 1 hour or something. He said something like that. They always hint. They leave a little, drop a little hint on what they're going to do. It's like, remember, there's two kinds of people on this rock, okay? There's people who think the government, I already said this, are always going to be there to save them and rescue them and help them. They think that the government is always going to be there, right? Like FEMA. And then there's people who use their heads. Can think for themselves. So there's going to be a difference. Nobody's going to come to save you. Nobody's going to come save you. The government is not going to be there to save you. Look at Hurricane Helene. Look at Hurricane Katrina. They're going to put you all in a football stadium in a Super Bowl is what they're going to put you in. Yeah, we see how the Emergency Management Agency, Federal, is what they are. Cutting off supplies, remember, during Helene? Literally giving them to the migrants. What the hell, man? This nation is just disgusting. It is. What we have done and how they have literally handled things when things break down in this country, and nobody's going to be here to save you. The only thing that's going to save you is enduring to your last breath and not depending on the government. Become ungovernable. How about that? Well, I don't mean like literally start a revolution, become your own government. See what I'm saying? Start an evolution, not revolution. Evolution means you go around the system. Revolution means you go round and round like a rat on a wheel, nowhere fast. Yeah. Chasing a carrot that you can never even reach. Yeah. Kind of like your paycheck, huh? Just enough to barely get by. When people could be thriving, raising their own food on their own properties, growing their own chickens and own rabbits and goats and sheep. No. We're going to move in the city. We're going to have us a little freezer and just have a little, we won't stock up anything. We'll have Stockholm syndrome. We'll side with our captor. Oh my goodness. So, but that's where we're headed, brothers and sisters. That's where we're headed. So please, like I said, the best thing you can do is not be fighting people at the last moment for the last box bagged or canned food, poison, whatever flavor you want, a food flavored poison you eat, or fighting people for the last roll of toilet paper. The store is still open, is it not? What are you waiting for? Like I said, there's, food's not getting cheaper. Gas might go down a little bit, but just because the gas is cheaper doesn't mean the economy's awesome. Everything is expensive. $100 hardly even buy a bag of groceries anymore. $100 used to get you a whole buggy full of groceries. Hell, remember my mom, she used to get $100. She got $12 or $15 back sometimes. We go to the drive-in or go to the arcade or, she still have money to put gas in the car, or still have some money for, the hell, $100 don't, like I said, they don't buy nothing anymore. And it's a bunch of genetically modified food that's been fluoridated and chloridated and cloned. And, it's not even the vegetables all sprayed with a bunch of bug juice on them. And they all look like grandma's food that was on her kitchen table. Every one of them damn oranges is the same size. Apple, pears, why are they all the same size? because they're 3D printed, genetically modified food. Your chicken ain't even chicken anymore. You eating chicken, they even had a heartbeat or a bone in it, grown in a vat, literally like Soylent Green. But I don't know. Eat your bleached kids, right? There's not that much freaking cow. The herd of cattle is not large enough for all those burgers there at McDonald's. You want to answer those questions there? Remember, fast food is not good and good food is not fast, brothers and sisters. Depending on a system that is literally feeding you poison and laughing probably in their ivory towers going, look at, they're literally paying for their own poison. We don't even have to whack the nation. They just literally do it to themselves. Look at, they're paying for their own demise. This is so easy. We never thought it would be this easy. I bet you there's people, like I said, in their towers are just laughing right now. Look at all this extra additives they put in the food, too. You know, fillers. they ain't even giving us food, and they got shrinkflation. Every year, the chip bag had this less and less chips. And I don't eat chips, but less and less chips in the chip bag, right? What the hell happened to all the chips? The bags get smaller. The box is called shrinkflation, but the prices keep going up. Yeah, baby. They love it. They love doing this to you. Whatever, they spray your meat with red dye and broth and bromine and tenderizers that aren't even natural. Red dye, literally your steaks. Remember red dye? Remember M&Ms? They needle the steaks and inject them. Why do you think it's got that tampon pad underneath it? To catch all the, I apologize there, ladies and gentlemen, but it is what it is. And you're paying for that by the pound. Man. It's unreal when you could raise your own food. You know, 40% of the populace during World War II grew their own food in the U.S. Now then, less than 1% of the U.S. populace is self-sufficient, grows their own food. Not even some chives in the windowsill. Not even a tomato plant in a 5-gallon bucket. Nope, they're going to go to the Piggly Wiggly or go to the Kroger or the Walmart or the Winco, whatever they do their shopping convenience. Don't even have a damn deep freezer anymore. You know what I'm saying? Salmon. Yeah, what's up with the salmon? Seriously, I've seen salmon. They're more orange colored than pink. Seriously, I lived in Alaska. King salmon. Right? So what is up with this? You know, they're all farm raised. Everything like tilapia. All the food is absolutely, you know, like I said, pretty soon it's going to be 3D printed by the mile. You can eat your little squares, whatever you get, your little slime like that movie about the train where they were feeding those little squares of slime. What was that movie? Did you guys see that movie? Uh-oh. We got to get some more wood on the wood stove here. We're almost out of fuego. We're down to coals. We're down to the coals. Our fan's not spinning super fast. Look at that. I made her stop. That goes by the heat of the stove. It's called an Eco Air Max fan. I got a lot of balls. I got big balls, like AC/DC. I got big balls, and she's got the biggest balls of them all. Oh, so those are actually, you know what those are? Those are cannonballs. Look how big those ones are. Those are pretty large. You got some pretty large balls there. All right. My bad. Stop talking about your balls there. All right. They're cannonballs. So. Oh. All right. Give me uno momento, por favor. I'm going to throw away my trash. Oh, we turned her around. think we got her going here. I had to put a third piece here on the stove. I think we got her going. Oh yeah, she's going now. Band's starting to spin a little quicker. We got her going. She's a ripping. Gotta love the wood burner. Snowpiercer, yep. Yeah, I don't watch a whole lot of movies there, Dan, but I saw that Snowpiercer, and that was. It feels kind of surreal, huh? Like that could be any one of us could be put in that situation in any moment. So, freaking A, boys. All right, we got to warm it up in here. Keep it nice and warm. So, try to. It's pretty chilly out there. It's in the I think it's in the teens out there right now. I went outside for a moment there. It's pretty chilly. Yeah, that movie was it was a good movie though. I mean, it was a good movie. I'm not a big movie person. I just don't, like I said, I don't sit down for 2 hours and watch a movie. I sit down and study for 2 hours, read the scripture or something. I just don't. I've never been a movie person, so but yeah, a little chilly here in the desert. So it's supposed to warm up. Yeah, that was one where I didn't really need. I didn't, movies have a hard time. I'll get him a walk away. I don't care. Just don't keep my attention span like that. I mean, I can study for hours and do that movie will keep you from the minute. It's good. It's suspenseful enough, and yet it draws you out long enough. Really, yeah, but really well written movie as far as to keep you, like I said, it kept you locked in, locked on. I'd agree with you. What there's a lot of movies I can't. I just get like, all right, well, I already know how this is going to end, or I know how this is going to just. To that movie it's suspenseful yet, yeah, there you go, suspenseful. We got it right at the same time there. So yeah, it was a good movie though. I'd watch it again. I think I actually did watch it a second time. I did. I watched it a second time. It was where I was at. All right. It was in jail. I was in jail. So I didn't want to watch any TV anyways, but it is what it was. Like I said, I can't change what Father does to me. Father didn't want me to go to jail when I got to jail. So jury could have come to a different verdict, but it is what it is. So, but anyways, yeah, that's like I said, it was enough for me. It's like, yeah, I'll definitely give that one a second time. And the second time it hit good too. Like I said, it hit almost nearly as hard as the first time. Like I said, I mean, I knew it was coming, but it was good enough to watch a second time. And a lot of movies I don't want to watch at all, let alone a second time. So maybe if they're older movies or whatever. I used to be into doing movies, but I don't know. I got out of watching movies. I don't know what it was. Oh, I remember. I discovered ladies that didn't want to watch TV anymore. I'm like, hey, there's a whole other box I'd like to look at. Never mind. Apologize for that, ladies. I just put it out there, but not the same box. All right, tune in Tokyo. Let's go to a different station. All right, moving on here. Apologize for my outburst there. We'll have to program you, give you the Reader's Digest there. So. Yeah, that's true. I don't doubt whatever he did. It is what it is. I think I would have got whacked down in Ecuador or something. Seriously, I think that's why he has me staying here. I really thought about it the other day really hard. I'm like, why the hell didn't you just go down there and listen to your son? You're such an idiot. You probably got him killed. Well, because Father's perfect, and you probably would have got killed yourself. So, Maybe he took Elijah and I'm still here. I don't know. Who am I to know? I can't, I'm not, I don't know. But I know that he doesn't make mistakes. So thank you for your encouraging words there, Dan. You know what I mean? Because it is, he doesn't make mistakes. You can't, he doesn't, you can't change. If he creates everything. So he knows if you're going to go turn left, or you could, oh, that crazy dude on YouTube said, Father knows which way, God knows which way I'm gonna turn when I get out of this parking lot. He thinks I'm gonna turn right, uh like you said, he doesn't make mistakes. So I appreciate it. Um, that's the way it works. I live with that. That's the way it works. That's just the way it's written. He doesn't make mistakes. He's doing it for a reason. He's the equator. He's the equalizer. He'll pour out a just measure when he returns. So anybody who wrongs you, he will right. Anybody who hurt you, he will heal. Anybody who screwed you over, he will straighten that all out. But he does it on the other end. We can't do it on this end. So thank you, Father, for that. Such a blessing coming to this, abundance. No, there's no such thing as accidents. No such thing as luck. No such thing as free will. You know, um, well, he doesn't. There isn't. We were taught that not everything happens for a reason. That's what they told you. Everything happens for a reason, right? Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. It's a parable. It's the same thing. So nothing by chance. There is no chance. There is no free will. There is no luck. There is no luck, Father. There is no luck. Father, it creates everything not written. He knows where the dice will land. You try to shave them, weight them. I've done that with the word. He said, don't do that. Take away, add, or take away. Trying to make it your own. He knows where the dice land. He knows where the cards will fall. You can try to cheat and stack the deck. It's not going to matter. He knows exactly. Like I said, he's the creator of all things. Evil. Father creates evil. Isaiah 45:7. He creates calamity and chaos. He said, I do all these things after my own counsel. I do them for my own pleasure. So he knows what he's doing. Do you like math at all? Algebra. You take some from here and have to give it back over here. You have to endure to the end if you want to be saved. Sozo. Picked up, lifted from beginning point, and carried to an ending point, and then healed over here. So you have to endure to the end if you want to be saved. Nobody's been saved. No such thing as being saved. No free will, no luck. Nope, no free will, no luck either. Remember, he knows where the dice will land. Can't be saved. You have to endure to the end if you want to be picked up. You're a purchased possession, like you put money in the bank. If you spend it here on this rock, on this earth, and be ruled by this, then you're going to leave your treasure here. He's the snare that lifts us out of here. You came in through your head. You're going to leave, well, by your feet. Remember? We'll see if you leave your change, your treasure here on this rock. Did you spend it all here, or will you be securely fastened when you reach heaven, which is not in the sky? It came in through your head like Vesca Pisces, through the crowning moment, if you will, for those ladies that have experienced childbirth. Boy, I'm glad I don't have to do that. Squeeze a freaking watermelon through a crack in the wall and leak 9 quarts of oil every month and still function properly. I want that one on my team. So I give it to you ladies. So, but anyways, all right, moving on. So not today. Oh, I tripped the other day, man. I tripped the other day on the ice on the front porch and stumbled over with the cart in my hand. That could have been so tragic. Oh man. I was like, oh, same thing. Oh, not today. Thank you, Father. Woo, that could have been bad news, man. I'd have been a hurting unit. So just a little bit of ice, just caught a little. I was wearing those whatever, they got the rubber, forget what they call those boots. Like a muck boot. That's what I call them. Muck, like muck luck. Got the rubber souls. Sabrina know what a muckluck is. So what these are, what do they call them? Oh, bogs. They're called bogs. Bogs. Duck boots or bogs. Yeah, duck boots or muck boots or there we go. Muck duck. Hey, duck, yeah. Duck, yeah. Hey, I've been not being such a potty mouth, huh? Whatever. It is what it is. I apologize. Yep. So, the muckluck, they'll go up to your knee. They're meant to go through the deep snow, keep that snow out from your boot. Keep that snow out from there. Keep your feet nice and warm. So, all right, we got that fire going now. I think it's finally starting to catch all them logs on fire. Make her nice and warm in here. All right, well, as we head deeper into this WW3 days here, the 92323, 2 equals 3, WW2 equals WW3. I don't see very good results of going into Iran. So I hope you're ready. Again, always ready, like I said, to have your lamps trimmed to be burning bright, he said. But what an interesting time. I don't want any part of it. I don't have any, like I said, already told you about how I ran and how, I don't think that, I don't think we need to be policing the world. George Washington said no foreign entanglement. So this new covenant says, let vengeance be mine. So we shouldn't even have a military outside of our own borders. We can have a border patrol, a national guard, but I don't like military on the streets. Posse comitatus actually violates the Constitution, but you're used to that already, huh? 25 states with military in them. Now they got these ISIS brown coats running around. Well, shirts, coats, just like World War II, throwing people in vans. It's feeling very World War II-esque, isn't it? Yeah. So World War II equals World War III. They're going to do everything they did. So get ready for some sinking boats. Get ready for some, Gulf of Tonkin, Pearl Harbor. Remember? Nagasaki, Hiroshima. It's a coming. They're doing a reenactment of World War II. I don't know any other channel that's covering this, but that's okay. 923, remember? It's the 1223 ritual that they do. 1223, 323, 623, 923. 923 is the birth of the Virgin, remember? Born of a Virgin. 923, 2017. It's on the debt calculator right now. If you'd like to take a look at it. Go into the secret window. Remember? You have to have celestial eyes to see what they're doing. But most people don't have celestial eyes. They got a space force or whatever balls they're spinning on. Yeah, well, all you can do is be, it's better to have and not need than need not have, Sabrina. That's all I can tell you. You can all get taken away from you, but then what are you worth? I know you're worth something, but most people are worth nothing. They couldn't skin their way out of a frickin' or whatever, fight their way out of a paper bag. Skin. They couldn't skin anything. Yeah, they can stub their toe. That's about it. It's all right. He says, you cause one of mine to stumble. All right. It'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea. So we're supposed to be helping another brother out, right? Don't sup with vipers, though. Don't invite people into your home that are, vipers or cast your pearls before swine. It's written on tables of our hearts. So that's why he tells us that. Don't sup. Doesn't mean you can't help, but hey, we don't feed people who don't want to, those who do not work do not eat. So if they don't work out, remember, it's what he tells us. People want to do all this nonsense. It's not what the scripture tells us. Scripture tells us, do not sup with vipers. Come out of her, my people. Be in it, but be not of it. Agape is not giving people food. Agape is showing people to the narrow way if they're in the broad way. Let me make it simple for you. A man who studied for decades. I don't know everything, but I love the gospel. I can tell you that. When he says be charitable, love is charitable, love is patient, love is kind, it is meek, it does not boast. Don't hide it, right? But don't boast because but whoa, it is charitable. Love, agape, is charitable. We're supposed to share the love. And that love is the gospel. It's not crackers and grape juice. It's not baking your enemy hot cross-top buns or bringing them snickerdoodles, or it's show them to the broad way. No, they're in the broad way. Show them to the narrow way. Most people are in the broad way. You don't have to show them anything if they're in the broad way, right? Well, you don't show them to the broad way. Show them to the narrow way. Do you know what the narrow way is? The narrow way is the gospel. So if you don't know the gospel, then you need to take up your cross. Like it says in Matthew, you need to go out there and learn, suffer a little bit, huh? That is the gospel, is suffering. Peace is antichrist. Well, come out of her. It's not going to be fun. Be separate, be set apart. He said, do what I did. Does anybody want to throw you in prison, throw you in a cage? Is that what they want to do to you? He said, if you're loved by the world, you'll be hated by my Father. So does this world love you? Don't be loved by the world, remember? If you are loved by the world, remember, love is agape, love is patient, love is kind, love is meek, it does not boast, and it is not, it is charitable. So remember, love is patient. Be patient with Father. He knows what he's doing, just like we were speaking of earlier. Our timing is always off. His timing is perfect. Love is kind. Be kind to Father. Even if he beats you, be kind to him. He loves you. He only beats the people he loves. It's the way it works. Be kind with other people, but remember when it says love is patient, be patient with Father. Don't forget to be patient with Father. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget to be patient with Shiloh. He's going to come back. He's going to redeem you for your sins if you stand up to this perversion. If you're his disciple, then that's what you'll do. My disciples, bear your cross, bear your witness. Be crucified, be set apart, be in prison, be hated, not loved. Remember? That's what he tells us. That's what the scripture tells us. So that's what I love about the scripture. It heals me. Remember, I'm not there, but daily it heals me. I die to self daily and it heals me so that I can be born from above, not again. Again is once. It doesn't say born again. It says be born from above daily. Deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily. Follow after me daily. My disciples, take up your cross. Follow after me. These are written in scripture. So if you don't love the scripture, then you don't love these truths. And I can't make anybody love this, but I know that I love this because this is what lifts me up every day, gets me off my ass, my stubborn, an ass is a mule that I can't, Father gives me the discernment. Shiloh, through his, seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, not a job, not a car, not a house, not a wife, but discernment of the word. That's what he's saying. Knock and I will sup. Do not sup with vipers. He tells us that knock and I will sup with you. Sup is with the word. The word, Father is the word. The gospel, that's Shiloh under this covenant. Remember? Come out of her. The body is a temple. Through much thlipsis we must go through, Paul said. Remember? That is the gospel. Tribulation, fiery trials, long suffering, he said. Love is suffering, long suffering. A fiery trial, he says we must be refined like silver and gold. And there is no way in hell, and hell is not below your feet. Hell is no knowledge that gold is going to become refined until it's put under a long, hot, or silver press, refiner, crucible. He said, be crucified like a crucible, right? A finer, refiner's fire. That's what it takes, a long time to burn off the impurities. That's the word. Hallelujah for that. I know when he's burning me, that's what he's doing it because he knows what he's doing. He says, I do these things after my own counsel. I live it. So what? He's not done with me yet. It's a refiner's fire. It's a long press, a long heat, like clay. Be put in the final kiln, and if you have any impurities, you'll crack and you'll break. So that's why he beats you. He beats the impurities out of you. Remember, did you ever make a little ashtray? Or we could make ashtrays in school. Maybe a little, my bad, make a little shape of, like, a little dinosaur or whatever, little cup or a little bowl. Remember, if there was any impurities in there, it would break, right? My bad. So that's what he's doing to us. He beats us like clay. Because if there's any impurities, it would. I did actually. I know some of us did, anyways. Right? You're not. No, it's a little cup. It's a saucer. Yeah. What's the little thing on the sides there? But anyways, all right. But that's what we're in the age of clay right now too. We are, seriously. This is a beautiful time to be here. We're not in some gold on age. The gold on age. Look, it's on the debt calculator. But we're in the age of clay. Remember Daniel deciphered. He was remember cipher, like a code, decipher, like you could. Gematria, you know how to decipher any gematria codes? Any? All right, never mind. But Daniel was a magi. He could remember for the dreams, decode. How about that? He could decode, right? So we needed magi. He was a magi. Daniel was a magi, and he had a celestial eye, as I have a celestial eye. I'll make you see why Stevie had the wonder. Remember? No, wander. That's planet. Never mind. Take that back. I don't know where that came from. I just had to throw it in there. But all right, moving on. So the beautiful thing about where we're at under this covenant, though, is that he covers us because we stand up. We don't sit down. We stand up, and we profess. That's what we do. We not prophecy, because prophecy was all fulfilled. We bear witness, and we edify this covenant, that the body is a temple, and that he's not in a house made by hands, and that we suffer because we don't do what the world is doing. The world's spinning. Well, they're perverted. That means the froward. He said, you frowarded my agape, remember? Because they had perverted his law, his father's law. Remember? In the book of Deuteronomy, these women were literally there on the streets, not able to be remarried, having to prostitute themselves to feed their self, and they were literally not given. Remember, they were supposed to be given half of what the man's. Remember, of this is Old Testament. You had to go to a public place and nail that bill of marriage to a tree, and had declared 2 witnesses. This is why he nailed himself to a tree. Remember, nothing good could come of Nazareth. Remember, they put a crown of thorns, King of the Jews, over his head. Remember what it is, that price that he paid for us, for his bride, because they stand up. Like he paid that bride price. Remember, we are his purchased possession. He paid it in blood. He paid it in flesh. Remember, these women, that bill of marriage had to be taken to a public place. They were not able to be legally divorced. Remember? That's what he said. You froward, they made their own halakha, their haggadah, their oral laws and written laws, where these living women had not even committed the physical act of adultery, and they were throwing them out on the streets without giving them a bill of marriage, or a bill of divorce, going back to that public place. This is all in the book of Deuteronomy. When have you ever heard a pastor talking about this? No, they don't want to talk about this covenant that he made with his bride. They don't want to talk about the marriage. Remember, he said, if you covet another man's wife, that is adultery. And didn't he divorce his wife for adultery? Called her a whore in the book of Revelation because she cheated on his agape. Gee, I wonder why Father sent his son. This is why. Because they perverted. They made their own laws. Went after gods in the sky, Baal worship, and grove, tree worship, owl. Who's your daddy? Yeah, they worship the sun god. That's your daddy. Oh, pardon me. Birthed in the middle of the winter. You know, like Moloch, the tree god, the owl god, Grove. They do it. They're still doing the same thing. So that's why he said, "Come out of her, my people." Remember what it tells us in the book of Amos? Their celebrations, vain. Jeremiah, vain, worthless. He doesn't want us to celebrate all these Yule wheel calendar days. God's not in the sky. God's not some calendar god in the sky. Augustus, August, Julius, Caesar, all these pagan, lunar, Greek gods, Gregorian gods, combine their lunar calendar with the pagan calendar to make their Gregorian calendar. And they celebrate all this, and this is all outlawed, remember? It was. It's all outlawed. This is all paganism, celebration of the birth of the sun god in the middle of the winter. Baphomet. Baphomet is the god of three genders. There are three gods in one god. It's an all-in-one god. Kind of like I don't know. Something came to my mind, but I don't think it was the right. Never said it before. I was thinking like a Swiss Army god. That's not right. So, well, like all in one. You know, you think it was Swiss Army knife. They're all in one. They're transgender god. That's what it is. They're transformer god. There we go. Thank you. He transforms. Next thing you know, your God's got breast. Well, guess what? The Hamashiach didn't have breast. The Father didn't have flesh. So why does your God have breast? Your God is three genders in one God, or Horus and Isis, like Mary and Jesus. The same thing. It's the same worship. The sun god and goddess, sex goddess, the goddess of fertility goddess, the sea goddess. Remember? Well, the spring goddess. It's the under the sea god is the sun, God's son, Tammuz, the son of Satan. Under the sea. That's why they do their trident, remember? With their Zeus. Kind of like you ever watch any Disney, they like to program you. You know, like Jiminy Crickets. I already told you there's no such thing as a conscience. Conscience. Get that away from me. Crickets. That's all I hear is a bunch of crickets. All right. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish, for good men to stand around and use their Miranda right, remain silent, and never mind. Be quiet and remain silent. The people to be quiet, because it's man and woman under this covenant. Remember, Jew and Gentile, black and white, brown, red, and yellow. Maybe you're one of these white ones and you're holding your breath and you're turning blue, like Esau. Remember the Canaanites? Remember he loved Jacob. Remember the lion from the tribe of Judah, Israel, the families, the 12 tribes of Israel. Well, he loved Jacob, who he called Israel, and he hated Esau. Remember, they were left out of the Cain and Abel, left out of the. Do you ever study the lineage? There's a reason why it says begotten. All right, moving on. So, why does it say all that in there? Yeah, it's kind of important to know who begotten who. Yeah, all right, never mind. We'll move on again. So, Esau's brother is Satan. What's that matter? Well, he stole his inheritance, and this is all about a wedding and an inheritance. Remember, I said he cheated on. Remember, you forwarded my Agape. We were talking about the book of Deuteronomy. There's going to be a wedding, just so you know. Are you excited? You ever notice people don't ever talk about, when they talk about religion, they don't talk about a wedding, do they? It's about a wedding. Remember the wedding supper. We're not to sup with vipers. It's written on fleshy tables of our hearts in the book of Colossians 2 and 14. Tables, you eat at a table, correct? Supping. He said, don't sup with bite. Don't cast your pearls. You have to have a crown. He's the one who, in the age of error, they receive their inheritance, heirs to the crown of, like Paul said, the kingdom of God, which you call heaven, which is not above your head, which is inside of you. Imagine that. Paul knew, didn't he? Huh? That's a beautiful thing. Religious people are vain. Religions are evil. They go after this sun god birthed in the middle of the winter. So it's not up to me to try to turn a goat into a sheep. You'll know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. Judge with righteous judgment, it tells us, correct? Righteous judgment. Let the word speak for you. If they're an abomination, depart from them. Show them to the narrow way. 2 times. That's it. That's all he says. 2 times. They're the broad way, show them the narrow way. Show them the gospel. If they don't want to hear it, leave alone. When it says agape thy enemy, it doesn't mean bake them hot cross top buns or bring them candy bars. It means show them to the narrow way. Love thy neighbor. If your neighbor is not in the narrow way, show him to the narrow, especially you. A man's enemies be the one of his own household. That's in the book of Matthew. You are your biggest enemy. That's right. Agape thyself. Self-will is how you'll send yourself to hell. Pretty important that you understand that cosmos, that orderly arrangements of what I just said to you. Hope it makes sense. Well, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. He tells us so. You're not turning anybody. You are your biggest nightmare. You are your biggest enemy. So be careful what comes out of your face. Careful when you share the gospel that you're not fluffing it. It doesn't need propped up like some Christmas tree with nails and hammers. Like it says in the book of Jeremiah, do not do these things. For one cutteth the tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. They bring it home and deck it like boughs of halls with holly or boughs of jolly. Deck it with silver and gold like tinsel, right? And stand it up and hammer it with nails, hammers, right? Erect it like a palm tree so it stands up like the rebirth of Nimrod. That's what you're doing. You're rebirthing the sun god in the middle of the winter. When you stand up that tree, for one cutteth the tree. This is Moloch worship. Remember Kronos? They thought the sun was dying at the equinox. They prayed to the sun god, birthed in the middle of the winter. Moloch or Mithra at the time of Rome. That's what they called him, Mithra. But Beelzebub or many different, like the Messiah, the Hamashiach, Shiloh. That's what I call him, Shiloh. The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. Shiloh. So I don't know which, like I said, which gospel that you're there's only one gospel. So careful what you're speaking. You don't want to go to the church? Yeah, we're plugged in. Thank you. That's the beautiful thing about, the Hamashiach already chose. He already chose. He already knows from the foundation of the world. Think about that. He already knew he would birth a flesh vessel before our salvation, before redemption, before forgiveness. We didn't have the forgiveness of sin. The wages of sin was death. One sin. Think about how abundant and what a time of grace that we live in. When we don't live under the old eye for an eye. He said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. He'll heal you over here. Heal you over here after death. That's right. He said, do not seek vengeance. That's right. He paid it all. He paid the bride price. It's beautiful. I don't know why people do not get this. It's hard to understand for most people to wrap their brain around it, but It's knowing that that you don't get to do what you want while you're here. That's not what it says. Do as thou will is the motto of the high priest of it's the motto of the Satan church. Do as thou will. Just so you know, there's no free will. It's self-will. And Father makes his bride do his will. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So Father creates evil to test his bride. Necessary evil. That's the way it works. You think you're here in, heaven on earth. You're sadly mistaken. This is the playground of the adversary. You don't live in some place where you get to walk around and do what you want. You need to be armored up the whole time. Twice Paul said in Ephesians, put on the whole armor of God. The armor is the word. It's your only ticket out of here. It's your only way out of here is the word. He is the word. If you're going to go be with Father, he is the word. That is heaven. Father is heaven. Father is the word. It is the ruling class. Who rules you? You can't serve two masters. Who's your Lord? Remember, Lord's a pagan term. So the beautiful thing about the gospel, again, is that the Father is within us. That is the Hokadesh. The kingdom of God is the temple. And the temple is a spiritual Israel. It's a spiritual bride. And we are spiritual, inwardly spiritual Jews. I mean, J doesn't exist, so there's no such thing as Jew, but we'll use that term. No, he doesn't redeem everybody. He only redeems his bride. And he only redeems the ones that bear witness, that are his disciples. My disciples, take up your cross. Matthew, deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily. Follow after me daily. Cross means to be crucified. Cross means that you're going to be separated. You're going to be imprisoned as he was in prison. You might not literally be thrown in prison, but maybe your family separates you because you live in a house full of people, but you're alone. And you're treated as the outcast, the outsider, because you love the gospel and you do this every day. And they don't want to do it. Oh, come on. It's not always about God. Every time I talk to you, you're always talking about God. Well, he says, deny yourself daily. Take up your cross daily. Follow after me daily. So we do this every day. There's never a time that I don't talk with God. I might have a down day, and then I get all mad at him, and then I talk to him for an hour later, studying. Like, no, I'm supposed to be mad at you. That's what he does to me. I don't normally make it long. I don't. I go, oh, I'm tired of this. Oh, I can't. Oh, yeah, whatever. Then I'm right back to the word. That's what he does. He makes his bride love him. So again, he only loves his bride. He only loves the people he makes love him, and he makes them go through hell. Hell is no knowledge, and they pull through that, and Alati is truth. Remember? Truth. He is the truth. He said the truth will set you free. So the only way you're going to get there is through the Hados, through the narrow way. Hados, he said, I am the way. Hados is the word way, to be in the same narrow way as Christ. He said, do what I did. Follow after me. In the book of Luke, in the book of Matthew, he said in the book of Romans, conform to my image. In Paul's writing, the ones that I chose, the ones I enslaved in their flesh, the ones I predestined, prohorizo, I predetermined them from the light, the horizon, the separated them. I put them in the flesh. I enslaved them in their meat suit in sin, and then I pulled them to be pure. I purified them. Remember through Paul's writing, he said, circumcise the outer man from the inside out. Like, Noah was told to baptize the ark inside and out. He tells us to cut it off. Well, circumcise it. The flesh, the laws of the flesh. We're not bound by old Torah laws of Moses, Aaron, or Levite. We're under this covenant where he fulfilled all these laws of flesh. He said it when they hung him on that tree that day. He said it was fulfilled. He's perfect. He cannot sin. He knows what he's doing. He will pour out a just measure when he returns. That's the beautiful thing. So he said, I am the narrow way. Narrow is a life of struggle. It's not going to be easy. There's no easy way to the only way to the Father is through the Son. And he was crucified. And he said, do what I did. Follow after me. Conform to my image. So does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Does anybody want to take in and put holes in you? Throw you in a cage? Put a crown of thorns on your head? Stripe you? Are you earning your stripes? Are you out there earning your stripes? They striped him. Remember, lashed him. Does anybody want to stripe you? You're earning your like a military chevrons and rockers. You rocking them stripes? Seriously. Are you a soldier? Not fight. The soldier of God, the Most High. Put on the armor of God. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. Remember, this is Paul's writings. You need to go through the gospel if you want this truth. The only way to the Father is through the gospel, through the Son. And the gospel is the word under this new covenant, through suffering. Peace is antichrist. He said, do not think that I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. He's the one who has is the high priest of the church. He is the one who holds the crown, as Father used to be, remember, judge under Old Testament. That's why we know that the Shiloh sign crowned him the high priest. The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. So he will come back and he will stand as judge, not Father. If you don't have that covering for the sins, then you're going to stand under the Old Testament where the wages of one sin was death. If you rip him down from the tree that he hung from, then you put yourself back under the old covenant, under the laws of Aaron, Moses, Levite. Is any one of us not fallen short of the word? The wages of sin was death, one sin. That's none of us in this room. I don't think so. Not me, not any one of us. He says this, that he's without sin. The truth is not in him. Aletheia. You're lying to yourself. We've all fallen short of the word. We don't have this covering. If we don't have this mediator standing there with judge, Father, and have somebody in with the judge, then we are vessels of wrath. And that's not who we are. We are vessels of mercy. And that's why he covers us. No, Father, I have their sins covered, remember? Because remember, Father's Old Testament, the wages of one sin was death. So if you don't have that covering for the sins of his bride, because they stand up to the world, the sins of the world, not their sins, the sins of the world. Get it straight. The sins, oh, no, not for your sticky fingers because you're a thief or you can't keep it in your pants and you're some kind of, idolater. No, for the standing up to the sins of the world. That's the idolatry he's talking about. See? Why don't people talk about that? That's his disciples. They're out there being crucified, being separated, prison, long suffering they go through. And they do this daily. This is what he does. They do this on a daily. They don't do this for because they want to. They do this because he makes them do it. Remember, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me like a soldier, seeking a treasure, or not like a pirate, right? What are you on, some stealing somebody's booty? Careful. He said, I come quickly. Let no one take your crown. Revelation 3:11. Careful where you cast your pearls. Do not cast your pearls before swine. Do not leave them here on this rock. Just spend them before you. You better be securely fastened when you get to heaven, right? In your pockets, right? I told you, he's the snare that lifts us out of here. We'll see if it gets left here. If you put your treasure on these earthly things, or if you put them in the heavens in a higher place, which isn't above your head. That does not what heavens is. No. Well, that's right. It says that. And this is discernment. Like I said, Nathan, discernment, spiritual discernment. Ask for spiritual. Seeking ye shall find the discernment of the word. Not a job, not a house, not a car, not a wife, not out of trouble. not the lottery ticket numbers, but the word and discernment. Ask, and you shall receive. Knock. Do not sup with vipers. Do not cast your pearls before swine. Do not help people who do not want to help themselves. If somebody's in the broad way and you show them in the narrow way, they don't want it, leave them alone. Father will deal with them. He will condemn them. You've done your duty. Move on. That's it. That's what you're here to do. If you think you're here to do something else, then go ahead. Throw it out there. What else are you here to do? Go ahead. I'll listen. I'll wait. What else are you here? I know you got a life. I know you might have a wife, a kid, a house, a car, a job. What are you here to do? What is your purpose as this meat suit? So you know, we got to figure it out. Serve a purpose while you're here. I know what I'm here to do. I'll give you a hint. He said, don't hide that light. Giving you little hints. You want to phone a friend? You need to call, use a lifeline or something? Maybe turn on the music in the background. Doom, doom, doom. What are you here for? What are you here to do? We're all here, if we are the bride of Christ, to do the same thing, because we'll all be doing the same thing. Remember? Knock and I will come sup. There's another hint. Hey, I love it. I love these truths. Most people have no idea what their purpose is, what this meat suit while they walk this rock. I think it has something to do with the job. I'm not saying that you don't have you have to make money. Money is not the root of all evil. Get it right. Money is gold and silver, but money is not the root of all evil. It's the agape. We are here to share the gospel, brothers and sisters. If you are a disciple and Father has chosen you through Shiloh, his Redeemer, right, that will come back and redeem his bride, you are here to share the gospel. You're here to suffer. You're here to take up your cross daily. You're here to deny yourself daily. You're here to bear witness. You're here to glorify and edify this new covenant that he made, and go share that and let people know that the King is nigh. The redemption is nigh at hand. And that under this covenant is not just the high priest, Levitical high priest of Aaron, his favorite, his heavens, his tribe, the Jews, but Jews and Gentiles. That's the gospel. All flesh. Not everybody, though. Not everybody. He's an all-loving Father, but he doesn't love everybody. And you tell people that, and they don't want to hear that. That's the narrow way. They don't like that. They want the easy Jesus, or they think they're some kind of fake Jew, and they're going to get in there with, because it warns us, those who say that they are Jews, but they are not. It's a spiritual. You'll know them by their fruit. There is no physical covenant that we are under this Old Testament. We are put under this new covenant of Hokadesh, spirit. Wrestle not against flesh and blood. Paul said it in Ephesians. We're not under the laws bound by blood rituals and putting blood in your doorway, or take your son up to the son, Abraham, and take Isaac up and sacrifice. We're not under this. We're under a Hokadesh, a spiritual testament. He made a new living will and testament with his bride, did he not? He was the testor of that will. You ever filled out a will? What happens? You receive what? Your inheritance. And to make that will valid and binding, somebody's going to have to, right? That's why he paid that price. Do you see what he did for his bride? He paid, that's the bride price he paid, didn't he? As the testor of that will, a new living will and testament. I hope you understand that covenant that he made. It's a beautiful thing. It's beautiful. Hallelujah. I love that. I just cannot thank him enough for giving me this discernment. Ask and you shall receive. Knock and I will come sup with you, so that I can, he is the word, so that I know that when I go to be with Father, like I said, that he's not some God in the sky, some bearded, he is the word. And if I love the word, then I get to be with the word. The word is heavens. The word became flesh. That is Shiloh. He had the birthday flesh vessel to fulfill this covenant because of the perversion. Because of the perversion. So he tells us, do not do that. Guard my commandments. 2 John and 6, love me. Walk and follow in my commandments. Do not put on the armor of God. This is the battle that we struggle with. People don't love these truths. They love this other gospel where it's an easy sit down. Oh, you got to do is believe in Jesus, the John 3:16 nonsense. Not that there's not validity to that, but the word believe is an action word. It's a verb. You can't believe in God as a thought in your head. You have to put legs on faith. Faith is a noun, belief is a verb, and you still have to put legs on faith. So you'll know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. Words are talk. Who are you when you're not on this, platform? Who are you when you're not around people? Who are you when it's only you and Father? He knows what's written on your heart. A man can say whatever he wants. That, I could sit there and quote all the scripture and know every verse and quote it but then I'm just a man of head knowledge. If I'm not a walking testament, if I'm not a living revelation, literally pulling off the cover, right? Then I'm not showing people to the narrow way. He is the truth. I am the aletheia through the narrow way, hados. I am the hados, I am the aletheia, and I am the horizo. So the only way you're going to get there is to cut off the flesh. Stop talking in this nonsense. The word is defined. Aletheia is truth, and we need to make sure that the scriptures that we're using are defined. Don't be using these translations. He hates that. Remember? He does not, don't add. He said, don't take away or I'll blot your name out of that book. That's a translation. That is a translation. That's why he said, I am the hados. I am the narrow way. You must cut off this world, circumcise, like Paul said, the outer man. We're not bound by this flesh. He is Hokadesh. He is spirit, and he paid the bride price so that we would not have to pay in flesh. And if we do, he will cover us on the other end if we do. Do not seek vengeance. Do not lash out. I am testing you. I am bringing these people in front of you to test to see if you will lash out at them. Turn your cheek. Be meek, not weak. You can protect yourself, but do not go out and seek vengeance. He said, let vengeance be mine. So it's a tough world we live in because everybody you know and everybody I know, they're a bunch of heathens. And they celebrate the New Year's in the middle of the winter, and they celebrate birth when they're not supposed to be celebrating birth, and they mourn death. They've got it completely backwards. What does the book of Ecclesiastes tell us? It tells us to celebrate death, right? And actually, we're not supposed to celebrate birth. There's only 2 birth dates in all of Scripture. 2 birth dates in all of Scripture. I don't care about the rejected text. You can take and add those. The births that are mentioned in Scripture is the birth of Herod, who was trying to kill the Messiah. Remember, having the firstborn child killed? And then Satan himself. So what in the hell are you doing celebrating birth? The most vain thing you could do is celebrate yourself, let alone the birth of oneself. That's why it tells us in the book of Jeremiah, it is vain. These customs. Nobody ever celebrated birth dates. That is a New Age thing, just so you know. Kind of like Mother's Day. When it says honor thy mother in the Old Testament, it does nothing to do with your mom. Your mother, it tells us in Scripture, is your family that you're going to be with after you die. Your father, which is, remember, Shiloh, the Hamashiach, and then your brothers and sisters that'll be at the wedding. Not your nieces, uncles, aunts, nephews. Honor thy father is not your dad. You've forgotten what this word tells you because you won't define it. He said, I am the aletheia. I am the truth. People don't want it. Don't worry about it. You can't give it to them. If they want it, you will just give them a little kibble and they'll want more. Lead them to remember, it's like a path. Narrow is the way. Father, show them to the light. Father is the light. The word became flesh. Horizo, prohorizo. Horizo means light or horizon. They didn't call it a light. They called it the horizon. First part of the day, the light would come up. The light would come. Dark, horizon, light. Light. I am the separator. I am the horizo. That's what Romans 8:29, Paul's writings. I also did foreknow who I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ, to be the firstborn of brethren. Remember? The firstborn. The inheritance. Esau stole his brother's inheritance, Nimrod. They just don't get it. That's okay. I'm not trying to make anybody... You can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. It will fall on deaf ears. Sheep do, they don't all, in the beginning, they don't have the scales removed from their eyes. They don't always have a seeing eye. That's why you're supposed to show people to the narrow way. And they don't always have a hearing ear. Father removes the restrainer. The word removes the restrainer. The word is what rebukes their heart. Apocalypse means to lift off the cover, like to lift off the scales, to remove the cover, to lift off, to reveal, revelation. That's why I pastor this revelation. Come in here and pull off these lies so you can see the aletheia. That is the Hamashiach. And it takes, it takes time. I've had a relationship with this truth for a long time. I didn't always understand it. As a matter of fact, I used to sidestep it, cheat it, lazy study it, lots of different ways that I would cheat myself. I was cheating myself out of my own inheritance. You know what I'm saying? Good stuff there, Deacon. Yep, good stuff, man. I don't think $5,000 gold is anywhere close to what we'll see in the price of gold. So seriously, wish I didn't have to sell my gold. Then I could go buy that trailer right now that I need to buy. But that's okay. Father has, it was all a waste of money. But oh well. Outstanding. Good to see all your labor stored up. And if you don't tell anybody where it's at, there's no third party risk. Outstanding. God's money is gold and silver. So you're supposed to put up, enough for your children's children. So that's why it's beautiful. That's why it's gold is God's money. So is silver. So I'm sure even if it pulls back up the truck, I'm not giving any economic advice. So I just make a mention of it. So Father always seems to have people steal all my precious metals, but that's okay because I'll just have to work at it. I'll have to get some more. And as soon as I have enough, I'll spend it on the church, on the body. Spend it here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. So I'm getting close to, I think I have enough. I've been saving and working hard to, maybe someday here in the near future, I'll have enough to do it. And I'll add the building that I want to add to the ministry here so we can, get power out here. That's the main concern, is to get the freeze dryers so we can create the abundance, so we can start sending out abundance, sending out the ability to show people. And this is how we create abundance here. Some people put their treasure in dollars and cents. Some people put it in ounces and acres. So I'm not giving any economic advice. Some people measure it in golden butt nuggets and sheep, and tractors. So everybody has a different idea of what money is and what value is. But I tell you what my treasure is, the word. So that's why I work for this ministry, because the word is all that matters to me. And I'm thankful for this. Like I said, I'm thankful that I have this online here ability. So I encourage people, don't have too much money. He said, be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. So all rich people go to hell and all famous people go to hell. That's the way it works. That's the way Scripture says. So, if you have enough to, that is nothing compared to what you guys said. It's nothing compared to what some of these people at the top. But remember, most people don't have very much precious metals at all. There's only enough silver to go around for everybody to have 8 ounces. That's God's ratio. Every 8 ounces of silver they pull out 1 ounce of gold. So I call that God's ratio. So it's a teeny tiny market. Not too many people even, or they might have paper, silver, SLV or GLD or something in their in their portfolio, but they don't have any exposure to the physical metal. It's just such a small market. It really is. Most of the people who have it are the banks, the banks. So, and if you think there's some in Fort Knox, then I got a bridge I'll sell you here, and well, I got some beachfront property in Silver Lake, Oregon. Hey, it used to be under the ocean, so under the sea. So, well, let's see how we're doing here. All right. Might be ready to add me another. Oh man, that heat feels good. So, but anyways, I'm not giving economic advice. The thing I do like about having a discussion about precious metals, though, is it is God's money, and if you think of what the beautiful thing about it is, you can't be inflated out of it. If it's a physical thing, they can't hack it, and it is a store of value, and it always has been. It is, silver was the first money in Scripture, and they actually call silver money in many places, but it doesn't matter where. Like I said, if you don't hold it, you don't own it. I don't care how much discovery you have. It costs money to take out of the ground. So it's nice to have discovery, but there's a cost to doing business. And when I talk about precious metals, I'm talking about what's up on the surface, I'm not saying that there isn't gold mines and silver mines and things like that too, but that's a huge process that takes a tremendous amount of time to produce actual, bullion or put a product out to market. It's not a short process, no matter what. So when you think about, the precious metals sector, although you could use something such as a mining, company or junior miner, or, one of these larger miner companies, you're talking about the process of could take 10 to 20 years to produce once the process starts to try to produce some kind of metal to market, so that's the nice thing about what's out took a process, and that's why it has value, whether you understand what value is or not. Gold and silver have been a store of value since the beginning of time, since it's always been. It's never gone to zero, at least the last 8,000 years. So I don't mind having the discussion. Like I said, sometimes it hurts my heart thinking about, that I didn't listen to my son and take the precious metals and do what it is that I was supposed to do. But I had this thought just the other day. Okay, so you took the precious metals, you bought the double cab Tacoma, you took off down to Ecuador, and you got killed down there. And now you're still here. Even though you don't like the situation, you're still alive. Maybe I would have went down there and got killed. Who knows? Kidnapped. And I wouldn't be able to share any gospel with you right now. So I thank Father, no matter what my decision was, to hold on to it. It got taken from me, no matter how many times it has. Or even if I had to remember all this precious metals I had to give up to get an attorney that didn't even give me the representation legal, Sixth Amendment, it violated my rights. It was all a waste. And what would it be worth now? I wouldn't have no struggles getting this property on the grid, having every bit of money that I need, and having the ability to buy that building that I would put on here right now. And now I don't have that. But oh well, life ain't Burger King. So I doesn't mean that I don't want other people to see successful, and I don't give any economic advice, and if you don't have any beans and, rice and a way to protect it and water filter, then you have no reason to be in the precious metal sector. If you do, then great. What a great idea. Like I said, there's other things too, tractors and solar panels and wind turbines and lots, battery. I'm not telling you where to spend your, but eventually one point in time, you guys that have that stuff that's put away, you better take some flipping profit. It's never wrong to pull profit from your stack, especially if you can pay back your original, entry price. So don't be like me. I've never pulled profit. I did. I pulled profit out to spend it to an attorney, but I've never got to enjoy my profits, so I would want to tell you that if you have something like that, in the future tense, I'm not giving you economic advice to go get that thing that you want, buy that truck, buy that car, buy that house, do that addition to the house, do something with it, buy a motorcycle, take a vacation, go take your wife. I'm not saying if you're putting it away for a generation and you look at for your kids, never spend it. Great. That's what it does. It stores value. And the neat thing about having, what you have is if you worked hard for something, they can't inflate you out of that like currency can. They can't hack it like some coin or some token. It is yours. You worked for it. You stored up all those hard hours, labors, and now all your store of work of value is stored up in that coin. Think about how much time it took. Most people have no idea how mining works. Like silver is a very rare, oddity to have a exclusive silver mine. You know what I'm saying? So it's taken up out of the ground as a base metal like copper or ore or zinc or lead or one of these, but like I said, it does come up every time they take out 1 ounce of gold, 8 ounces of silver. But again, it's not, it's not an exclusive. It's more of a rarity, and it will be in the future. I do think that someday that I will be able to trade, 1 ounce of silver for 2 to 3 ounces of gold because it's just more valuable. I'm not saying that gold doesn't have value, but you're going to have to one day understand that gold it doesn't have the usage. It doesn't have the application. Not that gold is not a store of value. It doesn't tarnish. You can't get rid of it. It's the same piece of gold that's there a million years ago, the same piece of gold it is today. Okay. That's the beautiful thing about gold. I'm not saying that gold, they both have their purpose, but in the future, silver is much more valuable, much more widely used, much less of it on the surface. Right now they recycle 98% of all the gold that's ever been on this rock. You might be having some gold nose ring where Cleopatra wore some earrings or a necklace and it was melted down and repurposed into something else. They throw all the silver into the landfill. Not anymore. They're starting to, there's people when silver hit 100 and what, $20 or something, and hey, silver's not so heavy anymore, is it? So I'm not giving any economic advice. Once again, I'm just trying to steer you in my knowledge of where I think this is headed. Good for you guys that have something for the future, but I would encourage you that if you have some projects that you might want to do or something, this is a big come up from last year. Silver or gold was at what, $2,000 or something. I mean, it's ridiculous how much it's gone up. Silver, ridiculous. I like to see the pullback in silver. It's good. Everybody wanted to get in, didn't think they got in under 100. Oh, I didn't get in. Well, here you go, you silly rabbits. And I'm not telling you to buy anything right now. You need to have food. I'm trying to purchase a building for the ministry right now. So whatever silver or whatever I have, that's where it's going. And I don't care if I have a lick of silver left. I'm working for the ministry, and then I'll take care of myself afterwards. So if anybody wants to make a donation to the ministry, I'm taking donations. I'm working towards trying to purchase a building for the ministry. So there's Cash App and PayPal, and you want to send some gold and silver, I'll take that and put that to the side. And I would probably sell some gold right now. If I had gold, I would sell it at 5,000. Do I think gold is stopping at 5,000? Hell no. I think gold would be 50,000, 10,000. We'll start there. 20,000, 30,000. Oh yeah. According to how much money is in circulation, absolutely. And silver and gold, again, there'll be 1-to-1 someday. So where silver can go, well, what did I just say? What did I just say? I said I could trade one piece of silver for 2 or 3 pieces of gold. They valued them exactly the same in Rome, 1-to-1. They both had the same value. They didn't value one more than the other. So ratio is what I pay attention to. So silver, I think, is a hold position right now. If you bought it at 20, 15, 30 and you're trying to hold on to it right now, okay, cool. But at taking profits, it hit what, $84 right now is not a bad deal. What do you, 4 times or whatever, at whatever entry level, that's, I think silver will be worth just as much as gold. So, but I'm not giving any economic advice. I pay attention to ratio. So like I said, if I had gold, I would be pulling the profit out of it right now and saying, okay, I don't care if it goes a couple hundred more bucks. I'm in it. This is a big chunk putting in it. Silver has a lot more. I pay attention to ratio. The ratio is like 48 to 1, 50 to 1. It'll go back to 15 to 1, as it always has been, as a monetary value. That's the average ratio that it's been across thousands of years, is 15 to 1. I think copper would be $100. Copper's, look at the price of copper right now online. Look at the price of copper online right now for 1 ounce of copper. I'm not talking about buying it by the pound. Look at what it costs for 1 ounce of copper right now. I bought a little bit of copper. I would sell that copper too in a minute. If I could, if I had a buyer on it, I'd sell it like that. For this ministry, I will. I'll sell everything. I don't care. Everything but my vehicle. I have to have a way to get out of here if things break down. But anything I own is ministry. So whatever I have is still for sale. So, anything I have you see in the background, anything you want to buy, let me know. I've got to try to get this building for the ministry, and then I'll be able to move forward in my life. So just going to keep going one day at a time. One day at a time. And then, like I said, spring will be here. I already have the funding available for the permitting, which is a tremendous thousands of dollars it's going to cost to permit. And a start to the electric. I don't think I have all the money for the electric. So I will have to pay for the tank, some of the plumbing, the lines, and then I think I cover that in the next couple months. I think I can, just with what I do. That's another $2,000 or $3,000 or $4,000 right there. And then I have the cost of the building. So like I said, I'm excited, for the spring to get here and start digging, and file for my conditional use permit, Thank you, Father. Like I said, I'll be excited to eventually move on from here from the ministry and start building a house out here for myself. Yeah, I'm gonna do that on the what I'd like to do is buy a sawmill. I'm gonna buy a sawmill for myself eventually. I'll get to myself here, but I'll buy a sawmill and build my own house out of my own material that I mill my own. That's what my I could buy a sawmill for like $3,600. So I'm gonna mill out all my own house. So the ministry is separate. So when you make a donation, if you make a donation, you're not really donating to me, you're donating to the ministry. So if you give to the ministry will be able to eventually give back to, like I said, to you regular subscribers that are here for, years. Some of you guys have been here for years. So I'm excited to do that. That will, we'll obviously, if we can, we'll put it all on video. You know what I'm saying? We'll live stream the first time we send out a package. I don't know who the first person to get a package is, but won't that be exciting? We have power on the property, and we have, the ability to freeze dry some eggs or freeze dry some, I'd like to actually get some chickens out here that are meat chickens, bigger chickens that are raised to for meat, not hens that are for eggs. So, because I'm telling you, I don't like chicken from the store. It's disgusting. So I'm looking forward to getting this power here. That's the main reason to having the power here, is to get the freeze dryer. So that'll be an exciting day, man. It'll be an exciting day. And hopefully it'll be within, like I said, within this year. I'm thinking it'll be within this year. Hopefully. I have some pretty big goals set, but I think I can reach them. So freeze drying either eggs or chicken or maybe sheep or goat or something in the freezer. Maybe it's vegetables because I want to do vegetables too this year. I want to try to grow a good chunk. I have that above ground. I have had ducks. I've had ducks. I'm gonna do ducks. I have to have ducks out here. Yeah, I want to get the muscovy ducks because they're like red meat. They're like having red meat. They're just like red meat, like eating red meat. I'm telling you, they're amazing. They lay 150 eggs a year. I had ducks out here, so ducks. I like ducks better than chickens, um, in a sense. Um, they're not quite as, you don't need to maintain them quite as much as chickens. They will lay year round. They don't normally slow down during the winter months, and they don't need a pond. Um, they're a little noisy. I noticed, remember, mine were kind of noisy. Always at night I go up there. I don't, whatever. I like the noise. I like the rooster crowing at 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock, and sometimes in the middle of the day. This rooster I got, he's kind of crazy. He's all right. He's okay. He's missing his tail feathers, but hopefully he'll get him back. So, um, but yeah, all that stuff is going to be tied back to you guys. I'm excited about doing that, guys. I really am. It gives this ministry purpose. It really does. I love the online ministry. I do. But, but what do I do when I'm in my off time? You know what I'm saying? When I'm not in here. I mean, I've already just spent 7.5 hours in here, but, you know, what do I do when I'm in, and I build out here, you know what I'm saying? But it gives me purpose. So putting this online ministry, online was the best thing that really has ever happened to me. It really is. I mean, it's been such a blessing. Um, and in some ways it's been very and saved my life, right? So, well, this YouTube channel and the live stream did. Really, I mean, my day that's already written, but I appreciate, but having this physical ministry here will give my life some more purpose too. I need to, like I said, I love being on here and stuff, but I want to eventually have some of you guys out here, and it's not that I'm going to stop coming in here. I'm going to live all of this so you guys could be a part of if you're not part of the physical, you can literally see what we're doing out here, at the physical ministry. So um, it'll happen. It'll happen. Like I said, I'm literally like I said, somebody gave a donation the other day. It's 1%. We're 1% there. So if we had 99 more people donate, we would be there. But that's okay. Father will do it in His time. And whenever He's ready for somebody to donate, great. If not, then I will use the fruit of my labor, my hard work, and the precious metals that I have. If the precious metals go up, I need the silver to go up a lot more. I don't hardly have any. And then I'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying? It's just one building. So it's not like I'm trying to trying to buy Taj Mahal here. And I'm just trying to buy a single wide. And maybe something will come up that'll be a little bit cheaper, for me, than the 15 to 20,000 that it's going to cost to get the building that I'm in. It's the only building I've seen in this area there's a lot more expensive buildings than that one. I can tell you that it's the only one I've seen that I can anywhere. And I don't even, he wants 25 for it. I don't even know if he'll take 15. But it's just a thought in my head. So I'm going to work from there. Like I said, I mean, it's been sitting online for a little while, probably about 2 months now or something like that. So, and it will pass the city's inspection. So maybe I won't have to, worry about that building here soon. I just have to have a backup, some kind of backup. If I can't get this building to pass code or let me turn this cabin into a house where I can get an inspection on. I have to find another building, so that's fine. I'm okay with putting another building out here. I never built a cabin to be. This is a cabin, a guest cabin, nothing that was meant to be lived in on a permanent basis or anything like that. I can get this building up to, code if that's what they want, but I'm not sure. It might already be fine like it is because it's an actual structure building, 4 walls, a roof. It might be just fine. I don't know. So they'll let you build a shipping container. Why wouldn't they let you build a semi-trailer? So we'll see what happens. Like I said, I'm not sure with the county if they'll work with me or what they'll do, but I need to sit down and have the meeting with them. So I think I'm going to try to get that done next week. I think I'm going to try to do that next week, guys. So I'm really excited. I'll let you know when I do that. Like I said, it's going to cost a couple $1,000s to get the permit process started, but I'm going to go ahead and throw what I have. I have some cash. I'm going to throw it at this right now and get this started so that I can get power out here. I want to get power out here as soon as I possibly can. It'll motivate me. It really will. Give me the ability to just have some extra things out here, because it's not that, like I said, I don't make my own power and have my own light sources and have use wind and wind turbine in the past, and don't want to continue to be off the grid. But it sure would be nice to have a building out here where people could come out here and have a flushing toilet and do some laundry if they decided to stay here for a little while, and you know um, have a freezer, and have something. You need a freeze dryer, you need a freezer, so you can put your food to get it prepped into the freeze dryer. It's got to go into the freezer first, or it helps, it will make your freeze dryer not have to run as hard if it's already pre-frozen. So I used to do that when I had a freeze dryer. I'd pre-freeze my food and then stick it in the freeze dryer, and it helps it so your freeze dryer is not running. Your freezer is already running anyways, so to speak, when you got a backup. So lots of things that you guys might take for granted because you have this on a regular basis, and I don't. But I'm going to get there. You know what I'm saying? Uh, Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to do that, Nathan. I was thinking about that the other day. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna run that box, and now I'm gonna still have to run over to, I want to try to put another, like what you're talking about, a separate. I want to run to the house, but I want something that people can plug in. And once I do that, once they put that in, I think that's something I can install, because actually I'm putting in a 400 amp service. I'm putting 400 amp. I'm going to pay for it. That's why it's going to cost extra. Um, it's extra, but that way I can bring other, I can have somebody here. If I got 400 amp, then I can plug somebody in easily. You know what I'm saying? They'll probably let you put a power pole where you want. No, I'm not putting a power pole anywhere. I'm putting in the pole for the meter. You know what I'm saying? The power pole's already at the other side of the road, but I'm putting, maybe you meant that, my pole for my meter. you know I mean, it's only goes a certain distance. They only come in a certain distance. And actually, with the 400 amp service, I think I get another 50 feet. I think it's 150 you come in on. Yeah, so 150 uh for a 100 for a 200 amp, and 200, I think, feet as they come in. It costs more, but they will come in and pull more line for a 400 amp breaker. So um, that's what I have. I have a 400 amp breaker, so that's what I'm gonna use that. I just wanted to be able to run more power out here. It's not going to cost me more power. You know how that works, I'm sure. If you know a little bit about power, it just gives me the ability to put a shop in here and run like 220 or whatever. If I wanted to run a bigger welder or something out here, I could have that without having any draw. And that's what I thought when I put the freeze dryer on here. I'm going to run a separate kind of, that has to have kind of its own separate circuit. That way it won't be messing with the rest of the service on the house or whatever. If I want to put in some shop or something. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So, all right, guys, I'm going to get off here. What time is it? About 11:30. Let's call this a night. We were in here for almost 7.5 hours. So I'll call that a day. Thank you, Father, for the ability to come in here and share all day the gospel with the family here. And thanks for you guys supporting. I'm looking forward to the getting through the winter here, burning up the rest of this firewood or whatever, and getting to the spring and getting to work on this, and have some of these amenities out here that I haven't had. Will be nice. Be nice to have an address out here too. I won't have to go all the way to town. I only have to go 5 miles instead of 12 miles to do mail. That'll be nice. There'll be a lot of benefits. So again, if you're want to support the ministry, this would be a good time to do it. And you don't have to be a part of this ministry. Remember that you don't ever have to financially chip into any ever to be a part of this ministry. It is there. The Cash App and the PayPal are I've been on here for 8 hours and nobody donated a single dime. And I don't do it for profit. I'm only doing it to try to help the ministry out. So if that's something that you want to do, we had somebody give a donation. I'm putting that towards, they told me to get some tattoos with it, but I said nope, or get a tattoo. Um, and I said, no, I'm going to put that towards the very first donation towards. So we got one donor right now. And I'm thankful for that. And that puts me 1%. That's all, and 99% to go. I have some months to get there. I just want to be able to plan with the county on what it is that I'm going to do. So um, I already know what I'm going to do. I just have to find the right building. So for less than what the only building that I've seen in this town as of right now, that's for sale. And I do think in the future that they're going to get more and more expensive. I really do. I think that the economy is about ready to downturn, and these buildings are going to become very desirable because people are going to want to get their feet in the door out here, so to speak, where I'm at. It's just going to be it's supply and demand. So that's why I really want to try to do this as soon as possible. I think that with the economy turning down, we're going to get a lot of people out here, and anything that's single wide is going to probably double overnight. I'm serious. I'm like, man, I should have bought that thing when I had the chance, or whatever. So, um, all Father's timing's perfect. He'll do it whenever he's ready. Like I said, I have to be patient because of investment or whatever. I just don't have the funding for it. I have some, and I have enough to get started. I just need to show this county in good faith. I have a building out here that I can install. That's a house, and I don't have it right now. If I had it, I don't think I'd have any problems. I could run right through this thing. And by April, this thing would all be set up. Wouldn't that be neat? February, March, April to be on, have it. So we'll see. I'm trying to do it by then anyways, either way, no matter what. So I'll figure it out. If there's a will, hopefully it's Father's will, not my own. I don't want it to be my will. Self will is going to get me thrown in hell. So this isn't for me. It's for the ministry. So, okay. Thank you for your time, guys. Time can't be printed. Time you spend it here, no matter whether you spent any money or not, you spent time here. So that's all you have to spend. Okay. Don't ever again, please don't feel obligated. And if you have any other ideas on a building out here, if you know somebody wants to donate a building from somewhere within the state and have it shipped out here, let me know. I will take a donation, building, cash, gold, silver, Cash App. I've got a PayPal donation, whatever, any way that you want to help out with the ministry. We'll keep track of the funds, and we'll make sure that come springtime, and you're more than welcome to come out to this ministry and enjoy even if you don't make a donation, okay, if you're part of the ministry. So I don't want to take from anybody. I actually love to give. That's why I'm excited about getting this on the property, on the grid. So people come out here, they get a flushing toilet. They don't have to use a bathroom and a composting toilet, rough it. Be a little easier for the people who aren't used to living off grid, who can eventually, I know people will come out here. I know it. I feel it. I've been working at this for a long time. So 10 years I've been working at this. So it's a long time to work at it, So it's all coming together a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time. So, all right, I'm going to let you go. Thank you for your time. Again, come back when you have more time, because time cannot be printed. And when you spend it here, you can't get it back. So it's super valuable. It's more valuable than all the gold and silver in the world, all the precious metals, all of it. You can't get it back. So that's more valuable to me. So thank you for spending it with me. I'll see you guys on the next HD Fat. High definition is not what the HD for. It's for high desert faith and truth. Okay. So remember, we are saved by faith and faith alone, but we have to endure to the end to be saved. So I don't see you before the end. Hey, I'll see you on the other side. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.